American Comics, Psychiatrist, Cut Who Wanda Gwen. Author, Simple One. 451. Let's go to the beach together, we may find something. Yes, where exactly? This is what they need to know most now. Do you think someone is secretly helping Luthor? If someone is really helping behind the scenes, wouldn't the scope be wider? At the same time, they will become more dangerous. I don't think this possibility is very high. Wanda shook her head slightly. While the three of them were discussing, they saw a nearby coffee shop, so they looked at each other and went straight into the coffee shop. This is a very modest cafe. It's not the kind of luxury. You can feel it when you walk in. A TV is hung on the wall not far away, and an about tourism is being played on the TV. The beautiful sea is sparkling, and the seagulls are constantly flying next to the sea. At the same time, there are trees, mountains, and even some other beautiful places. Do you think Luthor will go to some similar places shown on the TV? 28. After sitting down, Gwen stirred the coffee in her hand and couldn't help saying this from her mouth. She just opened her mouth unconsciously, but Wanda looked thoughtful when she heard it. There is really such a possibility. Why don't we just go to a similar place to look for it? When Gwen and Wanda discussed these things, they kept saying what they believed in. Suyi didn't interrupt. He just listened patiently. It wasn't until the two of them set their eyes on Suyi that Suyi began to speak slowly. Boldly do what you think is right, I have no objection to that. He knew that although everyone was playing outside together now, they were always very worried about this matter in their hearts. As long as Luthor's matter is not resolved for a day, they will not feel at ease for a whole day. Seeing that Gwen and Wanda still didn't say anything, Suyi added, today's appointment has obviously been delayed, but next time if there is a chance, I will let you guys have more fun. This is also to give the two women some protection. Luthor's business is very important, but the dating business is also very important. The two women were worried at first, worried that Suyi would feel very uncomfortable when they raised this matter. It can be seen that Suyi's expression is extraordinarily calm, without any impatience in his expression, and he can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I really can't help but worry about Suyi's situation. But when he saw that Suyi really didn't care about this matter, he felt a lot more relieved. The coffee's out, why don't we go for a walk now? After the two women brought up the matter just now, they never said anything else. Suyi felt that the other party should feel embarrassed. That's why she has such an attitude. There's really no need to feel embarrassed. Now that the problem has been raised, everyone naturally wants to solve the problem. Thinking of this, stand up from your seat first. At the same time, the brain is thinking fast. Think about what to do next. The sea area involuntarily appeared in my mind. Suyi's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, he has already thought about what to do next. Since it is a sea area, no Aquaman Arthur Curry. If Luthor really escaped to the area of the sea, then it should be an easy matter to ask Arthur Curry. Now that she had made up her mind, Suyi naturally acted according to what she had in mind. Let's go to the beach and have a look. When Suyi said these words, his tone was calm. He is asking for the opinions of other people. But while he was asking for other people's opinions, those flirty words he said didn't mean to be refuted by others at all. And Wanda and Gwen naturally won't refute Suyi. As long as you tell them where to go, they will go there. They are very sure of this. A few people were not in a hurry, just strolled on the street, and then headed all the way towards the seaside when they thought of going to the beach. In fact, many people also went to the beach. And these people are naturally looking for Luthor. When they approached, the first thing they saw was the ships and warships. It really took a lot of trouble for them to do that. When Gwen saw this, she couldn't help complaining. Suyi listened to Gwen and Wanda talking these words in her ear, but her eyes couldn't help looking at the sea. Really, just like Wanda and Gwen said, the current situation is a waste of time, and it is not necessary at all. In doing so, they also hindered him from finding Aquaman. Suyi raised her eyebrows, a lot of dissatisfaction with such a scene. They have been constantly patrolling the sea, and it is very difficult to find Aquaman Arthur Curry. Sue, what's the matter? You seem to be in a very bad mood. Although Wanda and Gwen were talking, their attention was always on Suyi, so they noticed only a slight change in Suyi's mood. When 367 saw it, they couldn't help asking what happened to Suyi. Naturally I'm in a bad mood, because they hindered me from finding someone. Things that could have been easily solved, but because of their appearance, Suyi had to find another way to solve the problem. Suyi's attitude was right there. It was very obvious. Wanda and Gwen frowned involuntarily when they heard Suyi's words. They set their sights not far away, and the ships on the sea were constantly moving back and forth. The loud noise made it impossible for them to get close. Let's go look elsewhere, maybe it's a little quieter on other routes. After Wanda said this, she planned to look for it herself first. Maybe if she found a nearby place, she would be able to find a good place without mixing with these noisy crowds. Go together. Suyi couldn't bear to let Wanda run around, so she asked very proactively and said that the problem should be solved by herself. Suyi was willing to accompany Wanda, and Wanda naturally had no reason to refuse, so she nodded vigorously. He looked completely happy. You too. Don't forget about me just by focusing on your own love affairs. 452. They ignore the situation under the sea. Seeing that they were only talking about themselves, Gwen curled up her lips, feeling very dissatisfied that she might be forgotten. How could Sue forget her? If Soo-yi knew what Gwen thought of him, he would definitely feel wronged. He just answered along with the trend. If he said he had other thoughts, he definitely didn't. I haven't forgotten what you meant. Why don't we leave together now? Seeing Gwen's jealous look, Soo-yi couldn't help feeling amused. He reached out and took Gwen's palm. Gwen also felt that his jealous look just now was really funny. She pursed her lips, feeling extremely embarrassed. Although she tried her best not to think too much, the redness on her cheeks still revealed her true mood. Definitely, such emotions only passed for a while, and soon disappeared without a trace. In this way, Soo-yi, Gwen and Wanda went to the neighborhood together. There are really not many people in the nearby sea area. They went down quickly and went straight into the water, because Arkham and Arthur Curry had given them contact information before. So quickly summoned the other party. When Arthur Curry appeared in front of them, Soo-yi naturally asked about Luthor. Who is Luthor? I don't even know this guy. After Soo-yi's voice fell, Arthur Curry said in a very calm tone. He didn't feel that what he said was wrong at all. He didn't feel it at all, and because of this little bit of something wrong, he was directly exposed. Are you sure you don't know anything? Soo-yi looked at Arthur Curry without blinking, and his tone was very calm, but it seemed that he didn't believe him at all. Definitely, but I don't know who the other party is. Vertical bar. When he said this, Arthur Curry turned his head to the side. I have other very important things now. I don't have time to talk to you here. Anything else? And it's a very important thing. Can you tell me what it is? The corners of Soo-yi's mouth raised slightly, and when he asked this question, his tone was very blunt. This is a private matter of our Sea clan, and there is no need to explain the truth of this matter to you. Obviously. When Arthur Curry said this, his whole body refused, and every inch of his body was full of rejection. Arthur Curry. Soo-yi frowned tightly. He had no intention of letting the other party go. It's getting late. Before Arthur Curry finished speaking, Soo-yi blocked him. What the hell are you going to do? Didn't I already tell you everything I was supposed to tell you? Why are you blocking it? Arthur Curry held a weapon in his hand, and he looked completely aggressive when facing him. Even though Soo-yi had a weapon aimed at him, he still didn't take it seriously. I also want to believe what you say, but none of the words that come out of you can be believed. So at this point, do you think I'll trust you? Arthur Curry, don't hide it anymore. Luthor is actually with you. While Soo-yi was saying these words, Go kept holding Soo-yi's arm tightly. Arthur Curry tried to struggle, and even the weapon in his hand directly attacked in Soo-yi's direction. Although it is in the water, it should be Arthur Curry's home field, but the opponent may not intend to attack, and even if Soo-yi is in the water, it will not be affected at all. So the opponent's attack, Soo-yi is easy directly dodged. I wasn't very sure at first, but now it's obvious to you that the opponent is in your hands. When Soo-yi said these words, his tone was obviously more affirmative than before. Arthur Curry had to refute before, so now he clearly realizes that refute is meaningless. Since no matter how you refute, the other party is sure that the person is with him, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with confessing at this time. Although Arthur Curry had always had a good impression of Soo-yi before, and even thought they were very suitable to be friends. However, when interests conflict, the previous reason does not seem to be that important. Arthur Curry is not very clear about what this is to others, but Arthur Curry is very clear about what he wants. The sea is boundless. What do you think you can do when you are here? When Arthur Curry said this, he had a funny smile on his face, and he really found it very funny. It was precisely because he thought it was funny that he let out a chuckle in the water. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have been unable to restrain themselves and choked on water. Regarding this point, Soo-yi is very sure, and at the same time, she is thinking casually in her heart at the moment. The sky has gradually dimmed down. The sun seems to have no way to continue to fall on the sea surface, and there is no way to see the deeper parts of the seabed. I will never let people out. On land, so many people are looking for Luthor's value, even including you. Before they fully utilize Luthor's value, I'm afraid there will never be a day when I return to shore. When he said this, Arthur Curry's voice paused, and at the same time, the promise was good. It was obvious that people could feel another point. If you need Luthor's help to do something, I will hand over the person to you in the future, but it is absolutely impossible to say now, and, from another perspective, it is the safest place for the person to be with me, isn't it? What Arthur Curry said was actually not a mistake. Look at the other people who are all looking for it on the surface of the sea, but they never thought of looking for it at the bottom of the sea. Perhaps in their eyes, Luthor is a human being, even if it is different because of the use of superpower drugs, but it is impossible to live directly under the sea. Water cruise ships and water battleships are everywhere, but the submarine that should be under the sea was not found in a search, although they may act later. But with the help of Arkham and Arthur Curry, it is estimated that it is impossible for the other party to find Luthor. $453.1 million to explore the seabed. The whole world is looking for Luthor. If we say where the safest place is, then the bottom of the sea can indeed be regarded as a relatively quiet place. Soo-yi knows everything the other party said. But what does all this have to do with him? It's not that Soo-yi is looking for a more suitable place for Luthor. So, what does this have to do with him? I say it again. Hand over people. Suyi spoke calmly. In the same words, he no longer wants to say the second or third time. If the other party does not hand over the person, then he can only use some special methods. As for these means, whether the other party is willing to accept them at the end is another matter. So I've talked to you so much, didn't you listen to a single word from the beginning to the end? Do I have to listen to what you say? I have told you many times, just hand it over. Apparently, what the two said was not on the same channel at all. So what else can be done in this situation? There is no second choice except to fight. They hardly have any hesitation. They are directly entangled together. Wanda and Gwen are wrapped in Suyi's shield. It looks extraordinarily safe now. After seeing Suyi and Arthur Curry fight after just saying a few words to 337, each of them felt particularly worried. This was clearly not what they expected to see. There shouldn't be any problem, right? The two women couldn't help muttering in their hearts as they watched the fight on the opposite side. They are really worried. I also hope that such unnecessary things will not happen. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster. At the end of the day, the bottom of the sea was cloudy, and nothing could be seen clearly. Gwen and Wanda held hands. You said Sue. Nothing will happen to him. He should win the whole war, right? Wanda said in a low voice. Isn't that a pretty obvious thing? What else is there to hesitate? Compared to Wanda, Gwen is much more confident. He nodded vigorously. There is no hesitation that Suyi will win. You're right. I was thinking too much about it. Wanda is confident now. He obviously won't be affected too much by many things, but when it comes to such a critical moment, it's hard for him not to think too much. The fighting under the sea became more and more intense, and even people on the sea surface were affected. What happened to this? I always feel that something is wrong. Ships and warships swayed with the sea water one after another. Somebody went straight to the edge of the cruise ship. They wanted to see what was going on down there. Why did it suddenly become like this? However, the underwater situation is really bad. They really want to be unaffected, but there is no way. Obviously, they have already moved as far as possible to the side. Obviously, they have already tightly grasped everything that can be grasped with both hands. However, the underground power is too powerful. No matter how they try to control their own power, it still has no effect at all. They feel that the current situation is really very bad. The bones in his body seem to be falling apart. Be careful, don't get thrown into the water. Someone couldn't help but said loudly. After all, no one knows what is going on underwater. Without knowing what is going on below, if you accidentally fall into the water, you may die like this. It's not clear whether other people's lives are important, but their own lives are still very important. So save as much trouble as possible, which is the best thing for them. Don't worry, my side has already caught it very carefully. There is no problem. Someone spoke with great difficulty. There's nothing wrong with me either. Sifa, although they said so, it can be seen that their current situation is actually not very good. All of them were very pale. If they still act like this underwater, they may not be able to hold on anymore. It was really hard. There seems to be something constantly stirring in the stomach, so disgusting that people want to spit it out. Just when they thought they had no way to hold on, suddenly the movement under the sea stopped. When they were very surprised by this matter, the sea was calm. Although the sea water was still turbid when it was floating on it, as time went on, it quickly disappeared. After feeling this, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's really good. The problem is finally all solved. They couldn't help thinking this in their hearts. There was no worry on his face anymore. It's calm underwater now. Why don't we send someone to see what's going on? Someone made a suggestion, and at the same time, a possibility came to mind. At the beginning, they didn't realize some things at all. But now they realize that they naturally cannot treat certain things as if they never happened. I think it's dangerous to just go down there silently without knowing what's going on under the sea. Yeah, it's very dangerous under the sea, and Luthor is just an ordinary human being. Even if he becomes a superhuman, it's simply impossible for him to stay under the sea for a long time. I don't care who wants to go down. Anyway, I will never go. Is there really no one willing to go? If I offer $1 million, no one will go? Among these people looking for Luthor, there are always some people who are relatively rich. When the $1 million was proposed, some people were already ready to make a move, and even prepared to act directly. However, they have the idea of action in their hearts, but life safety is also very important to them. Is there really 1 million? One of the super ability users suddenly landed directly in front of the person who said that they would pay $1 million for them to act. The other party obviously didn't expect someone to appear directly in front of him suddenly, and was taken aback for a moment. But he was only stunned for a moment, and when he heard what the other party proposed, he nodded vigorously. That's right, when I say $1 million, I mean $1 million, absolutely no joke. The man nodded very positively, and revealed his identity at the same time. 454. Luthor is safest at the Seabed. However, just stunned for a moment, the other party nodded very seriously. Yes, as long as you meet what I said, then I will give you $1 million. Look at the other person's suspicious look on his face. The man patted his chest very hard again, and made a promise. You are an ability user, how dare I lie to you as an ordinary person? Obviously, The person on the other side also felt the same way, so he just looked at the person who offered $1 million, and then jumped into the sea directly. When seeing someone jumping into the sea, the rest of the people couldn't help feeling flustered. What exactly is in the sea? Can the other party come back? One after another guesses popped up at this time. Even if someone jumped into the sea at the head of the battle, the rest of the people still didn't dare to make a move. Seeing that the other party has not moved all the time, others do not urge. Don't worry now, just see if the other party can come up, and you will know if there is any danger inside. They couldn't help taking a deep breath. But at this time, there was a little movement on the calm sea surface. The person who just jumped into the sea didn't know what was going on, and he stuck his head out from under the water in just a short while. Looking at the distance between him and other people standing on the cruise ship and the battleship, he slapped the sea with his hand and landed directly on the deck. What's the matter? Is something wrong? What did you see under the water? Someone couldn't help asking. However, the other party just shook his head. There is no way to judge anything from him. You should tell me. However, this person still shook his head when he heard other people questioning him, but this time he did not shut up, but slowly opened his mouth. I was also in a nervous mood, thinking that there must be a very dangerous creature next time, or something, but when I just went down to look, everything was very quiet. Nothing. How could there be nothing? That means it was just an accident. Hearing what the other party said, the people on the cruise ship and the battleship couldn't believe it at all. After all, in addition to noticing a lot of movement on the sea just now, they could also feel two very powerful pressures. Definitely ordinary people can't feel this, but for ability people, it is very natural to be able to feel this. It shouldn't be an accident. There should have been other people below, but they have left the place now. The man added naturally, if you look down here, you will find that there are obvious traces of fighting left on the rock walls deep in the sea. Originally, the others were still very anxious. However, after hearing what this person said, they felt that they still had to go down and verify it for themselves. They thought this way in their hearts, so they really did it. When they really jumped into the sea one by one after another returned to the cruise ship or the battleship, they came to the exact same conclusions as the first to go to sea and the first to return to the cruise ship. It should be that the two human beings once fought under the seabed, and the big movement just now should be caused by them. Sometimes it's okay not to speak, but once you speak, other people have to think about it. Why are ability fighters fighting under the sea? Doesn't it have anything to do with Luthor? No, I think this matter needs to be reported right away. Everyone felt that this matter was very suspicious, and it was precisely because of the suspicion that they left this sea area one after another. Definitely, before they left, they didn't forget that there were still some people left here to watch over. Where did Aquaman, Arthur Curry and Sue and Gwen and Wanda, who were supposed to fight under the sea, go? No one knows what happened to this matter. If they want to know what the situation is, it is estimated that only they can understand it. A very large palace under the sea. When they stepped directly onto the palace floor, they found that it was breathable. Even if there are ordinary people here, it will not cause any impact. It seems that Luthor should be here. When talking about this matter, Sui slightly frowned, and even smiled directly. Seeking flowers 0. Seeing the attitude of the other party, Aquaman Arthur Curry was speechless for a moment. He has always known very clearly that Fang Yang is indeed very powerful. Because he knew about this matter, from the beginning to the end, he never thought of being an enemy of the other party. Obviously, he has thought very thoroughly about this matter. As long as you encounter an inappropriate situation, you will immediately dump the other party and run away immediately. It's always been like this, but he didn't think that he was not his opponent at all. He is the majestic Aquaman Arthur Curry, but he is not the opponent's opponent at all. As long as he thought of this matter, he felt unbearable. 0. Fortunately, from beginning to end, his people did not discover this. As long as I think of this matter, my heart can't help but settle down. Because I know that even if I continue, it won't work at all. Under such circumstances, the only things he could do seem to be those few. Luthor is safest with me. My people have been hunted and killed by humans, and my species is even on the verge of extinction. If people revive those guys, I think it would be a great thing no matter who it is. You think this is very good, but your people may not think this is very good. So you looked at Aquaman Arthur Curry's very excited look, with a subtle expression on his face. Without asking for the consent of other people, under such circumstances, you choose to resurrect for the other party. Is this kind of resurrection really what the other party expects? When Sui said this matter slowly, Gwen and Wanda had the same attitude over there. At least you have to seek the consent of the other party before you choose to resurrect. It's better not to resurrect. Sometimes I have experienced too many things, and I can't help but become more unusual in my views on certain things. However, Arthur Curry is very persistent in making his people more and more numerous. I don't know if I will regret it in the future, but at least now I won't regret it. 455. Death cannot stop his actions. And on some things, I think very clearly. When talking about this matter, Aquaman Arthur Curry's pupils shrank suddenly. No one can stop me, not even death. Suyi had no intention of killing Arthur Curry at all. The other party's attitude towards him is obviously extraordinary. Suyi can feel this. It is precisely because I can feel this that there is no way to kill Aquaman Arthur Curry. Thinking of this incident, Suyi's expression could not become calm. He looked at Arthur Curry carefully. Arthur Curry knew that he had no way to convince Suyi, so he simply stopped talking about this matter, and kept walking like this. Walking through the corridors, I saw many second and third people of the high nationality along the road. When they looked at Suyi, there was some curiosity in their eyes. However, when Aquaman Arthur Curry signaled them not to worry, the little curiosity disappeared in an instant. They really don't need to worry. After all, these few people who came here were obviously brought by their king. The human being arranged in the laboratory, is he okay now? Aquaman Arthur Curry asked blankly, and it was obvious from his attitude that he didn't have much real affection for Luthor. It is purely a cooperative relationship. As long as the other party can do everything he wants, then he can give the other party a little more choice. Wang, that human being is currently in the laboratory. Our people have already visited it, and they have been busy all the time. I don't know what they are busy with. The subordinates spoke to Aquaman Arthur Curry respectfully. Aquaman Arthur Curry nodded. At this time, he turned his gaze to Suyi and his group behind him, and said to his subordinates again, "They are distinguished guests I invited. Arrange a room for them." After saying this, he led Suyi and the others to continue walking. Suyi quietly followed behind them, and this time, he finally arrived at the research room where Luthor was staying. Suyi was quite surprised. From the beginning to the end, Aquaman Arthur didn't intend to make trouble, and actually let them meet like this. When the door of the research room was opened, hearing the movement, Luthor turned his head subconsciously. His gaze first fell on Aquaman Arthur Curry at the front, and finally on Suyi who was not far away. Although when I saw him, there was a little bit of surprise. But it was just a little bit of a surprise. Soon, he retracted his gaze. It wasn't until Suyi walked slowly to a place not far in front of him and stopped, that he raised his head again. "Really, long time no see." Luthor spoke slowly, although his expression was calm, but his voice was a little surprised, which seemed very strange. "I didn't expect to meet you." It seems that the Doctor and Aquaman are very familiar. Not sure what Luthor's attitude is. Definitely, Suyi doesn't care about Luthor's attitude at all. He looked at each other, just smiled lightly. "I do have a little familiarity with Aquaman, otherwise how could I meet you? It's great to see you here. Want to take me away? Because of you, there are many people on the sea and land looking for your whereabouts." Suyi recalled the scene after scene he saw. It is estimated that the replicas in your experiment questions, sooner or later, all of them will be found, and then directly controlled and destroyed by people. When Fang Yang said these words, his tone was calm. "So with your attitude, are you planning to hand me over to them?" Luthor didn't seem to take Suyi seriously at all, but only he knew it. His palms were sweating. "Perhaps keeping you here is the best thing." Contrary to the smiling appearance just now, Suyi at the moment's expression was a little bit frozen, and the smile on his face disappeared at that moment. Aquaman Arthur Curry was still worried about what Suyi would do next, but when he heard Suyi say this, he knew that those worries were unnecessary. "Suyi, since you have already decided to arrange the person with me, then you should say it earlier. The previous fight is completely unnecessary." Aquaman Arthur Curry still has a crush on Suyi. After all, there are quite a few people on the coast who always like to reprimand these sea residents based on moral standards. Every time such behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. Suyi just set his eyes on Luthor for a moment, and then turned his eyes away directly, and just like this, he once again set his eyes on Aquaman Arthur Curry. He knew that Aquaman Arthur Curry had just asked his staff to arrange a room for them, but Suyi didn't intend to spend the night here, so he said naturally, "I have already understood the situation. I want to know very thoroughly. It's getting late, so I'll leave first." After speaking, he nodded to Aquaman Arthur Curry. Aquaman Arthur Curry was very surprised after hearing Suyi's words. Originally, he thought that Suyi would stay here for a longer time and wanted to learn more, but he didn't expect that he would leave naturally. He was very surprised by this matter. However, the surprise was the surprise, and he had no intention of keeping the other party behind. "Since you plan to leave, then leave as soon as possible." Suyi staying at the bottom of the sea is actually not a welcome and happy thing for Aquaman. When Suyi took Gwen and Wanda and turned to leave, he paused and added, "Those people on land and on the sea, it's only a matter of time before 1.4 to find you. I don't think it will be long before they should come." When he said this, the other party's tone was very serious. In fact, Aquaman Arthur Curry can understand this matter without Suyi's explanation, but in this regard he is very confident. He raised his head, and said disapprovingly, "No matter how strong the ability is, without my guidance, it is completely impossible for them to find the palace under the sea. There is no absolute thing in this world. I think it would be better for you to think about it." Suyi looked at Aquaman Arthur Curry with a half-smile, somewhat disapproving of his confident attitude. Even he is not sure that there is anything foolproof. Aquaman Arthur is very confident. 456. Captain Atom comes to you. Shocking. Suyi simply said a word on this matter, and then he walked forward again, but just when he walked out of the palace and was about to go to the sea, he was shaken for a while. The whole body is like a man plated with a layer of silver, appearing all at once. He looked menacing, and there were many people with other abilities behind him. When he met Su Yi's eyes, he was obviously stimulated. "Doctor, why are you here?" He asked this sentence, but before he finished speaking, there was movement from the people behind him, and they rushed towards Su Yi in an instant. With a fierce fist, the defenseless Su Yi was thrown flying. Everything happened so fast. Captain Atom showed surprise on his face, and even a little bit of anger. He said to his subordinates, "Who told you to do it? That one is my benefactor." When Captain Atom looked at his subordinates, it looked a bit ferocious and terrifying. The person who was reprimanded did not even dare to vent his breath. The other party pursed his lips, and there was a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Didn't they discuss it before they came? Regardless of whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, whether it is powerful or not, they will never show any sympathy, just do it directly. After all, no matter what, since they decide to do something, they are enemies. When he thought of this and explained the matter clearly, Captain Atom said to his subordinates, "But these people don't include my benefactor. Without him, our team would never have been formed, and you wouldn't be here to say these things to me now." While talking, Captain Atom quickly went to Su Yi's side and squatted down. "Doctor, are you okay?" Su Yi felt that the blow just now was like being scratched by a cat. Although it seemed to be very powerful, it did not cause any harm to him. Su Yi didn't take these things seriously at all, and didn't care at all. He just said to Captain Atom in a very calm tone, "Your subordinates are not wrong, since you have decided to do something, no matter whether the relationship between us is good or not, if it is an obstacle, it must be cleared." Su Yi's attitude on this matter is very obvious. For a while, Captain Atom didn't know what to say, so he was silent for a while, and then began to explain. "My people found out the news and knew that Luthor was here, so I brought people here immediately, and it turned out but Su Yi didn't suffer any injuries." He raised his hand and patted the dust on his body indifferently, and said in a very casual tone, "I didn't expect you to be very interested in Luthor. Do you want to make your ability even stronger, or do you want to become regenerative healing factor?" Su Yi asked. Captain Atom's face froze for a moment. He opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. While they were confronting each other, many shrimp soldiers and crab generals and some very powerful members of the aquarium had already arrived in the palace. They knew about Su Yi, so they didn't even give them a second look, but soon surrounded Captain Atom and his group, and when trying to control them directly. At this time someone has come over, and they are very familiar with the people who came. It's Aquaman Arthur Curry. Arthur Curry originally thought that the commotion outside must be caused by Su Yi's dissatisfaction with something, but he didn't expect that what Su Yi had told him to draw their attention to actually happened. It's amazing not knowing what to say. "You also came here because of Luthor?" Looking at these people, Aquaman Arthur Curry had a gloomy expression on his face. If Su Yi came here because of Luthor's relationship, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he would endure it, but he didn't expect that all the people who came this time were unknown. Let him look at it and feel extremely angry. "Where is his palace that others just want to break into? Since it was you who came here by yourself, then you can all stay here." These people who came to the door by themselves, they will never let it go easily. The C-Clan are extremely affirmative about this matter. In their brains, they can even fully predict what the other party will encounter next, but what they think is completely different from what actually happened. First of all, these people are really powerful, and they are not inferior to Su Yi at all. Arthur Curry felt very surprised when he felt the strength of the other party, and it was even difficult to understand what these people were all about. How come all of them are so powerful? Could it be that some conditions on land have long since become much stronger than those under the sea? Arthur Curry is not willing to believe this. He stared fixedly at Captain Atom and his party, and spoke in a very calm tone. "Why don't we all just sit down and have a good chat? If you and Su Yi really know each other, believe me, you probably won't refuse my proposal." Captain Atom has one attitude towards Su Yi, but another attitude towards other people. 823. They have suffered hardships and been deceived, and it is not so easy to trust others. "If you hand over Luthor, then we can indeed have a good chat, but if you don't want to do this, then the matter of talking is still." When Captain Atom said this, his tone was almost callous. After all, this is the site of Aquaman Arthur Curry. If they really followed his footsteps at will, who knows if there will be any traps waiting for them in this palace. It's okay not to think about it. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this possibility is very high. When Aquaman Arthur Curry on the opposite side made a move, Captain Atom raised his hand and made a simple but unclear action. In just a split second, those people had already started attacking Aquaman Arthur Curry's men. Although Su, Gwen, and Wanda were not targeted by the other party, it is obvious that under the current situation, they have no place to hide at all. They can only look at it stupidly. "Su, how do you think they will end?" One Luthor can actually attract competition from several forces. If there are more forces, the situation will definitely be very dire. 457. Giant Chimpanzee Grodd. Things are far from as simple as they initially imagined. The existence of Luthor not only caused disputes among various forces on the Earth, but even attracted the coveting of some extraterrestrial creatures. They learned from him that he can reproduce and resurrect infinitely, and that the superpower medicine he possesses can stimulate the potential in the human body or various organisms, and at the same time unearth the superpower again. Luthor is a treasure in everyone's heart. This is deeply felt. They have already figured out what to do next. Their fight under the bottom of the sea soon surfaced, and at the same time attracted the attention of other people who had been wandering in the sea and never left. On a cruise ship, huge amounts of chimpanzees sit in the cabin with astonishing imposing presence. In this cabin, ordinary humans half kneeled on the ground, with a particularly frightened expression on their faces. Orangutan, a lowly creature that should have been kept in a zoo, but he never expected that one day they would decide their life and death at will. "My lord, I have told you everything I know, please let us go." The man looked at his controlled child and wife, and the sweat dripped down his forehead in big drops. He poked his finger constantly begging the gorilla in front of him to forgive him. The sounds of fighting outside were getting closer. At this time, a thin orangutan approached the huge orangutan and whispered something in the other's ear. He didn't know what he said, but in an instant, the black gorilla's aura was even more astonishing than before. He got up and walked to the window. He saw the powerful ability fighters fighting. After watching it for a long time, his voice couldn't hear any emotion. "These people on Earth are developing much faster than I thought. It's really terrible." When Gorilla Grodd said this, there was no sincerity in it. Grodd is a resident of Gorilla City. Although all the orangutans in the entire orangutan city have extraordinary intelligence due to the radiation of the meteorite, and their city is developing faster and faster, Gerud is not satisfied with the current situation at all. It was also because of dissatisfaction that when he knew that there was such a scientific researcher on the Earth, he couldn't help running over to seek opportunities. He thinks so, and at the same time has the ambition to do so. However, seeing this matter for others, especially for the gorilla Suorova, it was a terrible thing. When he knew Gerud's thoughts, he was very opposed. "That guy Luowa is always hypocritical. He will know sooner or later that only what I do is correct. Just capture Luthor and copy a large number of soldiers. His orangutan army will expand bigger and bigger." He watched the several forces outside the cabin still fighting, and then continued in a voice that it was difficult to ignore. "Obviously, the Luthor we want to capture should be at the bottom of the sea." When he was almost able to judge this matter, Gerud frowned fiercely. He hates seawater, but he can control other people to help him catch Zansei from the underwater world. Gerudo is going to use his mental ability to control them. He definitely doesn't just think about it that way. He was immediately ready to implement this matter. Soon, he caught several super ability users who were especially good at underwater activities and had very flexible movements. Although the abilities of some of these orangutans are not comparable to those with super abilities, their IQs are extraordinary, and this may be one of the reasons for the expansion of their team. Under the control of the gorilla Gerud, those abilities almost immediately entered the seawater without making a sound while the people over there were fighting. In fact, besides them, there are other people who have also taken the same action. However, Gerud won't let other people have such a lucky thing happen. While they were still fighting over there, he had quietly changed to a small submarine. As soon as Luthor was caught, he immediately left among the big ships. At the moment, most people's attention was all on the people fighting on the sea, and they didn't even notice that this little yacht had left. Not far away, Su Yi's eyes suddenly turned to one direction. His eyes were dazed, as if he seemed to be aware of it. At this moment, Gwen and Wanda asked curiously, "What's the matter, Su? Did you discover anything special again?" Su Yi shook his head. "No, I didn't notice anything." After saying this, he closed his mouth. He continued to watch the fight, while on the other side, Gerud and the others left very smoothly. What they did was never discovered. After escaping from everyone's sight, everyone was very excited. There was also complacency in Gerud's eyes. "Where should we go now, Chief?" Some subordinates couldn't help asking. "Go to Central City." Gertrude spoke. That was his territory, and if he went there, no one would know that Luthor would actually be in his hands. When Gerud said this, his tone was very affirmative. However, his subordinates seemed extremely worried. "But Master Luowa is also there. If he knows, we have no way to explain." "Why do you need to explain?" Gerud interrupted his subordinates without any hesitation, and said in a cold, good voice, "Unless that guy wants to put our entire ethnic group into crisis. After all, but I brought him here, so in the eyes of other people ... He. Isn't it obvious what will happen after that?" Gerud planned to pull Suorova down from the very beginning, so in order to prevent others from finding him, all the clues he left point to Suorova. This is also the reason why Central City was chosen this time. Thinking of this, Luthor became more and more proud. "King, it's not good." Not long after Gorilla Grodd and the others left the sea area, a huge amount of killer whales suddenly surfaced from the bottom of the sea, and on the killer whale was a man who looked very young. There was still horror on his face, and at the same time, he was very anxious and shouted loudly in the direction of his leader Aquaman, "Luthor is gone." He was snatched away. 458. Luthor was arrested again, and a small boat quietly left. Both Aquaman Arthur Curry and Captain Atom stopped involuntarily. "You took people away?" Aquaman Arthur Curry was very angry. He didn't expect this person to play dirty tricks. As expected, most of the humans on the ground are despicable and disgusting. He endured it and turned around, almost wanting to kill Captain Atom. At least let this guy die on this sea area. However, it is very obvious there are still some things that my subordinates haven't finished talking at all. The man suddenly said again, Wang, it's probably not that right person. I haven't seen anyone who looks like a long orangutan in their team. Looks like an orangutan. Aquaman Arthur Curry stopped in midair before hitting the palm, which seemed a bit awkward and funny. Can't you say something important right away? This pitted appearance is really unbearable. Aquaman Arthur Curry thought silently, then retracted his hand in embarrassment. This time, after a few jumps, he landed directly in front of his subordinates, and said in a low voice, what is going on? Why don't you explain it quickly? The subordinate took a deep breath, and this time he spoke very quickly. At first, we also thought that those guys snatched people away, because the people who robbed them at first were just ordinary ability users, but we were quickly chasing them. When I was there, I found that those ordinary people were dealing with an orangutan, and handed over the comatose Luthor. The person who said this was just a young man, and he didn't dare to think about anything at all. After all, if he moved a little too much, I am afraid that Luthor was captured by the orangutan, and everyone would soon know about it. In this case, some things definitely can be avoided and should be avoided as much as possible. After listening to what his subordinates said, Aquaman Arthur Curry couldn't tell whether the other party did something wrong or not. So did someone chase after it? As long as the other party is still in the sea area, no matter where the other party goes, they can know the other party's whereabouts. If not, things are a little bit worse. Fortunately, the news his subordinate got was not too bad. The other party should be going in the direction of Central City. The subordinate spoke with certainty. Why did the other party go to Central City? Aquaman Arthur Curry is skeptical of this. I'm not very clear about that. However, no matter how unclear he is in his heart, the action on the sea can be ended directly. There is no need to stay here and let the rest of the people watch the joke. Aquaman Arthur Curry simply greeted Suyi, and then jumped into the sea directly. The people around saw that there was no fight, and they all looked at each other in blank dismay. The voices of those people just now were not very low. Although they deliberately lowered their voices later, they still heard something. They managed to catch the news that Luthor appeared here, but he suddenly disappeared. No matter how you look at it, this matter is not very simple. They don't know how to react here. They only know one thing. The man ran away again. It's just that Luthor was taken away by which force. This matter cannot be determined. Luthor was originally in the hands of Aquaman, but the news that he was robbed by other forces in the end was passed on to other forces again. While they started a new round of pursuit, Suyi stayed quietly in the office of Arkham Mental Hospital. His men are also looking for Luthor's whereabouts. Luthor is really powerful. He caused a storm all over the city by himself. Perhaps keeping Luthor in Arkham Mental Hospital is the best thing. Catwoman stayed in the office, secretly looking at Suyi while talking. In fact, everyone's attitude on this matter is different. Catwoman could feel this, and knew clearly that Suyi didn't want to take trouble with her at all. Don't look at your leader as if he can do anything in this world. I don't have that ability. Suyi looked at Catwoman, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle, and if it were me, I would only choose to kill Luthor again. After all, he is a very troublesome existence, so you should be thankful it's because Luthor didn't appear in my hands, otherwise you wouldn't have such an attitude now. Suyi was always smiling when she said these words, but it made Catwoman swallow hard. Catwoman simply couldn't guess whether Suyi really had no other thoughts on this whole thing. She couldn't figure it out, but she could see one thing. She noticed that Suyi is completely watching the show now. Catwoman stared at Suyi for a long time, then bit her lip, then turned and left. Sometimes staying here doesn't do any good, and it's better to leave as soon as possible. Save yourself embarrassment. As soon as she turned around, she opened the office door. But he was surprised to find an extremely huge figure standing in front of him. Doesn't look like a person. It is at least 2 or 3 meters high and has a huge stature. This scene not only stunned Catwoman, even Suyi froze in her original seat. This huge amounts of people wear a cloak. Those eyes peeking out from under the cloak, and that face. When you see it clearly, it makes Catwoman even more precious. It's an orangutan, and a huge one with a human touch. Catwoman couldn't help holding her breath at this moment. If she didn't make a mistake, if her memory didn't make any mistakes, Luthor should have been taken away by the orangutans. And that orangutan is very likely to be the one in front of him. However, these are just Catwoman's own guesses. When there is no way to know for sure, it is better to know nothing. Catwoman opened her mouth and wanted to speak several times, but the words had already reached her throat, but she couldn't spit them out completely. The guests have already arrived. You should go out temporarily now. So you looked at Catwoman who had been blocking the door, and opened her mouth to say something. Catwoman's cheeks flushed, and she gave up her position almost immediately, and at the same time, there was a bit of apology in her eyes. I'm sorry, I blocked it. The gorilla moved his position slightly in front of him, and Catwoman rushed out of the door almost immediately. After Catwoman left, Suyi looked at the gate with a subtle expression. I'm so sorry. While Suyi was saying this, He walked directly towards the door. Before the orangutan said anything, he raised his fist and smashed the door. 459. The utilized Suorova finds him. He felt that he had made a very big mistake. He seemed to have never considered that various guests would come to him on their own initiative. However, most of his previous guests were ordinary humans. Even if they were not ordinary, their height was not too exaggerated. Where would such a scene appear in front of him? Please come in. After knocking down the door, Suyi warmly invited huge amounts of orangutans to talk inside his office. On the other side, Catwoman walked out of the office, but did not leave immediately. Not only did he not leave immediately, but he even watched every movement at the door with very surprised eyes. Go and do your own business. Suyi said this to Catwoman, then turned around, and the door of the office was back to normal again. The office was used by Suyi in some ways, fully soundproofed. Therefore, if people outside want to eavesdrop on the situation inside, it is basically impossible. Cats do have the idea of eavesdropping at the beginning. No matter how close it was, there was no movement at all. In the end, Catwoman could only give up. Although she had given up, Catwoman didn't think about eavesdropping on this matter anymore, but she was still reluctant to leave, so she could only stand at the door stupidly. Gwen originally came here with fruit, but when she saw Catwoman, she couldn't help asking curiously, "What's going on with you? It looks like you've been greatly stimulated." Catwoman's reaction is really interesting. In fact, for Catwoman, today was really a big stimulus. She pursed her lips, and when she looked at Gwen, she said nervously, "Didn't we always look for? Should it be said to arrest Luthor? We also know that it looks like an orangutan. Someone took it away." Gwen nodded slightly when he heard the other party's words. At the same time, he asked with some doubts, "That's right, what's the problem?" "That orangutan came to the door on its own initiative." Catwoman raised her finger and pointed to Suyi's office while speaking, and added in a very natural tone, "He's right here." Gwen raised her eyebrows in surprise, and those beautiful eyes also laughed after wandering around twice. It turns out that Sue is receiving guests, and originally wanted to send him some fruit. It seems that it is not able to disturb. Now Suyi must be saying something important to the other party. She didn't dare to have any messy thoughts at this moment. Thinking of this, he turned around and planned to leave, but only a few steps away, Catwoman stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Gwen looked at each other with a very puzzled look. "What's wrong? Is there anything else going on?" Gwen was puzzled. "You just left. Don't you want to stay?" Catwoman's voice was somewhat eager. "Now is the best time to arrest the other party. If we can catch him, might soon find out exactly where Luthor is. And even if they don't catch it, other people will definitely be able to catch it. At the beginning, there may have been people hiding it, but now the situation is obviously not right. Instead of this, wouldn't it be better for them to start early?" Although some news did not break out, in fact, more and more people knew that Luthor was actually captured by an orangutan. The situation has now become increasingly critical. Catwoman can't let Suyi do nothing and let Futai go on like this. If there are some things that Suyi doesn't plan to do, then she can be given full authority to do them. Catwoman tugged on Gwen's wrist, with obvious eagerness in her eyes. "That's Sue's guest, don't do something annoying." Gwen looked at Catwoman calmly, and slowly withdrew her hand from the hand that Catwoman was holding. "Since you have joined our team, there are some things you must remember. The rules of the organization, although Sue has never mentioned this point, but everything is based on Sue, and don't touch his guests." Gwen was afraid that she didn't explain something clearly, and Catwoman couldn't hear clearly at all, so she said it again. Catwoman looked a little confused, as if she didn't understand Gwen's words at all. "I did not mean anything else." Catwoman spoke like this, Zero looking for flowers. Although she really wanted to pretend that she didn't understand what Gwen said, she also knew that the other party had already said it so clearly, and if she still couldn't understand it, it would be a bit fake. In fact, the other party will do this, isn't it because they hope that they will not do some inexplicable things? While Gwen and Catwoman were talking in the corridor, Suyi in the calendar room was also looking at each other with huge amounts of orangutans. This time the orangutan's name is Suorova, and when he knew there was Suyi, he thought about coming to him. There are many forces on the earth, but they are targeted by Suorova, and one of them is Suyi's team. That's because he knows very well that Suyi has always been in a neutral state, and he has been very serious about implementing this point. Zero. Absolutely not just talking casually. Especially if Suyi is not really neutral, then Suorova may not have such an attitude the next time they meet. "I came to you because among all the forces, only yours is completely neutral. Your attitude makes me feel a little confused, as if it doesn't matter if you find it or not." When Suyi heard what Suorova said, a little smile appeared in his eyes involuntarily. He didn't expect that their team would give each other such a feeling. To say that the other party's view is wrong is actually not the case, but it would be even more inaccurate to say that the other party's view is completely correct. Maybe it's like what you said. because from the beginning to the end I didn't restrain my subordinates to do anything. Suyi rested his chin on his fingers and thought about it thoughtfully. Then he had no intention of continuing on this matter, especially now that he has another thing on his mind. By the way, I haven't asked what your name is yet. At least getting to know each other while talking is very important. Suorova, my name is Suorova, and the person who arrested Luthor before was Grodd. He used my name. It is estimated that other people will think that it was me who arrested people and not him. 460. Who exactly hurt you so badly? Luowa frowned when he finished what Gerud had done. He was silent for a long time, and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It looked like he was very unhappy about something. Hearing what the other party said, Suyi nodded clearly. So that's how it is. Then I understand. Suyi put his finger on his chin thoughtfully, and then let out a chuckle from his mouth. Then tell me now why you came to me. What is the purpose of looking for me? What shall I do for you? Or something else? When Suyi said these words, she was actually very calm, and even the ups and downs of each word were not so obvious. What Suyi said was heard in Luowa's ears, and Luowa couldn't help but think about certain things, and then he said 347 very calmly, there is no need to do anything, because I don't think you are the guy who will help others casually. It is enough to keep the status quo. I thought you would add trouble to me, but obviously I misunderstood. Speaking of this, Luowa couldn't help but chuckled again. He raised his hand to help his forehead. Those guys who come to find fault don't care what I think. The only thing they want is for me to Luthor handed it over. But this is not something that can be done so easily. Grodd has been staying in the central city, and his forces are focused on guarding. He has always hoped that Luthor can form a large army for him. His ambition is even more obvious. Luowa has always known what kind of person Gerud is, and he is also confident that he can deal with him well. Even in his mind, he has completely figured out how to do this next. In fact, it's not just that he thought about it. He even said that Luowa had already contacted the Justice League. They will work together to deal with Grodd, handing Grodd to him, and Luthor to the Justice League. This kind of cooperation, no matter which force it is placed in, no one will refuse. At least that's how it looks in Luowa's eyes. When he learned about the existence of Suyi from the League of Justice, he couldn't help but wanted to run to see the situation. He is still very interested in Suyi himself. He knew that Suyi had intervened in many things, but he didn't do anything, and he was very surprised at this point. But I don't know if there is any strange charm on Suyi. When talking to Suyi, he unconsciously talked a lot about himself and Gerud, which happened in the past. When I came back to my senses, I couldn't help but feel a bit of annoyance in my heart. Why did he talk to this man named Suyi in front of him about everything? This situation is really too bad. He couldn't help muttering in his heart. All that needs to be said has been said. Luowa hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to the other party again. It's getting late, and it's time for me to leave. After saying this, he took heavy steps and prepared to leave again. Suyi quickly closed the door of the office, and said behind Luowa, I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. When Luowa was about to walk to the door, he couldn't help but pause when he heard Suyi say this. Regarding what Suyi said, Luowa just shrugged his shoulders as a response. Luowa turned and left after chatting with Suyi for a while. As for Luowa and where Luthor was, Suyi didn't hide from his subordinates, and told them about it very straightforwardly. When they heard what Suyi said, the others were very surprised. They didn't expect that Luthor would be captured and taken to Central City, which was far away from here. Did Luowa choose to cooperate with the people of the Justice League? It seems that we really don't need the help of our people. Now the Justice League is obviously in a relatively stable state of development. Before Superman Clark Kent led people to leave the Justice League to find another way out, the impact on them has become less and less. Damian Wayne and the others knew that this time the cooperation between the Justice League and Suorova must be a victory. But there should be something we can do, right? I think what we have to do at this time is to prevent the spread of this news. Let's just help the Justice League. When Damian Wayne mentioned this, he couldn't help raising his hand and scratching his cheek. Recently, I have always made my father unhappy. In fact, he didn't intend to make the other party angry. It was purely cheap. This time he stopped the spread of news for the Justice League, even if it was because of some bad things he did before. Let's make up for it a little bit. Hearing Damian Wayne mention this matter, Suyi didn't answer immediately, but thought about it a little seriously. In the end, he felt that this matter was actually nothing to consider. So he said directly to Damian Wayne, actually, you can consider this matter yourself. If it's appropriate, then you can do it. I will definitely not hinder you in any way. Suyi just thought about it for a while, and then made a judgment. At first, he was a little worried that Suyi would have some opposition to him, but when Suyi showed such an attitude, Damian Wayne instantly felt relieved. He stood up happily. If there is no problem here, I will pass. After Damian Wayne finished speaking, he looked around at his companions, and seeing that they didn't respond, he turned his gaze back. It seems that there is no objection from everyone. Damian Wayne left soon after. That was obviously a very intense war. 2.4 Because when Damian Wayne came back, his body was full of messes, and people couldn't help feeling the pain just looking at it. Who the hell is going to hurt you so badly? Harvey Dent looked at Damian Wayne's appearance and couldn't help frowning. What's going on with Bruce? Shouldn't he be there? Could it be that Cheng didn't take good care of you? He's very busy, and I'm a big kid. Why do I need him to watch me all the time? Damian Wayne was also a little embarrassed because he was seriously injured this time. This was originally a completely avoidable thing, a thing that would not happen, but now his body is full of scars. Those things that can be avoided suddenly become not so important now. 461. If it doesn't hurt, how can I be taught a lesson next time? He allowed Harvey Dante to tend to his wounds sullenly. Harvey Dante may be very angry about his injury, so when he was dealing with the wound, he acted very hard, and the painful Damian Wayne grinned uncontrollably. Uncle Harvey, can't you give me some relief? I can't stand the pain. Damian Wayne rejected Harvey Dante's actions, and he refused to deal with his own wound from the beginning to the end. If he had known that the pain would be so severe, it would be better not to treat these wounds at all. If it doesn't hurt, how can you be taught a lesson next time? Harvey Dante didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. He knew very well that Damian Wayne must have concealed something, and he didn't make it clear to them at all. Just because they didn't ask about it doesn't mean they didn't take it to heart. Damian Wayne looked a little embarrassed. He must completely forget what happened before, and he will never let it stay here for a moment. Damian Wayne is trying to forget what happened this time, but he thinks so in his heart. But he also needs to see if other people are willing to hide this matter for him. Not long after Damian Wayne came back, Bruce Wayne followed him to the Arkham Asylum. He came to report the situation this time, although he wasn't sure whether Su-Yi wanted to know what was going on this time. But whether the other party wanted to know and whether he told him or not were two different things. From Bruce Wayne's point of view, it is very necessary for the other party to know something. He thought this way, so when he saw Su-Yi and the others having a meeting around the table, Bruce Wayne felt a little sorry. However, his eyes fell on his son Damian Wayne, and he suddenly remembered why he came here, so he said slowly, Su-Yi, this time I came uninvited, please forgive me, I don't want to do something, but I think there are some things that you need to know. Bruce, it's not the first day we met, if you have anything to say, just speak up. Since you've already said that, I won't beat around the bush. After all, it's only Damian who is ashamed to say this. I'm not ashamed to say it. After saying this, Bruce even looked at Damian a few more times. Damian gave Bruce Wayne a hard look. He wanted to forget things, but Bruce Wayne took the initiative to come to the door and wanted to explain to others. This is embarrassing for him. Hey, old man, do you have to tell my tanks you're here? Damian Wayne looked at Bruce Wayne angrily. Sure enough, it was his own father. The other party wished that everyone knew what he wanted to hide. He's not ashamed enough about this. Is that what you mean? I just hope that you can teach me a lesson carefully and don't do unnecessary things. Even if you really want to do something, I hope you will think twice before doing it. Bruce Wayne looked very calm. Now that some things have been decided to say, then he has absolutely no intention of hiding them. The thing is actually like this. Damian did some things in order to hinder some news, but his things were wrong. He helped Gerud and dealt with Suorova together. When other people present heard what Bruce Wayne said, they were very surprised. Damian, why are you doing this? When other people heard what Bruce Wayne said, they couldn't believe it. They didn't even know what Damian Wayne intended to do. The reason why I did this is actually very simple. I didn't understand the difference between Gerud and Suorova at all. When Damian Wayne said this, he couldn't help raising his hand and scratching the back of his head. He really didn't think there was anything wrong with this matter. It's just a little mistake. If it wasn't because of the wrong relationship, how could he have such a situation? There should be a big difference between Gerud and Suorova. The reason why he heard that Damian Wayne would do this was because he didn't understand the difference between Suorova and Gerud at all. In this matter, other people have no way to understand. Although Suorova and Gerud are both gorillas, there are differences between gorillas. It's like in the eyes of Westerners, there is actually no difference in the faces of Easterners, and the feeling to me is actually the same. Damian, please don't make excuses like that. I think there's a big difference between the two. She couldn't help but want to lick her dry lips. When Catwoman looked at Damian, there was even a hint of ridicule in her eyes. And what happened after that? Grodd seems to be aware of this, so he resorted to tricks, not only using Damian, but even attacking him. He didn't have any defenses at all in this matter. That's why his injury became so severe. When Bruce Wayne said this, he was still curious and funny, and he didn't know how to react. When other people heard Bruce Wayne say this, they also felt that the other party was completely to blame, and they couldn't blame others at all. Although Harvey Dante knew this happened a long time ago, but after hearing the other party's words, I still feel incredible. It's completely avoidable. It might not even happen. Yes, so don't I think this is obviously a shameful thing? That's why Damian Wayne has always wanted to avoid this from happening. But this just happened. It's frustrating to the point of no good. Don't let something like this happen again next time. Su-Yi didn't expect to hear such news, and felt very surprised, so she said this to Damian Wayne. Damian Wayne thought that Su-Yi would be as usual and would not express any opinions on this matter at all. But he didn't expect the other party to have such an attitude. which made him feel very depressed. He covered his face and left in a hurry. Really lost dead men today. I will never allow such a thing to happen to me again in the future. 462 Gerud is a very cunning person. Damien didn't want to say anything more at all. Seeing that Damien, the person involved, has already left, Bruce Wayne's goal has been achieved, and he didn't say anything more about this matter. He came here this time for this matter. Regarding other matters, he believed that even if he told Suyi would never intervene. Under such circumstances, it is better not to say anything. Thinking of this, he just greeted Suyi and left. I know what to do next. Looking at each other, Bruce Wayne only left the last sentence, then go slowly. Suyi looked at Bruce Wayne's back and waved his hand gently. He knew that Luthor was now in the hands of the Justice League, but this matter had no effect on him. But why does he think that I am not so curious about some things? I still want to know what happened to Gerud. But looking at Bruce's current appearance, which is not bad, it is estimated that the result should be really not very good. Suyi couldn't help thinking this way in her heart. He was very curious about this matter. Originally, he thought that this matter would be passed on soon. He knew it was just a matter of time, but he did not expect that Suorova would explain this matter to him in the end. It was a very sunny afternoon when the gorillas rove appeared. It was also a rare rest day for Suyi. He drank afternoon tea and rested in the yard. Suorova, I didn't expect you to come to me when you are free. When the figure of Suorova appeared at the gate of Arkham Mental Hospital, Suyi seemed very surprised. Looking at the expression on the other person's face, Suyi also had a little smile on his face. The reason why I appear here is mainly because I want to express some thanks to you, Tilda. Grateful? When Suyi heard Suorova say these words, his tone was very surprised. To be more precise, he didn't understand why the other party should thank him at all. This was originally an extraordinarily strange thing. Suyi frowned. If it's not that my memory is wrong, I have to explain some things to you clearly. That is, I haven't said anything to you from the beginning to the end, and I haven't helped you. It can even be said that my subordinates even it also helped a little bit. If this can be regarded as helping, then Suyi really doesn't know how she should react. I mean it when I say this, and I'm really here to thank you for your help. After I came to chat with you last time, I understood one thing. I can no longer let Gerud make a mess of the entire orangutan family. In the past, I didn't think about this issue at all. Later, when I understood this matter, I couldn't pretend that nothing happened. If you are concerned about this matter, I am afraid I will never understand this matter. Suorova is a peaceful and even very content with the status quo. But obviously, sometimes being too satisfied with the status quo will only allow others to take advantage of it. If you don't understand something, you can pretend that you don't understand it at all. But it's obviously too much to pretend that you don't understand this matter even though it's already in front of you. Even if we talked about it last time, it seems that I have nothing to do with you on this matter. Anyway, when talking, what the other party understands may really have nothing to do with what you said. Suyi blinked, looking at Suorova in front of him with a very stubborn look. It is estimated that he really thinks so in his heart. Since you really think like this, there is no need to worry about some things. When thinking this way, Suyi let the other party put all this matter on him. Would you like some wine? Suyi shook the wine glass in his hand at Suorova, then smiled and said, I can ask someone to get you a bigger wine glass, and then you tell me what happened this time, in details. When Suyi said these words, his tone was extremely serious. This time I came here originally to discuss this with Suyi. After all, many people have experienced that incident, and they don't want to hear some repetitions from him at all. Suorova is very clear about what can be known and what cannot be known. Grodd is a very cunning man. After Gwen took a very large wine glass and put it in front of their table, and after Suorova drank a glass of wine, he first opened the topic, and 10 openings pointed out what kind of person Gerud was. Suyi's eyes flickered under the light, and he was very curious about what Suorova had to say. It's like listening to a very interesting story. There seems to be no big difference from the original plot development, but the reason has changed a little. In the original plot, Grodd is to form a new type of army to attack human society. Now in this world, Grodd is trying to capture Luthor and ask Luthor to help copy the orangutan team and expand the army, and the result is also an attack on human society. The process is different, but the result is completely similar. When she knew about it, Suyi seemed to find it very interesting. When Suorova told the story slowly, Suyi could also listen to it interestingly. So in the end you imprisoned Gerud in Gorilla City, is that right? Seeing Suorova stopped and didn't speak for a long time, Suyi suddenly asked, Li how? Hearing Suyi's question, Suorova was very surprised, and nodded immediately. I thought the leader of the Justice League didn't explain anything to you, but I didn't expect that he also told you about this matter. Ah, he said it. May I? Suyi smiled and nodded. In fact, Bruce Wayne didn't tell them anything except about Damian Wayne. It is only known in the plot. Hopefully we can be good friends in the future. Suorova found out from other aspects that Suyi is not a simple person. Such a person can only be a friend, and absolutely cannot become an enemy. Definitely, if I can become friends with you, I think it will be a very pleasant thing. Suyi smiled and nodded at Suorova. 463. Secretly protecting the drunk Suorova. There are only Su-Yi and Luowa left in the yard now, but they get along quite happily. Gwen is here only occasionally. She mainly came to deliver some snacks and fruits to them, or some dishes that could be served with wine. Other than that, she never appeared again. In this way, the space was left to Su-Yi and Luowa. In this way, the more time passed, Luowa found himself becoming more and more drunk. I drank too much today, and many happy things happened. It's getting late, and it's time for me to go back. When Luowa said these words, he shook his dick and stood up from his seat. Judging by his appearance, it was indeed as he said, and he planned to go back. You are a little drunk. How about I ask my men to take you back? Seeing Luowa's appearance that he was about to get drunk and collapsed, Su-Yi felt that as the master, it was very necessary for him to arrange the other party well. However, Luowa shook his head even though his body was shaking a little, and said in a very firm tone, "No, I don't want you to send me back. I can do it myself. No one dares to hurt me." 050. After Luowa said this, he put on his cloak neatly, and left Arkham Mental Hospital staggeringly. Martian Manhunter, Luowa, your secretly good guardian, has gone back. Letting a drunk person go back alone is a very immoral thing, no matter which world Su-Yi is in. He can't do this, so even if he has seen Luowa staggering away, watching him shrunk the body seems to be very secure. Su-Yi still chooses to have someone secretly escort him back. Okay, boss, I know what to do. After hearing Su-Yi's order, Martian Manhunter nodded in agreement almost immediately, and planned to follow Su-Yi's order. Su-Yi has already arranged the things that should be arranged, so she nodded in relief. In this way, Martian Manhunter silently escorted Luowa back to the Gorilla City, and he even secretly went to see Gerud who was being held. He is a little curious about things. He really wanted to know how small the difference between Gerud and Suorova was, so Damian Wayne would admit his mistake. He was very curious about this matter, but he didn't know what the difference was, so he wanted to tell the difference with his own eyes. After reading it, he looked as if he had lost something. It is indeed similar. If you don't distinguish and compare carefully, you can't tell the difference between the two at all. If Su-Yi sees it this way, Damian will admit his mistake, which is actually an understandable thing. Gerud is now in prison, with huge amounts of body against the cold wall, looking very depressed. Although there was nothing wrong with his whole body, Martian Manhunter was somewhat concerned, always feeling that the other party's behavior was not as harmless as it appeared on the surface. And there's one thing he's not sure about. The other party seems to have noticed his existence. Hope this is just his illusion. Martian Manhunter couldn't help thinking this in his heart. However, he thought so in his heart, but after continuing to observe, he was sure that there was still no problem, so he decided to give up temporarily. The idea that the other party has the ability, it should have nothing to do with him. What's more, this place is heavily guarded. But even I can't stop it. So, the opponent's guarding force is actually very poor. Martian Manhunter watched in situ for a long time, but after watching for a long time, he still didn't draw any conclusions. Frowning, he looked at it like this for a while, and finally felt very boring, then turned, slowly and left. After Martian Manhunter left, Gerud was originally leaning against the wall, but at the moment, he suddenly raised his lowered head, and looked exactly at the place where Martian Manhunter was hiding just now. Although the other party was hiding very deeply, Gerud was very careful with every step he took, and he would never let any possibility go wrong. After waiting for a while to make sure that the person who was watching him in the dark would not appear again, he stood up. Hey, it's just a prison. Do you really think you can trap me? When talking about this matter, Gerud's eyes showed obvious mockery. In the heavily guarded prison, Gerud opened the lock directly with violence, and when he was doing this, none of the guards hindered them, as if they couldn't see or hear. And the reason why they look like this is very simple. Grodd sent them an illusion directly in their eyes. They hear nothing and see nothing. It is precisely because of this that they naturally will not make any reactions. Gerud who escaped easily. This news has never been spread, until Luowa, who woke up from the drunkenness, suddenly wanted to go and see Gerud, and then found out that something was wrong. And this news was soon known by Su-Yi and the others. It was also at this time that Martian Manhunter suddenly felt like talking about the time when he went to Gorilla City. When I sent Luowa back to the Gorilla City, I had seen the situation there and thought it was not very good. When Martian Manhunter was talking about this, he folded his hands on his chest. No one noticed when I went in. When talking about this, Martian Manhunter felt a little helpless. He shrugged his shoulders. If we deal with the ability prison in a targeted manner like we in Arkham, then there will be no problems. However, no matter how much you think about it now, it won't work at all, because some things just happened to him. No matter how much you hope that this kind of thing will not happen, it is simply impossible. This news will reach our ears now. It is very likely that Luowa hopes that we can help them. If this is the case, it is actually very unreasonable for the other party to ask us for help. After all, we have nothing to do with him. Martian Manhunter was constantly talking, but found that Su-Yi was sitting there without saying a word. He felt that the leader's attitude was a little strange. 464. Gerud, what are you doing so fast? Martian Manhunter couldn't help but constantly looked in the direction of Suyi several times. After waiting for a while, he finally couldn't help it, so he asked, Chief, what is your opinion on this matter? Martian Manhunter is still very curious about what decision Suyi will make at this time. Suyi looked at Martian Manhunter indifferently. What judgment do you want me to make? Suyi didn't answer, but instead asked Martian Manhunter such a question, which made Martian Manhunter's expression slightly subtle, and he even felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. If he can make a decision, then he is not a subordinate but a leader. Although Suyi didn't organize them to do anything during this period of time, at least he wouldn't interfere with some of their decisions. If Luowa wants us to help, I think we can help. Martian Manhunter's voice paused when he said this. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Martian Manhunter felt that what he said was actually very reasonable. Suyi felt that there was nothing wrong with what the other party said, so he nodded. Since you think there is nothing wrong with it, I think you can do it like this. After saying this, Suyi obviously felt that this matter was meaningless, and there was no need to continue discussing it. On the other side, where did Gerud escape to? He was still in the Gorilla City, and he didn't escape outside at all. In order to make his next actions more convenient, he directly enslaved the lower race. Not only that, he even planned to use a machine to directly read all the intelligence of the residents of Gorilla City. He thinks this is the most urgent thing that needs to be done. Although these orangutans are all his own family, what annoys him the most is that these same people always drag him back from time to time. Maybe it is the best thing that they are just ordinary orangutans from the beginning. Thinking of this, Gerud's eyes flashed with vicious light. While he was manipulating this matter, he suddenly discovered a man. He just sat cross-legged on a box quietly, not knowing how long he was there. He just stared at himself like that, and he didn't realize it before. When looking at each other, Gerud felt a little apprehensive in his heart. He couldn't see the depth of this man, but this did not prevent the uneasiness in his heart from emerging layer by layer. And he always felt that he seemed to have seen this man somewhere. An oriental face? Gerud just thought about it for a while, but soon he wanted to understand where he saw the other person's appearance. When he was in the sea area before, when he took his men to snatch Luthor, he saw him near the fighting scene, looking like he was watching the excitement. Gerud hadn't remembered it before, but now that I think of it, I can't treat it as non-existent naturally. Definitely, even if you didn't think of it, you can't pretend you didn't see it. Who are you? Why are you here? If you want to find Luthor from me, then you have made the wrong idea. That guy is not in my hands now. When Gerud said this, the color in his eyes deepened involuntarily. Originally, he wanted to directly spread the fact that Luthor had been taken away by the Justice League, but now that Gorilla City is all under control, even if Gerud wanted to buy it or use other methods, Luowa seemed to be I know what he will do, so I have already given precautions in advance. He was still one step too late after all. He could even imagine that if he didn't do anything, Luowa would find him soon. It's just a matter of timing. Even if the other party uses the most stupid method to check one by one, they can directly check the location where he is hiding now. I know where Luthor is, and I don't care at all. I just came to see you. Suyi smiled. Gerud originally thought that the other party should have said these words on purpose, but the other party did not look like he was lying. But if it is not for this matter, then what is the reason? Gerud looked at each other quietly. His brain was even confused for a moment. Asking for flowers. He didn't know how he should react at this moment. I always feel that no matter what I do, it seems to be wrong. While Gerud was thinking wildly, he watched. His body also slowly receded, and from the corner of his eye, he was aiming for a place to escape. However, Gerud's figure is so huge, it is simply impossible for him to escape. To escape in front of Suyi. Gerud had just turned around and ran a few steps, but Suyi's figure appeared in front of him in an instant, only a few centimeters away from him. Perhaps realizing that they were too close, Suyi slowly backed away a little. Grodd, what are you doing so fast? I still have something to say to you. Gerud didn't listen to him, and ran in several directions, but every time Suyi could appear in front of him without any mistakes. Such a behavior of his made Gerud more and more angry. When he realized that he had no way to escape, he simply stopped trying to escape. Now that he has decided not to run away, Gerud is temporarily able to face Suyi with a very calm attitude. When facing Suyi, what are you going to say? Since there is something you want to say to me, then you should say it now. Anyway, whatever comes out of the other party's mouth must be some bad things. Grodd can clearly imagine this. Even some behaviors done by the other party are estimated to be unimaginable. I want to invite you to my house. The other party came out of such a sentence lightly. Hearing what Suyi said, Gerud knew in his heart that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. The other party said that he was going to be a guest at his house, and he must have wanted to arrest him. Ha, since you want me to be a guest at your house, then you'd better think carefully about whether you can do this. Gerud, who said these words, tried harder to escape this time than before. His speed is very fast. But Suyi, just as he expected, directly appeared in front of Shilu. 465. He banged on the prison door angrily and couldn't run. Gerud clenched huge amounts of his fist, and directly slammed it fiercely in the direction of Su Yi. Su Yi raised her hand, which was several times bigger than Gerud's, and directly grabbed the opponent with her not very big palm. Although Gerud was a little surprised that he didn't hit the opponent directly as he expected, but the opponent's current appearance was enough to make him feel very funny. "Do you think you can deal with me like this? It's useless." After saying this, Gerud wanted to break free from Su Yi's hand again, and slammed it in the direction of Su Yi again. However, Su Yi's hand looked much smaller than his, but the strength was extremely strong. Even if he wanted to break free, he couldn't break free at all. It was only then that Grodd realized how ridiculous it was to think that the other party was very easy to deal with. This matter 033. In the next second, he only felt that his hand was in excruciating pain when he was grabbed by the human being in front of him. What surprised him immediately was that he directly appeared in another place, a very strange place. "Where is this place?" "Arkham Asylum, and hereafter is where you will be held." Su Yi actually didn't want to interfere in this matter, but if this guy keeps acting outside, he will definitely cause a lot of big troubles. Some things are actually avoidable. It's not a good look to let the other party act outside all the time. Su Yi thought this way, and without any hesitation, pushed Gerud directly to the prison. It is not an easy thing for them to escape from Arkham's prison. In Gerud's eyes, no matter what kind of prison it has no effect on him. No matter how strong the prison in this world is, it is designed to be broken by people. He was able to escape, and he escaped very smoothly, and no one with the ability would hinder him. Gerud was locked up by Su Yi, but there was no panic in his eyes. But he is very aware of current affairs, and he didn't try to escape right away here, even provoking Su Yi in front of him. After all, if the opponent can catch him for the first time, he will naturally be able to catch him for the second time as well. Although Gerud is arrogant in many cases, he is not stupid. Su Yi had already caught the man, and naturally he didn't try to say anything to the other party. He turned around, left here, and closed the door. Soon, the place where Gerud was staying was only dim of light. It was quiet here in an instant, and Gerud was the only one left. Gerud waited until he was alone here, making sure that the other party would not return, so he wandered around in the prison where he was imprisoned. This looks like an ordinary prison, no different from others. Now we just need to find out what the situation here is, and we can escape right away. Gerud whispered to himself here. At the same time, he also realized a very serious thing, that is, his own image is too obvious now. If he can transform himself into a human being, then even if he stays under the eyes of other people, the other party will have nothing to do can handle him. Everything is well thought out, but there must be a chance to escape from this prison. Gerud took a deep breath and tried to escape using the power of his mind. However, he found that in this prison, his ability could not be used. When something happened to Grodd, he couldn't believe it at all. He was very angry and thought it was an accident. If it wasn't an accident, why couldn't he escape all of a sudden? Gerud shook his head, and his emotions began to gradually collapse. At first he thought it could only be an accident, but then once, twice, 3 times. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong. "I don't know what's going on in this prison, and I can't even use ability here. If there is no way to use it, how can he escape?" He was in such a hurry. Just as he was using various methods, he suddenly heard a sound of PSST. This is the sound of mocking. When the voice reached his ears, Gerud's whole body stiffened. What happened? Was there someone else here all along? Then it means that the other party saw everything he did just now. What is it with the people here? Why would there be another person he didn't find? Who is it? Who is it? Why don't you get out of here quickly? Gerud slammed on the iron gate of the prison angrily. Normally, as long as he exerted a little force, the iron gate would have been knocked down with a bang. But now, not only could the iron door in front of him be unable to be opened, he even felt that at the moment his hand was in special pain when it hit the difficult iron door. It's just an iron gate, but it actually makes him feel pain. This is simply a very incredible thing. Although I don't want to admit it, the truth is right in front of my eyes. This prison has indeed trapped him. And when Gerud was angry and unbearable, the person who had been born in the darkness finally showed his appearance. It turned out to be a woman. The woman walks in his direction. Light footsteps look like a cat. "Who are you?" Gerud couldn't help asking another question from his mouth. "My identity is not that important. I will appear here and you should know that I am one of the achievements here. If you want to find a soft way to leave through me, it is absolutely impossible." Gerud just rolled his eyeballs a little, and Catwoman knew exactly what crooked idea 1.9 was playing in the other party's mind. She directly pointed out her identity a little bit, and also let the other party get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Although it is an orangutan face, Gerud's grey expression is so obvious now. "How long are you going to keep me here? A few days, a few years, a lifetime?" His voice was gloomy and hoarse. "If my memory doesn't make any mistakes, I clearly remember that I don't have any hatred with your team. There was no deep hatred between them. Why bother to embarrass him for some people who don't know?" Gerud made his meaning very clear. He can bend and stretch, and even when he saw Catwoman, his expression was full of pleading. Catwoman will not be persuaded by the other party at all. 466. Nobody noticed Gerud's leaving. If you are released, many things will definitely happen. Catwoman is particularly sure of this point, because it can be seen from many times what kind of person the other party is. Even what the result would be if he was released, it was completely predictable. The leader captured the man back, which made everyone very curious. They didn't know why Fang Yang, who seemed lazy at all, suddenly decided to do so. But since the other party has done this, and it is obviously a good thing, then they will definitely not hold back the leader and let go of those who should not be let go. Catwoman will appear here, just a little bit of curiosity. Now that the curious mind is gone, the end is over. She stared at Gerud lazily for a while, making sure that there was nothing to look at before turning her eyes away. With very light steps, she left the place where she was held. However, Catwoman and the others trust their people so much that they will not be deceived by Grodd, and O3 will never let Grodd go. But I forgot there was something else. In addition to their original members, there are still hired people here, and the people hired here are originally because of the relationship maintained by money. If you want to destroy it, it is actually a very simple thing. Gerud, who had given up hope at first, but after observing for several days, he suddenly discovered that there was still a breakthrough. Although it is only a very weak chance, since he has already caught this matter, there is no possibility of it being lost from his hands. Gerud will always firmly grasp some opportunities under the worst circumstances. When Grodd escapes from the basement of Arkham Asylum. When the news reached my ears, it was simply unbelievable. At least Suyi and his group in the Arkham Asylum were very surprised. Although some things were not said, they were still very confident about the prison protection measures of their Arkham mental hospital. But it was such a place that made them feel very confident. But an accident happened. Among the hired men there are traitors. I knew that such a thing would happen, and I should have chosen a temporary partner from the very beginning, so I should have chosen more carefully. Since it has already happened, what's the point of thinking about it now? Now it's time to think about how to capture Gerud again. When he left Arkham Asylum, no one noticed. It's okay if you don't want to think about it, but when you think about it, it feels very outrageous. Even if we didn't notice it, the leader must have noticed it. Those people were discussing this topic very enthusiastically, and at the same time, they immediately shifted the topic to Suyi. Catching their sights, Suyi shrugged his shoulders slightly. Why do you think I might know about this? In normal times, Suyi still hopes to live her life peacefully. He will not deliberately inquire about something. It is precisely because he will not deliberately inquire, so he really does not know anything about Grodd's escape from the Arkham mental hospital. Suyi's expression was too calm. When other people's eyes fell on him, they instantly understood what Suyi meant. They covered their heads in frustration. Everyone has been caught, but let the other party escape directly. It is really terrible. In short, the person ran away. We can't pretend that we don't know anything. We still have to find out the whereabouts of the other party. 17. After a discussion, they decided to split up and went directly to the vicinity of the Arkham mental hospital. With Gerud's huge figure, someone will definitely see him. If it is clear that Grodd escaped from the Arkham mental hospital, but there is no trace of him, then some things have to be judged carefully. Where is that betrayer now? We have to find him, and let him tell us what Gerud has done. Suyi's tone was still very calm. It can be seen from his voice that he still doesn't take this matter to heart. I've already imprisoned the man, and now I'm going to bring him here. Catwoman felt that this incident had a lot to do with her. If she hadn't gone to the prison to provoke Gerud, then this incident might not have happened. Besides, in fact, she saw the guy who let Gerud go to deliver food in the prison. It was just such a scene. It was too common in the past, so she didn't take it to heart at all. Thinking of this series of things that happened, Catwoman felt as if her heart was severely scratched by someone with a giant palm, causing pain and numbness. She was a little annoyed. Next to Wanda, she noticed that Catwoman's attitude was a little different, and she couldn't help casting 600 of her own light on her. What's wrong with you? When Catwoman turned and walked towards the corridor, when she was about to bring her back, Wanda trotted behind Catwoman and asked this question. I think Gerud's escape has something to do with me. I said something to him at the time, and I ridiculed him that he couldn't escape at all. Maybe it was me. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wanda. If a person has the idea of running away, no matter where he is detained, his running away will never disappear from the beginning to the end. I don't know if you want to run away. Why do you have such an idea? But I want to say that it really has nothing to do with you. This matter should be blamed. Shouldn't it be the fault of Gerud who escaped? Shouldn't it be the fault of the person who let him go? Wanda felt that it was a very unreasonable thing for Catwoman to blame the whole thing on herself, and there was no need to do this at all. Originally, Catwoman really got into a dead end, but now after hearing Wanda's words, she also realized that what she was worried about now was very unreasonable and unnecessary. Her frown quickly relaxed. She looked at Wanda. Thank you, Wanda, I was thinking too much. This time, because of the relationship between things to understand, even the footsteps began to become lighter. 467 He's kind is the biggest misunderstanding. 467 He's kind is the biggest misunderstanding. Catwoman sped up to go to the prison and pulled the thin, shivering man hiding in the corner into her hands. The man was terrified. Miss, I did this time because of my ignorance. I didn't do it on purpose at all. My family is too poor. The whole family depends on me for support. When the other party said they would give me when there was a lot of money, I did terrible things without hesitation. I know that no one will forgive what I am doing now, but please give me a chance. At least let me arrange everything in my family." The man was obviously very scared, but he was still clear when he said these words. Catwoman looked at the other party with complicated eyes. He knew that the other party was not lying. When hiring them, their team had already investigated all their backgrounds, but she completely ignored one thing. The more people who can be hired with money, the easier it is to be moved by money. Although Catwoman feels that the other party is very pitiful, but since the other party has done such a thing and violated some principles of their team, Catwoman feels that the other party cannot be forgiven. If he forgives this time, then the other party may go too far next time. Although their team probably won't want such a person now, but some things can still be avoided as much as possible. Catwoman lifted the thin man to the conference hall expressionlessly. When the man saw a group of people staring at him, his trembling body trembled even more. There was a bit of hatred in his eyes. With his head down. After the man named Gerud was released, the other party did not give him any money, and he ran away without a trace. If he had known this would be the case, how could he have committed such a betrayal? But thinking about it now, it's useless. He suddenly knelt on the ground and cut out several times. "I'm really sorry, please forgive me Tilda." While apologizing, even the man was constantly crawling on the ground, trying to crawl under Su Yi's feet. He knew this man was their leader. He is very gentle, not even as. Normally, I would give them something from time to time. In the eyes of their subordinates, this is a benevolent leader. However, when he had such thoughts, he raised his eyes to look at Fang Yang, only to find that Fang Yang's eyes looked extraordinarily indifferent. At that moment, he knew that no matter how much he begged the leader for mercy, it would be useless at all. He suddenly felt that he was very stupid. How could he forget some things? Obviously, as the leader, it is impossible to be stupid no matter what. Even in normal times, all that Su Yi showed would make people feel confused, but he is the leader, and he would stand to such a level that he even dared to stay in the Arkham mental hospital, which means that he is not simple at all. Being watched by the other party's icy eyes, no matter how much the man thinks, he dare not come out at this time. He just knelt on the ground quietly waiting for Su Yi to give him the next fate arrangement. Su Yi didn't go too far, and directly kicked him out of Arkham mental hospital. Driving out the people who were originally working in the Arkham mental hospital is actually tantamount to them losing any hope, or returning to their original lives. What was the original life like? People who have already worked in Arkham mental hospital can no longer imagine what it was like at that time. Unthinkable. That's because they don't want to think about it, and they don't want to return to their original life. "Boss, I was really wrong." It was hard for the family members to live a stable life, thinking of the bright smiles on their family members, but because of one of their betrayals, they no longer exist, and the man's eyes showed panic. However, now that Su Yi has made a decision, he will never give the other party any more chances. Martian Manhunter directly dragged him out of the Arkham Asylum. The people who had been silently paying attention to the Arkham mental hospital discovered the man who had been kicked out almost immediately. They were very curious about this man. How big a mistake did he do to be kicked out? While they were paying attention to the Arkham mental hospital, many people had already locked their eyes on this man. They want to catch this man, and then ask what is going on. And if this is the case, the fate is definitely not good. The man didn't know about this at all, and he still wanted to ask for mercy. But when Martian Manhunter's blow appeared in front of him and burned all his clothes, his face turned pale all of a sudden, and he didn't dare to out loud. Not only did he not dare to make a sound, but he also left in such a despondent manner. The leader is very kind. Why would someone have such a big discussion? Martian Manhunter thought this was a very funny thing, couldn't help but shook his head, then turned and walked towards the conference room. When Su Yi watched him come in, she just raised her eyes to look at him, and then she didn't bother about this matter anymore. With Martian Manhunter on the line, it all ended perfectly. Then let's talk about Gerud now. You have decided to find Gerud before, so have you ever thought about where he will hide now? Or he will use this method to hide? After all, until now, we still don't know how he avoided it. Knew how. Su Yi opened his mouth lazily. Before this matter, I was thinking carefully. I think the possibility of Gerud escaping is very low. He should still be in our Arkham mental hospital. After all, other than us, other people, it is very troublesome if people want to change the guard, and even if someone comes and goes freely here, it is also a very difficult thing. I asked if there were any strange faces in our Arkham mental hospital before, or asked them if they thought it was very suspicious. Then what was their answer? Su Yi asked. Since they mentioned this matter, they must have found something. Su Yi thinks that being a leader is actually a great thing. Some problems don't need him to delve into them at all. These capable subordinates have already dealt with everything. 468. The stupid guy bewitched by money. And Su Yi just needs to stay where he is and listen to their explanations, and he can even compare some of the differences between the original plot and what happened in reality, so as to avoid more bad things happening in this world. While Su-Yi was thinking about this matter casually, Martian Manhunter, Catwoman, Harvey Dent, the young version of Clark Kent, Damian Wayne and others have already started to make some guesses of my own. And what they said was so logical that it really looked like the same thing. Su-Yi tapped the table lightly with his fingers. So what conclusion do you draw? There are too many processes that are unnecessary, and if possible, cut them down as much as possible. Although Su-Yi likes to listen to stories, but their story seems a little too long, and they still miss the point. What Su-Yi wants to hear is the point. Martian Manhunter coughed twice. The main point of our conclusion is that Grodd is now in the appearance of a human being. Although we don't know how he did it, he obviously used the appearance of a human being to leave Arkham Mental Asylum. We have asked other people before whether they have seen strange faces in and out of Arkham Mental Asylum, and the conclusion is that, except for those who sent fresh fruits and vegetables to Arkham Mental Hospital today, other than that, there were no unfamiliar faces. Usually, there are only 2 people transporting vegetables and fruits here in 307, but today there is suddenly one more person. Because they look similar, so other people don't pay attention, thinking that it is very likely that they are like this. It's just an arrangement, but now that I think about it carefully, I feel a little suspicious. Yes, if this matter were placed in normal times, no one would doubt it, but it just happened when Gerud was leaving. The others explained this matter very clearly with each other. Su-Yi nodded. Things have gotten to this point, and it may be simpler in the future. You have done a very good job, so let's continue to proceed with everything you know now. I believe you will be able to handle things very well. Su-Yi smiled slightly at several people, and after hearing what Su-Yi said, the others finally left from their original positions. They went about the arrangements as Su-Yi said before. On the other side, Gerud will help several of his people who can deliver vegetables and fruits to Stun, and then run away in despair. A GBH. On the way to escape, he felt a surge of elation in his heart. What a stupid guy. Everyone is confused by money. Gerud thinks that the ability to use hallucinations is really very good, as long as the money is paid to the other party, even if it is just some false existence. In his opinion, it will still deceive others. This way is really good, Grodd thought. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, you can use money to buy one. If it is not enough, you can buy 2, 3, or even more. Anyway, it is not real money. If you cheat, you will cheat. Gerud walked quickly on the street. The extremely big man bumped into someone along the way, causing a burst of cursing. When Gerud cast his eyes on the person who was scolding, the other party quickly stopped talking. After all, Gerud's eyes were full of murderous intent. If he really confronted the other party, it might not be so easy to end. There was extreme fear in the man's eyes. He didn't know that Gerud had really killed many people, although sometimes he didn't really kill them. But that was because if you do it, it will cause a lot of big troubles. His current situation is very dangerous, and there is a great chance that he will provoke the pursuit of the Justice League in Arkham. He even felt that the possibility of being caught was very high. So, at this moment, he must do something at this moment. For example, telling others about Luthor's whereabouts. Gerud was eager to make a move about this matter, but he knew that once the news got out, his tracks would be discovered. He has to let other people help him. Grodd's gaze was constantly roving the street. Soon, he was directly targeting those who seemed to be very poor. Take control of them and do what you want to happen. When Gerud finished this matter, he took advantage of the situation to let people announce that Luthor is now in the hands of the Justice League. He even involved Luowa and the entire group in the Arkham Mental Hospital. After this incident, he didn't stay where he was for a moment, but fled immediately. Fortunately, Grodd escaped fast enough, because it didn't take long for him to escape, and soon Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter had already arrived at the place. It's just that there is the breath of the used ability here, but the person is gone. That guy is really cunning, he can escape so fast. Damian Wayne looked around reluctantly, and after confirming that Gerud was indeed not there, he let out a sigh of annoyance. It's really shameless. Okay, Damian, don't worry about this matter anymore. The most important thing we need to do now is to continue chasing Gerud. I believe that even if he escapes immediately, the speed of escape will definitely not be too slow. Too fast. If we want to chase, we should be able to catch up. Seeing how angry Damian Wayne was, Martian Manhunter raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to get too entangled in this matter. Damian Wayne also knew that things had developed to this point. No matter how annoyed he was, nothing would change, so he could only keep his mouth shut. They didn't stay where they were for too long. Soon, they continued to track Gerud. Gerud was very angry. Those guys in the Arkham Asylum are all mentally ill. He had already avoided them on purpose, and it turned out that these guys seemed like they had been given blood, and it seemed that they must catch him. If they couldn't catch him, they seemed very unwilling. Damn it. Gerud couldn't help but spit out such a sentence. He was in a very bad mood, constantly smashing in the small space where he was hiding. However, in the place where I was hiding, there were very few things. After the things fell on the ground and smashed, there was nothing to smash. However, he couldn't do anything else, so he could only stand by. Those people in Arkham Asylum must be completely thrown away. 469. Martian Manhunter is better at camouflage than camouflage. Gerud secretly told himself in his heart that he must get rid of those guys from the Arkham mental hospital, otherwise it would be difficult for him to move forward. Once he can't move an inch, he will be unable to do anything. He would never allow such a thing to happen, and all the guys who would become his hindrance had to be eliminated. And those guys in the Arkham Asylum were the first targets he eliminated. Gerud had secretly made up his mind, but he couldn't take any action for a while. He has been trapped in a small space, researching the most important medicine for him. This potion can directly change the shape of his orangutan, turning him into a human. But time is very limited. The medicines used in the Arkham mental hospital were just semi-finished products, but now he can finally study them seriously. But the time is still very tight. In order to avoid being caught by others, he has to race against time to deal with these talents. When Gerud was studying these, his appearance had been restored from the human state to the gorilla form. When he saw his situation, he made a TSK sound from his mouth. Damn it, this medicine is not effective enough. Gerud was in a terrible mood about it. Such a bad mood lasted for a long time, until he suddenly noticed something moving outside the door. He was still not sure what was going on outside. He had already poured new medicine into his stomach. The sound of gurgling came out, and someone was kicked away from the outside. "Oh, sorry, when I saw a human being in the room." Martian lover said the sorry words directly to Grodd. "Hey, what are you doing? Isn't the person here Judo?" Damian Wayne is standing a little behind Martian Manhunter. When he saw Martian Manhunter apologize to the humans inside, he frowned almost immediately. He is definitely Gerud, and the smell on his body is exactly the same. Martian Manhunter couldn't help laughing when he said this. Compared to pretending, no one is more familiar with it than me. "Then what were you doing just now?" Knowing that the person was found correctly, Damian Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. The whole town ran around, and it was hard to find such a suspicious person. If not, it would be a great harm to them, and it would be a very bad thing. Yes, waste of time is naturally a very bad thing. I'm just joking with our Mr. Gerud. After all, it's rare for him to run such a long distance. If you chase him back like this, he must feel very annoyed. When Martian Manhunter said this, there was always a smile in his eyes. "I don't think the gorilla finds your jokes very funny at all." Damian Wayne shrugged his shoulders, and then his face changed, and he suddenly passed Martian Manhunter, and rushed directly in the direction of Grodd. Grodd originally thought that Martian Manhunter didn't recognize him at all, but when he realized that the man was actually teasing him, the anger in his heart had nowhere to vent at that moment. A feeling of resentment rushed into my heart directly. "You guys are damned." He spit out such a sentence from his mouth, and the aura around him was even more astonishing at this moment. With the obvious energy fluctuations on his body, he was still a human, but he turned into a gorilla again. In the past, Gerud would have regretted that the efficacy of this potion was so low and had no effect at all, but now, such thoughts have completely disappeared. Because whether the potion is useful or not, the other party can find him accurately, so whether the potion exists or not is naturally unimportant. Gerud was in a very bad mood, and he directly resisted the figure of Damian Wayne pounced on him. Damian Wayne struck very hard. That strength, that speed, turned out to be an intention to kill someone directly in front of him. "Damian, your hostility is too strong. Letting him go back alive may be the best arrangement." Seeing Damian Wayne's behavior, Martian Manhunter subconsciously wanted to stop it. "No, I don't think what you're saying is true." Damian Wayne's voice is very cold, and the best thing for a person like this is definitely to die. Ask for flowers, including that Luthor in the Justice League. Now many people are trying to destroy all the copies of Luthor left in the world. I believe that if this matter is to be accomplished, it is not a very difficult thing. It will only take a little time and it will be over soon. An existence that would cause great harm to this world has no need to survive. I think I have made such a decision that if the chief knew, he would not object. After all, they will be in the same team. In fact, they are very similar in thinking about this matter. After listening to Damian Wayne's words, Martian Manhunter seriously thought about what Damian Wayne said. Suddenly I feel that such of you may be correct. Some changes in thinking always change people's aura. Gerud felt a bit of fluctuation in his heart now. He even swallowed unconsciously. He knew that the person on the other side was completely murderous. If he wanted to change the current situation, then there were obviously limits to what he could do. In the end, the only thing I could think of that could change the current situation was to run away. Thinking of himself being so useless, Gerud felt a bit of resentment in his heart. In the current situation, he didn't know what to do other than run away. Gerud was constantly thinking about what to do next. The opponent's attack hit him one after another. Even though his skin was rough and fleshy, he could still feel special pain. His eyes are constantly floating around. That attack directly destroyed the small house, and at the same time gave him a chance to escape. Gerud escaped very fast, but no matter how fast he was, there was still no way to truly escape. Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter have been chasing behind them, and instead of getting further away, they are getting closer. Gerud was in extreme distress. Just when he thought he was really going to die here, suddenly a person appeared and directly grabbed his wrist. 470. He may be taken away by evil forces. Before he could react, he was led away by this person. It all happened so suddenly. Seeing the people who suddenly disappeared in front of them, Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter gradually stopped. Not only did they stop, but even after they looked at each other, their brows frowned in unison. Someone took Gerud away. What happened? Damian's eyes fell on Martian Manhunter at once, and he asked at the same time, have you seen clearly what the man who rescued Gerud just now has? Appearance? Wearing a black cloak, it looks like he doesn't want to be recognized by us. In short, no matter how entangled it is useless, because the other party has indeed left. Moreover, the guy who rescued Gerud 963 was very smart, and all the traces along the way were wiped clean. Although Martian Manhunter and Damian Wayne both wanted to catch up, they didn't know where to catch up. They fell into confusion, waited in place for a while, and inquired for a while. After confirming that there was really no other way, he chose to go back. They planned to go back to the Arkham mental hospital, and at the same time told all of this to the people in their team. As luck would have it, everyone was there when they got back, and they were all in disbelief when they heard what Martian Manhunter and Damian Wayne had to say. What? Are you saying that there is a person or a force that rescued Gerud directly? This is really an unbelievable thing. If Luthor is captured, it is still possible, but even if this guy Gerud is captured, it will be of no use. I think things may not be as simple as they seem. After hearing what his companion said, Martian Manhunter thought about it seriously for a while, and then said, in short, Damian and I have discussed this matter on the way back, and we will definitely continue to look for each other, although it will take a while, but it will always be found. Go and check to see if any new forces have suddenly appeared recently, or if there are any forces that have begun to operate secretly. Yi saw that Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter seemed to want to find out about this matter, so he handed over all this matter to each other. Yi believes that if he searches in this area, he will be able to find something between Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter. Although Damian Wayne and Martian Manhunter didn't know why the leader would suddenly ask them to investigate such a thing, but seeing the seriousness of the leader's face, they suddenly felt that they understood. Boss, do you think that this incident is likely to be suitable for some evil forces? Martian Manhunter dared to ask. Yi didn't refute what Martian Manhunter said, but nodded slightly. That's right, that's what I thought. I think you can investigate this aspect. After all, when I have also said that even if Gerud is saved, it will not bring them any benefits. But maybe they caught Grodd because they wanted to know about Luthor. The words were only halfway through, because Wayne suddenly reacted. Now the fact that Luthor was caught in the League of Justice has already been spread by Gerud, so they can know Luthor's whereabouts even if they don't go through Gerud. Could it be that he liked Gerud originally? If you can fancy it, it is estimated that there are people with bad ideas or some evil forces. Thinking about it this way, they felt that Yi's speculation was actually very correct. Martian Manhunter and Damian Wayne have clearly been persuaded by Yi. You're right, maybe we should do it. While they were looking for Gerud's whereabouts, Bruce Wayne from the Justice League came over. The fact that Luthor was captured brought a lot of trouble to the Justice League. Although the matter is now temporarily resolved on the surface, Bruce Wayne knows that some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. At least he himself will not be so naive. Bruce Wayne at the moment was like a seriously ill patient, limp in front of Yi's desk, lazily. Yi, I'm afraid you can't imagine what I've been through recently. That's really terrible. The state is even more exaggerated and terrible than fighting directly. Even in retrospect, Bruce Wayne feels that such a scene is very scary. Bruce, you're exaggerating. No, it's not an exaggeration at all. Bruce Wayne sat up suddenly, staring at Yi very seriously. I know that the existence of Luthor is very important to many people. I know exactly what is going on in their hearts. I have to stop but I can't stop them. Everyone's thoughts are independent. I can control their behavior, but I can't control their thoughts, and I can't even monitor them all the time. But you made a good decision recently. Listening to Bruce Wayne's complaint, Yi said this in a flat tone. Bruce Wayne suddenly laughed when he heard Yi's words. I made a good decision? It looks like this. I asked them to destroy Luthor's copy, so that Luthor would not have the possibility of escaping again. It seems that they have done so, but who can guarantee that they really did? They don't trust me, just as I don't trust them at all. It seems that this is indeed a very serious issue. So you came today, just to complain about 4.0, or do you want me to help you with some ideas? I can't ask you for everything. I came here today just to express my grievances. It can also be regarded as giving you a little more work, so that you won't be bored in the office every day. Bruce Wayne smiled. Hearing what Bruce Wayne said, Yi also smiled. It seems, maybe I should say thank you to you. You don't have to be so polite. The two chatted happily in the office, but Damian Wayne outside the door has been lying at the door, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation of the people inside. Harvey Dante came over, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. This door is soundproof, so you can't hear what's going on inside. If you really want to know, you can go in and listen. 471. It's pleasant to take a long vacation for yourself. Harvey Dent's very enthusiastic proposal. The young version of Clark Kent also laughed beside him. Yes, Damian, the person inside is your father. I think he should not object to you going in and listening to them. Damian Wayne heard Harvey Dent and the younger version of Clark Kent teasing, and the expression on his face clearly revealed a bit of discomfort. It would be fine for him to go in, but he didn't plan to go in, because every time he went in, he would always quarrel with his father. That was not a pleasant scene. He straightened up. You read it wrong. I was leaning on this side just now, just because I saw a scratch on it, and wondered if I had to change the door. After Damian Wayne finished speaking, he raised his chin and left arrogantly. Clark Kent and Harvey Dent couldn't help laughing when they saw the traces, which were probably very small, and if they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have found them at all. Children are really cute and innocent. Harvey Dent couldn't help but shook his head. The expression on 07's face looked extremely helpless. Everyone goes through this age. Clark Kent couldn't help but say the same thing. After hearing Clark Kent's words, Harvey Dent patted Clark Kent on the shoulder. In the eyes of the leader and the two wives of the leader, you are actually just a child. Although the one in front of him looks much older than the leader and the two wives, but at least they grew up watching him. Watched by Harvey Dent with a kind face, Clark Kent also felt uncomfortable. He raised his hand and scratched his cheek, and quickly changed the subject in order to hide his discomfort. Maybe Mr. Bruce Wayne was talking about news about Luthor or Grodd. Maybe so. Harvey Dent shrugged his shoulders indifferently, not taking this matter to heart at all. Compared to this, I feel that I haven't rested for a while, and I may give myself a longer vacation. I originally wanted to talk to the leader, but since you are here, please help me. The leader said it. Have a holiday. Does their team have the concept of vacation and work? It was the first time Clark Kent heard someone say that he gave himself a vacation, and he was stunned for a moment. However, when Harvey Dent said this to him, he had already left. Clark Kent turned around, wanting to see what kind of attitude he had at the moment. But Harvey Dent didn't give him this chance at all. Harvey Dent left very quickly, and when he froze in place, he had already disappeared without a trace. Even if Clark Kent originally wanted to say something, or ask a few questions, but at the moment the other party has disappeared, then his original idea can only be done. The conversation between Bruce Wayne and Soo-Yi didn't last very long. After a while, he walked out of the office, and happened to see Clark Kent who was waiting at the door. Bruce Wayne's expression was very surprised, and when he looked at Clark Kent again, he still had that complicated expression. When Clark Kent saw his appearance, he knew that Bruce Wayne was looking at the older version of Clark Kent through him. Knowing this in his heart, he didn't care too much, but nodded to Bruce Wayne to say hello. Mr. Bruce Wayne, good morning. Good morning. Bruce Wayne also said this to Clark Kent, and then slowly turned his eyes away. After watching Bruce Wayne leave, Clark Kent knocked lightly on the office door and walked in. Clark, what are you looking for me for? Brother, I want to tell you that my parents are not used to living here. He wants to go back to the original town. After all, they have lived in the original town for decades. The time is okay, but after a long time, I will not get used to it. Clark Kent actually wanted to talk about this matter a while ago, but he was very busy at the time and was constantly running around because of Luthor's relationship. Before that, because of the older version of Clark Kent, his parents didn't even say anything at that time. But now that he is free and has more time to spend with his parents, they couldn't help but tell him about this matter, which made him feel very distressed, so he planned to go back with his parents for a while. In Rack Kent's mind, Soo-Yi has always been very clear about how important his parents are, so when he heard him say this, he nodded. If you have time, you really should go back with your parents. One trip, I approve. Soo-Yi didn't say too much on this matter, and directly agreed. Hearing that Soo-Yi agreed with his decision, Clark Kent heaved a sigh of relief, and Soo-Yi felt a little funny with that uneasy look. Could it be that you think I won't agree? That's why you feel so uneasy. Any decision brother makes is enough to make me feel uneasy. Clark Kent looked at Soo-Yi with a smile, and then he said another thing. 487. He has not forgotten that Harvey Dent asked him to ask for leave with Soo-Yi. Harvey Dent asked me to tell you that he might take a longer vacation for himself, and he looks like he has something very important. Although Clark Kent didn't ask some questions clearly, some things can still be seen from the other party's face. Harvey Dent took a long vacation for himself? For Harvey Dent's behavior, Soo-Yi didn't think anything of it, but he was very curious about what happened to Harvey Dent to give himself a long vacation. No matter how you look at it, it looks very strange. But obviously, Clark Kent didn't know what was going on at all. Soo-Yi thought for a while, then smiled and said to Clark Kent, I understand. Then Clark, you will be with your parents today. Gotham City buys some local products and brings them back to the uncles and aunts in the town. Gotham City is still very chaotic, and Clark's parents are just ordinary people, so they need his company very much. While talking, Soo-Yi even gave Clark Kent a sum of money directly. Brother, I don't need it. Clark Kent panicked. This is a meeting gift for those uncles and aunts, so just choose this money to spend. It is also my heart. 472 The animals in Gotham City are rioting. If the money was transferred directly to Clark Kent, then he might not accept it, but Suyi said that it was given to the uncles and aunts in the town. This leaves Clark Kent with absolutely no reason to refuse. Clark Kent took the money with peace of mind. Then brother, I will thank you for the uncles and aunts in the town first, and I will send a letter of your concern for them. Hearing Clark's response, Suyi responded by curling his lips at him, as if expressing his current attitude. In fact, he didn't think so at all in his heart. Suyi just wanted to spend money for Clark Kent. After all, this person in front of him is also a child he watched growing up. Isn't it normal for elders to give pocket money to younger generations? However, it is good to think about this kind of thing in your heart, but if you say it out of your mouth, the situation is not so good. He believed that Clark was not at all happy to be treated like a child. Clark would show up at Suyi's office, mainly to ask for leave. Now that the request for leave has been completed, there is no need to stay. Clark said to Suyi very seriously, brother, if there is no problem, I will leave first. Good. After hearing Clark's response, Suyi nodded in agreement without any comments. Clark's matter was settled, so he left with a very relaxed pace. After Suyi solved a problem, he didn't react at all. He just chose to continue reading the novel in his hand. Recently, in addition to reading some fairy tales, he has become fascinated by some foreign suspense novels, which he finds very interesting. The one I saw recently was really interesting, and he was involuntarily fascinated by it, and the whole person was directly immersed in some of the worldviews described by the author. I hope that nothing will happen in the near future, so that he can focus all his attention on the book he has in hand, and he can also read it completely. I believe this will be a very pleasant thing. But accidents always happen when he doesn't expect them. Although Suyi hoped that such a thing would not happen in his heart, there was no way to stop it. Suyi was in a very bad mood. Can't you let him read the book with peace of mind? Why are there so many problems in this world that people need to solve? What's going on this time? Although Suyi obviously didn't want to pay attention to some things, but he couldn't help but ask at this time. After all, even if he deliberately doesn't pay attention to certain things now, there are still some things he has to watch. Also have to pay attention. It was so frustrating from beginning to end. After all, even if he doesn't pay attention now, he will take the initiative to find him in the end. So no matter what he thinks, the plug-in thing may be the best choice now. I don't know why, but all the animals in Gotham City have become irritable. Catwoman likes to act at night. These few nights, she has always found some very subtle places. At first, she didn't take it seriously at all, but when she realized that the situation had begun to change, she couldn't help but become serious. I thought it was normal at first, but at night, the barking of dogs and the meowing of cats are always disturbing. No matter how dull it is, I can definitely feel the difference. Could it be that these are just your illusions? I don't think the reactions of those animals may be any special signals. Damian Wayne shrugged his shoulders, and at the same time spread his hands, not paying attention at all. Looking at the other person's appearance, Catwoman knew that the other person didn't take what she said seriously at all, and even thought that she was joking, or that it wasn't that important at all. I'm not kidding. If I didn't feel some danger, I wouldn't be reacting like this at all. Even though Damian Wayne is just a kid, Catwoman doesn't think it's wrong to be angry with a kid. Obviously she thought this way in her heart, but in fact it really made her not angry, and it was very difficult for her to do so. She clenched her fists tightly, so she could only sulk next to her. It is impossible for animals to be irritable for no reason. It is normal if there are only one or two animals, but it is absolutely impossible for a large group to appear. Some people over there started arguing, and Shu also spoke slowly after hearing them end the topic for a while. Hearing what Suyi said, Catwoman, who was still a little angry, suddenly became happy. That's right, just like what the leader said, things are definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. Others don't understand, but fortunately the leader can understand this matter. Even if the animal rights are a big deal, what kind of impact can it have on us? Even if Suyi said about this matter, Damianville still didn't care much, and mentioned it casually. This kid really makes people can't help but want to get angry. Sometimes, even Suyi can't help thinking this way in his heart. Even if he had a little angry thought in his heart, this little thought would not stay in the depths of his heart for too long. He chuckled lightly, and then quickly rectified his mind, and the little bit of displeasure quickly disappeared. Kian's good. Catwoman, since you are very interested in this matter, then you can continue to check, and you can even find out who is willing to follow you to the past, and you can go to find out about this matter together. Suyi naturally handed over this matter to Catwoman to take full responsibility. In fact, what Catwoman hopes more is that Suyi can accompany her to act together. However, Suyi's current attitude is obviously not to let him intervene when there is no certainty. Although on the surface Suyi didn't speak very clearly on this matter at all, but Catwoman understood. Okay, leader, I know what to do next. Things can be over right now. If you continue to tangled in it, it will not work at all. Suyi smiled and gave Catwoman a slight nod, and the matter was considered over. 473. Domesticated animals seemed to be out of control. At night, when other cities began to become quiet, Gotham City was still very lively, and under this lively situation, a large number of actions of those animals were covered up. In a farm, the cattle and sheep raised in captivity appear restless. The red light in their eyes flickered constantly in the dark night. They crossed the fence and quickly gathered towards one of the directions. Mice, birds, but all creatures in or outside the city became very unusual at this moment. "David, what's the matter with you?" The yellow dog raised by the hostess suddenly grinned, looking very fierce. Hear the voice of his own yellow dog. The hostess turned on the light at once. The yellow dog looks very aggressive, but the hostess is not afraid at all. After all, this is a dog that I have raised for almost 10 years, and their relationship has always been very deep. Even though her dog's current condition looks very bad, she is also very confident that her dog will never attack her. While thinking like this in her heart, she got closer and closer until she hugged the yellow dog into her arms and stroked its back comfortingly. "What's the matter? Are you hungry or something uncomfortable?" In this city, a similar scene is constantly being played out. Those who are easily affected by 357 are mostly wild animals or animals wandering on the streets. Although it can only control these poor little wanderers, it is enough. Gerud was on the tallest building looking at Gotham City, which was still very lively even at night. His eyes were shining with excitement. Although those domesticated animals are very loyal to their owners, but so what? The number of domesticated animals is definitely inferior to these wild animals and these stray animals. Their wildness is extraordinary, and they can even directly attack other people. Since successfully joining the Injustice League, the malice deep in Grodd's heart has been magnified to a point that is hard to ignore. He hated the so-called League of Justice and those in the Arkham mental hospital to a certain extent. But he didn't have much hatred for his own clan, Suorova, and the others. After joining the Injustice League, when he knew what they wanted to do next, his only condition was to deal with these guys from the Justice League and Arkham Asylum. When they said this, their tone was very serious. It also made others realize that something was wrong. They want Grodd to do things for them, not Grodd to tell them what they want to do too. But even if there was a little bit of dissatisfaction towards Gerud in his heart, the people of the Injustice League still gave Gerud some help. Anyway, no matter what Gerud wants to do, it is undeniable that their goals are actually the same. In such a situation, what is there to worry about? Gerud smiled. He was on the tall building, very satisfied with the scene he saw now. "Those who always thought that I would come to the sheep." When talking about this matter, Gerud's voice became a lot more comfortable. "Got you." While Gerud was still looking at everything in front of him triumphantly, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. The woman's voice was very familiar. He remembered hearing it with his own ears some time ago, so when Grodd turned around, he wasn't surprised to see Catwoman. "We meet again." When he saw Catwoman, Gerud said this, with an obvious sense of complacency in his tone. Even if there is someone standing in front of him who is likely to hurt him. But he doesn't care at all. An eagle suddenly fell from the sky, and then slammed directly in the direction of Catwoman. The eagle, appeared very suddenly, and at a very fast speed. Catwoman did not expect that there would be an enemy attack above her head. When she noticed this scene, she was also very surprised. The body obviously moves faster than the brain, and she just took action almost immediately after feeling this. She spun around and quickly avoided the eagle's attack, but her speed was obviously not as fast as the eagle's. There was still a little bruise on the cheek. She raised her hand to wipe her cheek. "You don't need to worry about your face at all because it will heal itself after a while." Seeing the other person's appearance, Suyi spoke lightly. Because in the past, Suyi had been intentionally restraining the aura on her body. So Gerud only found Catwoman, but didn't see Suyi at all. But now when he saw Suyi, his face suddenly turned pale. Although Suyi has only been in contact with Suyi for a short time, his feelings towards Suyi are very complicated. Apprehension and fear, and even a somewhat unpredictable feeling are hidden here. Obviously now he felt that he was already standing on the upper edge, but when he saw Suyi at this moment, he still involuntarily took a few steps back, and when it was impossible to retreat, he couldn't help but say he said, "Do you really think that you have always been this powerful? Let me tell you, this time I am fully prepared to attack Gotham City. No one can defeat me." Gerud, who said these words, was full of self-confidence and malice in his voice. Suyi stood by and looked at Gerud like this, without saying anything. "Maybe what you said is actually true. I think all the words you said are very interesting. However, how do you know that you will win? Even if you control this army of stray animals, they are just ordinary animals after all." In the dark night, when Suyi said these words, there was a cold light in his eyes. It seems that verbal threats have no effect at all. Gerud directly manipulated these animals to attack Suyi and the others. These animals manipulated by Gerud seemed to go crazy. They only knew how to attack and didn't know how to defend at all. Their number is very large, especially those rats that climbed up from the ditch. Tens of thousands, or even an even larger number. 474. The lingering Gerud is defeated again. When seeing this scene, Catwoman couldn't help frowning severely. It never occurred to her that there were so many rats in this city. It was simply terrible. A dense patch. But her eyesight is very good. When she saw this scene, She couldn't help but her scalp became numb. There is simply no way to tolerate the current situation. She backed up a few steps with some resistance, as if doing so would change the current situation. It seems girls naturally dislike these existences. Although Su-Yi didn't say everything clearly, anyone who knows Su-Yi can feel how helpless he is now. Su-Yi is naturally very helpless. He has actually guessed what will happen today, but he is not so sure about the timing. After all, Grodd did do similar things in the original plot before, but he attacked Central City, not Gotham City. It seems that I and the Justice League have captured all of Gerud's hatred, and they have grasped it on themselves. When clearly understanding this scene, how could Su-Yi not feel helpless? Leave everything to me from now on. Catwoman, you can go and take a look at other places temporarily. I hope no one will be harmed today. By the way, contact the Justice League and other forces. Let them pay more attention to the situation around them. Gotham City is already very chaotic and won't continue to mess around. Anyway, this is the city where Su-Yi lived, and Su-Yi still has a lot of affection. After all, the life here has no constraints on him. On the contrary, he is more comfortable. Although dangers and troubles are always by my side, these problems are not very big. As long as these troubles are solved one by one, then the problem will not be that big. Although Su-Yi hates troublesome things, when troubles really come to him, he will not sit idly by, but will choose to deal with them actively. When Su-Yi and Gerud met each other, on the other side, Catwoman was already walking quickly through the city. She told the Justice League about all the mutations of the animals, and asked the Justice League to tell other people about the situation. The members of the Justice League nodded vigorously after knowing this matter. Don't worry, miss, we will take care of this matter. After Catwoman finished talking about this matter, she happened to see Damian Wayne not far away. When Damian Wayne saw her, Catwoman just tried to avoid him. After all, they didn't have a very happy fight before, but if Damian Wayne wants to stop it, it will be very difficult for Catwoman to break free for a while. So she could only endure an impatience deep in her heart, and asked Damian with an unattractive expression on her face. What are you going to do? Why are you stopping me? Don't you know it's a very urgent situation now? I definitely know that the situation is very urgent now, but no matter how urgent the situation is, I must explain something to you today, lest the matter drag on later and it will be difficult for me to speak. Catwoman saw that Damian Wayne really seemed to have something, so she stopped and asked, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'm really in a hurry. Catwoman held back her impatience, and Damian Wayne suddenly bowed 90 degrees to Catwoman at this time, and said seriously, I was against you before. I am very sorry, I was wrong. I am here to apologize to you. Catwoman didn't expect that Damian Wayne stopped herself for this matter. She was very surprised by this, even a little unbelievable. Why do you suddenly want to apologize to me? I actually don't care much about that matter anymore. When Catwoman said this, she actually didn't think like this at all. She was actually very concerned about this matter in her heart. She has been thinking about this matter for several days. On the surface, it seems that they don't care much, but in their hearts, it's not the same thing at all. No matter what you think in your heart, I still have to apologize to you for what I did wrong. Damian Wayne couldn't help taking several deep breaths when he said these words. Then I accept your apology. Zero looking for flowers. Catwoman turned and left after saying this. She still has many other things to do, but because of Damian Wayne's apology, she is in a very good mood now. Even the figure of her going to work became more relaxed. On the other side, Su-Yi got rid of Gerud very easily. Seeing Gerud lying on the ground like a pile of mud, Su-Yi's expression was very calm. There was no longer the usual smile on his face. Definitely, that smile doesn't seem to be so important now. After all, who would laugh all the time? It's just a smile to hide some thoughts deep in my heart. Oh. Thinking of the current situation, Su-Yi couldn't help but let out a little bit of complaint. It's really causing me trouble. After saying this, he pulled Gerud directly away. It is said that to capture the thief first capture the king. Now that Gerud has been caught, it becomes a breeze to deal with the current army of stray animals. There is no need to do anything else. It has been perfectly solved. The Justice League and the rest of Gotham have worked really hard to do something. No matter how tit for tat they were before, they were all members of Gotham City, and if something went wrong in Gotham City, it would originally be of no benefit to them. Attacking Gotham City with animals is the absolute stupidest thing to do. Living in Gotham City for such a long time, it's the first time I know there are so many animals in Gotham City. After the wild animals recovered, they flew away immediately. The stray animals in Gotham City have all been sent to the Animal Protection Center, and I hope they will be fine in the future. They will live very smoothly, and they will be able to meet suitable owners in the future. Perhaps this incident has brought these stray animals a blessing in disguise. I think this is actually a very good thing. In terms of the arrangement of the animals, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the problem was quickly resolved. 475. Gerud's body is thrown into the trash can. Gerudo is like a dead dog, usually reappearing in Arkham Psychosis after solving the animal riots. This time his luck was not good. He just lay on the floor. The cold place made him shiver all over his body. He was obviously in a coma, but he seemed to feel everything around him. and that gorilla face looked very disturbed. "Chief, what do you hope to do with him when you brought it back?" Damian Wayne looked at everything in front of him, and asked Su Yi very curiously. He is very curious, and at the same time wants to know what Su Yi will do next. Su Yi stood in front of Gerud's limp body. Her eyes looked a little careless, but at the same time they were a bit cold. "What do you think I should do at 280 under the current situation?" Su Yi opened his mouth to ask. His attitude looked like as long as they opened their mouths to decide how to execute next, then he will do it accordingly. After listening to Su Yi's words, Damian Wayne grinned, and a malicious smile appeared on his face at this moment. If such a person is alive, he will only add all kinds of troubles. "I think he should be killed." Damian Wayne came up with a smug decision, and he made such a decision, thinking that he was doing very correctly. After all, it would not work to just trap him. Just like the cell in the basement of the Arkham mental hospital before, those ability people were usually held, and they couldn't escape, but this Grodd managed to escape by and it only took a few days. So sometimes you really don't want to underestimate others. After all, it is very likely that those people who you didn't care about at all will suddenly give you a very big surprise. Harvey Dent is not in the team now, and Clark Kent also accompanied his parents back to the small town of his hometown. Now there are only a few people they can discuss with. Su Yi listened to their discussion for a while, and soon left it to them to do it themselves. "I believe that you will never let me down, and you will definitely get a good result. I will just wait for you to tell me the result." Su Yi made it clear that she didn't want to interfere too much with this matter, and in the eyes of these subordinates who have already understood the nature of all the people in the world, they feel that the reason why the leader entrusts them with this matter, I am afraid it is to avoid troublesome things. Because the leader obviously hates trouble the most. Seeing Su Yi's figure getting farther and farther away, they didn't continue to say anything more about this matter, but quickly all their eyes fell on Grodd, who was lying on the ground and seemed motionless. Germany's body. Seeing that this guy seemed to be in a coma on the surface, he even fainted and remained motionless on the ground, but the people who surrounded him knew very well that the actual situation was not like this at all. This guy is pretending to be dizzy. After all, the eyeballs under his eyelids are shaking very fast. In such a situation, they must be convinced that he actually fainted. It is estimated that none of the people present believed it. "Grodd, you should have heard everything we said just now. What's your opinion on what we said?" Even though it has been exposed, Gerud is still pretending to be dizzy. Just when they decided whether he was going to live or die, he was already very nervous. At the same time, he would never allow that kind of thing to happen to him, but he didn't think of any way to get rid of the current situation, so he could only do it. Damian Wayne was just teasing him at the side. He squatted down and stared at the huge amounts of orangutan with a look of fear and awe. It was obvious that his whole body was showing that he was very afraid, and even his whole body was full of flaws. He didn't expect that in the end, he would actually do such a thing. What a cowardly guy who likes to do bad things. Release this person. Number. Definitely not. Damian Wayne shook his head self-consciously, and she suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the next second, he directly attacked in Gerud's direction without any hesitation. Grodd wanted to resist, but when he closed his eyes, he was destined to be much lower than Damian Wayne. Damian Wayne had a bright smile on his face when Grodd's entire head was held by Damian Wayne, even though his face and body were stained with blood, making him look terrible even in the daytime. He was still unaffected, and even said to the unhappy Catwoman next to him, "Sorry, I seem to be taking care of myself. I made my own decision." Catwoman's lips trembled twice, wanting to say something, but in the end she closed her eyes as she looked at Gerud, who was dead and absolutely unable to be resurrected. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes had returned to calm. "Since you decided to deal with this matter, then you will be the one to deal with Gerud's body next." Damian Wayne was moving so fast she didn't even have a reaction. Now that Damian Wayne has dealt with Gerud, the next thing naturally has nothing to do with her. Catwoman looked away from the other person, and Damian Wayne looked at Grodd's body and shrugged. "Let him handle it." Damian Wayne very casually dumped Grodd's body in a dumpster in front of Arkham Asylum. He thinks that garbage should stay in the trash can. After finishing this matter, he looked at the bloodstains on his body with disgust. It's really bad. This is the new clothes he just put on today, but in the end he had to face the fate of being replaced. Speaking of this, it also made him a little dissatisfied, but fortunately, he dealt with a bad guy. So no matter how bad the situation is, it's not that bad. When Damian Wayne walked into the Arkham Asylum, a muscular man in a hoodie suddenly appeared next to the trash can. Looking at the bloody corpse, he opened his mouth. What a useless guy. If they had known such a result earlier, maybe their team would not have rescued him in the first place. The man only glanced at the trash can, then walked slowly across Arkham Street. It's like he just appeared here casually, saw the corpse, and then left casually, without attracting too many people's attention. 476. Captain Cold takes the initiative to find Arkham. The man's name is Leonard Snyder, codenamed Captain Cold. He was once sent to prison for robbing a bank. The man who sent him to prison was a hero of the Justice League. He is full of hatred for everyone in the Justice League, and even hates these guys in the Arkham Mental Hospital who have made good friends with the Justice League. In his opinion, these people in Arkham Asylum have helped the Justice League many times. Since I have helped many times, it means that the relationship between them is still good, and generally good people mean that their three views are very similar. Originally, the man really thought so, but now he felt that some previous cognitions had to be directly overturned. I couldn't help but think of Gerud's body that was randomly discarded in the trash can. Captain Cold curled his lips into a smile. These guys in the Arkham Asylum are not bad guys, but they are definitely not good guys either. Compared to facing a very strong team, he should focus more on the Justice League. As for avenging Gerud, don't be kidding, he won't do this kind of thing. 10 is just a guy randomly picked up on the road, just to help them test out what the people in the Arkham Mental Hospital are like, and how powerful ability is. Now that the verification results have been obtained, and they got an answer, the rest of the natural things have nothing to do with them. Captain Cold sent the information he had received to the organization, but the organization was not very satisfied with this. They hoped that Captain Cold could learn more about those people in the Arkham Mental Hospital. The existence of Superman Clark once made them feel the fear. They have a heart of fear about it. However, Clark Kent, who made them feel afraid, was solved by the man named Soo-Yi in the Arkham Mental Asylum. And what they know about Soo-Yi is very limited. But it is precisely because their understanding is very limited that they must understand each other. I see, then I will deal with this matter seriously. Captain Cold has no objection to other people pushing this matter to himself. After all, he is indeed very curious about Soo-Yi, the psychiatrist at Arkham Mental Hospital, and wants to get in touch formally. If you come into contact with them personally, you don't know what the other party's situation is like. Captain Cold is a little eager to make a move on this matter, and he really wants to take a look. When he went to the Arkham Mental Hospital again, Captain Cold couldn't help recalling all the unfortunate experiences in the past. After being sent to prison by the League of Justice, there was always a flame of hatred in his heart. He knew that he absolutely couldn't be held in prison forever. He must find a way to leave. However, at that time, he didn't have the ability to escape from prison at all, and no one even saw his value and rescued him from prison, so he could only do various studies while serving his sentence. He always felt that what he was doing was good. For science, he has a lot of enthusiasm. Not even just enthusiasm. It can be said that he is very talented in this regard. It is precisely because he is very talented that he has learned a lot of things in these popular scientific literatures, and even knows how to deal with the people of the Justice League, especially the guy the Flash. If the cyclotron is used, then the Flash's speed is not worth mentioning in his eyes. You must know that the Flash is powerful, but because of its amazing speed. In fact, his attack ability can't be used at all. After considering this matter, there happened to be another chance for him to escape from the prison directly. At that moment he couldn't bear it anymore. He directly chose to escape. At the same time, the jailbreak was also very successful. After leaving the prison, he first sneaked into the laboratory mentioned in the newspaper he had seen before. He originally wanted to use the cyclotron to create a gun that could be used against the Flash. Maybe he's a genius. The process he expected has been proceeding very smoothly. It was supposed to be like this, but I didn't expect a little unexpected situation to happen. During the research process, the movement may be too loud, and the security guards discovered it all at once. At that moment, he didn't know what to think about in his heart. Whether to continue the research or deal with the security guard first. At that moment, he was very flustered, and it was because of the panic that he accidentally produced an absolute zero freezing gun. From then on, after he joined the organization, other people called him Captain Cold directly. Later, he directly founded the Rogue Gang, specifically to deal with the Flash of the League of Justice. He thought he was very powerful. Even if he wanted to deal with the Flash, it would be a breeze, but he found that things were not that simple. But the actual situation is really not that simple. Look at the Flash, is totally alive and kicking right now. You can tell from that. When Captain Cold 977 was thinking about this, he had already arrived at the gate of Arkham Mental Hospital. He stood at the gate of the Arkham Mental Hospital, his eyes flickering with uncontrollable excitement. It was great, really looking forward to the moment of meeting that therapist. When he walked into the Arkham Mental Hospital, someone stopped him and asked him why he came. When he said that he wanted to see Soo-Yi and that he was visiting a doctor, the other party stared at Soo-Yi with very strange eyes. It can be clearly seen from their appearance that there are very few people who actually come to see Soo-Yi for medical treatment. Captain Cold could feel it, but he just didn't care. His attitude has always been very calm. When the others looked at him, their expressions were somewhat wary, but when they realized that he was probably not lying, they finally agreed to his request. Since you have said so, then we believe you, but it don't play tricks, if you want to harm our leader. Although the man did not finish speaking, the meaning in the words was it is enough to make people understand that this is a threat. Captain Cold didn't care at all. For him, he only needed to use a little finger to crush the guys around him. 477. Captain Cold's past is very bad. These guys are very weak. In his eyes, The weak ones are just a group of ants that can be treated at will. The person who didn't know that he was regarded as an ant by Captain Cold was still conscientiously leading him. When Captain Cold arrived at a very ordinary-looking door, the person leading the way knocked on the door, and then pushed the door open. "Chief, someone came to look for you. It seems that it is a patient who came here specially for fame." The person who led the way didn't ask Leng facing too many things at all. He only knew that the other party didn't have any malice and came to see a doctor on purpose. And on the way here, he has already said everything he should say, and the people who lead the way believe that he will follow suit. Captain Cold entered the room. He walked to all the opposite seats and sat down on his own. When Su Yi cast his eyes on him and glanced at him with a very calm gaze, he simply introduced himself. "Hello, Doctor. My name is Leonard Snyder. I am in great pain, and I have never been able to relieve my distress. I heard that there is a very powerful psychiatrist, so I came here to find you at the risk of danger." Lie. When hearing the explanation from the man on the opposite side, so you could see it even if he didn't even think about who Leonard Snyder was at the beginning. And after knowing the other party's name, you can be more sure of this. "Oh, since you said that you felt a very strong pain deep in your heart, can you tell me about this painful thing now? You have to know that I am a psychiatrist. I have professional ethics, and I will never you tell others about the distress in your heart, and for you, if you can express the pain that has been hidden in your heart, it is naturally the best thing." Su Yi clearly knew that it was not a simple matter for the man across from him to appear here, but he was still very calmly treating him as an ordinary patient. "My father is a scum. Not only does he drink every day, he even beats me, my mother, and my younger sister by the impulse of drunkenness. I really hate him." Captain Cold didn't know what was going on. Obviously he wanted to talk about it casually so that the other party could really treat him as an ordinary patient, but unconsciously, he was talking about some of the things he had when he was a child. The matter was spoken. Even when he was talking about this matter, he seemed to be immersed in the thoughts of the past, and it made people feel heartbroken just looking at it. However, Su Yi can't empathize with what happened to him, especially if the other party is a man. Su Yi has been looking at each other with a very calm attitude. It is precisely because Su Yi's performance was very calm from the beginning to the end, so the memories of Captain Cold's past seemed to open a door, and all the brains surfaced in front of his eyes, which made him even more unable to help but want to speak quickly. My mother once got beaten, she couldn't stand it and ran away by herself, and never came back after running. It really can't blame him. If it were me, if I could run, I would never come back. Although my father is a scumbag and my mother is a little cowardly, my grandfather is a very good person. He is a very kind old man. Even though he is very old, he is still working as a delivery boy in an ice cream shop. Even during holidays, he will take me and my sister to the park to play whenever he is free. Then they'll buy us ice cream. When he said this, the corners of Captain Ice's mouth could not help but rise slightly, as if recalling a very happy scene. Even his voice became gentle at this moment. This touch of tenderness lasted very little time, and soon disappeared without a trace. His voice became calm again, and at the same time, there was a little bit of a weird feeling. My grandfather is a poor old man. He didn't enjoy any blessings in his life, and he was still working hard until the last moment of his death. Working, and at the age of 12 he passed away. His death has left me and my sister in complete despair. After all, the best person in this world to us is gone. My sister and I broke down and cried. That was the last time we cried. After that, my sister and I will never cry again anyway. Even if he is covered in bruises, he will never again. After Captain Ice said these words, he suddenly hooked his lips in a self-deprecating manner, and he said to Su Yi, "Doctor, don't look at me as a very good-looking and big guy now, but I also experienced a lot of misfortunes when I was a child. Everyone's purpose of being born into this world is different. Maybe you have experienced many bad things in the past, but I believe that you and even your sister will have a bright future." On the word sister, Su Yi put a little emphasis on it. If Su Yi hadn't mentioned his sister, then Captain Ice might not have such a calm attitude now, and even mocked Su Yi, thinking that Su Yi is not that powerful at all. But now he can't feel anything, just thinking of his sister. His eyes suddenly became gentle again. "My sister, she's a very sweet little girl, and she's going strong now." When I decided to leave home and go wandering outside, my younger sister actually wanted to go with me. But how could my soft and lovely sister wander around and sleep in the open? I said it was wandering, but in fact what I, Qian Zhao's, was doing at the time was a little gangster stealing some money, and then reading to her. Until now, my sister doesn't know what I did, and I hope she never will. She is clean, completely different from a scum like me. My sister, she's an angel, she's not like me, she's smart and beautiful, and she has the qualities of a professional skater. She has a great future. From what Captain Cold said, it can be seen that he knew that what he did was wrong, and he didn't want his sister to follow him on the path of crime. Su Yi still watched very calmly, and didn't interrupt the other party at all, because the other party obviously seemed to have a lot to say. Since the other party wants to continue talking, then he just listens here. 478 He was spotted by a promising criminal organization. Although most of these are actually known to Suyi, it is still very interesting to hear them from the mouth of the person involved. Captain Cold didn't know what was going on in Suyi's heart at the moment. The only thing he wanted to do now was to talk about the past. He is not worried that Suyi will tell some things about his past. If Suyi really makes him unhappy, then he will try his best to deal with him. Captain Cold only occasionally raised his eyes to look at Suyi, and then continued to speak his own words. On my way to becoming a gangster, I was quickly targeted by a very promising criminal organization. To be honest, I'm not surprised that a good organization will look at me. After all, there will always be collisions between excellent people and excellent organizations. They gave me a gun and goggles, which I still remember vividly when I think about it now. You must know that this kind of uniform is what I like the most, because it looks very professional. I'm doing well here, and I've made a lot of money. My sister is as beautiful as a little princess by me. But that damned Justice League, that damned the Flash actually ruined 737 my dream. He ruined my life. Luckily I sent my sister enough money to live her life for a long time living a rich life. I don't want my sister to know that I am in prison. When speaking these words, Captain Cold's voice was obviously angry. Suyi had actually been listening to what Captain Cold had to say. While listening to these words, Suyi felt that the other party was very strange. After all, no one would talk about some of his past criminal acts in front of him. However, it is very likely that during his time as a psychiatrist, most of the people he received were heroes with relatively positive images. Even if they received some villains, they would never tell this matter. Captain Cold is very different from the others. Moreover, he said that he had done some criminal acts in the past, but in his heart he looked very disapproving. It can be seen that such people know that what they are doing is wrong, but they still do it. Such a person is actually very scary. Suyi is constantly making various judgments in her heart. If he didn't know how to deal with Captain Cold before, then if the person in front of him is his enemy, he already knows how to deal with it. Captain Cold is still talking. After all, Fang Yang couldn't bear it at this time, so he said directly, "Didn't you feel that you did something wrong from the beginning to the end? You haven't considered it. If your sister really finds out that you are now, what are you doing? What are you going to do?" When Suyi said these words, his tone was always light and light. He seemed to say it casually without any emotion, but it made Captain Cold's eyes turn cold all of a sudden. Captain Cold raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Suyi, full of scrutiny. He said this, "Everyone has a way to go. I just took a way that I think is right. How could it be wrong? No one really wants to be a bad guy. If I had a really good pair of parents, then now I would be a very good person in everyone's eyes. Actually, it's still too late for you to change. You don't have very good parents, but you still have a very good sister, don't you?" Hearing what Suyi said, Captain Cold stared blankly at him for a long time. "Maybe you're right, but it's too late. I can't be a good person now. I must do all the things I want to do, and I will never have any regrets about this. I admit that I am not a good person, but I am not a scumbag either. This team has many rules. We will not harm women and children, and our goal is not to rule the world at all. We are only for money, just for those former enemies." When Captain Cold said this, he suddenly felt very boring. Although he finished talking with Suyi, it seems that some of his past pains have been healed, but those healed wounds actually didn't affect him very much, because his memories of the past have begun to blur. He is now an adult, and as someone who has lived through pain, what matters most is definitely the present and the future. He will no longer focus all his attention on unnecessary things. That would be a waste of time for Captain Cold. He finally finished what he was supposed to say, and then stood up directly from his seat. "It's getting late, and it's time for me to leave. I am very happy with today's chat, and I hope we can have more time to continue looking down next time." Suyi sat at the original position, motionless. Seeing that Captain Cold was about to leave, he smiled at him. "Then I won't send you off, and welcome your next visit." Suyi sat motionless in his original position, and Captain Cold didn't think it was a problem at all. If Suyi voluntarily asked to send Captain Cold out of the Arkham mental hospital, then Captain Cold would involuntarily have doubts about some of Suyi's behaviors, thinking that there was something wrong with him. It may be that he has figured out what Captain Cold really thinks deep in his heart, or it may be because of some other reasons. In short, when Captain Cold came, he came alone. "When I leave, I walk alone. This doesn't have any effect on people because of the cold, because the purpose of Captain Cold's visit to Arkham Asylum has already been achieved. Although he might have forgotten it a little before, he did not forget the reason why he appeared in the Arkham mental hospital afterwards. Standing at the gates of Arkham Asylum, he didn't leave immediately, but looked back seriously, looking in the direction of Suyi's office. "This man is very dangerous." Captain Cold couldn't help admonishing himself secretly in his heart that he absolutely couldn't be an enemy of such a dangerous man. In addition, he actually saw some other points. That is, the man Suyi doesn't seem to have a good impression of him. 479. Injustice's self-restraint is ridiculous. Suyi doesn't like himself, maybe because he said before that he is a member of a criminal organization, or because of some other reasons. For example, he said before that his organization does not kill children and women. In fact, when they implemented this, Some people scolded them angrily. It seems to be kind, but in fact it is not such a situation at all. Such an approach is just to impress yourself. Move yourself? Maybe that's really the case. But originally they did things in this organization for the sake of their own well-being. Definitely do whatever you want to make yourself comfortable. What we do in our organization, you guys probably don't understand. What we should do or do, without any influence from anyone else. As long as they don't think they've done anything wrong, that's fine. In addition, Captain Cold also confirmed one of the things at this time. That's the way they and these guys from Arkham Asylum might not be friends. To be honest, although this matter has been confirmed before. However, after confirming this matter again after the conversation, the mood is somewhat difficult to describe in simple words. He recalled some of the situations he had learned. Don't even plan to directly tell the people who told the Injustice League some of the information you have obtained. Let them also have a little psychological preparation. In fact, many things are not like this at all, but, after getting to know more and more deeply, some things have to be made, some choices at this time. Speaking of the Injustice League, it is completely the confrontation group of the Justice League. Perhaps, part of the reason at that time was because of the name of this organization, which made him disband his previous organization without any hesitation, and just join this organization. The Injustices are some really bad guys. They are cold-blooded and ruthless, and they are all existences very similar to him. Their three views are very consistent, and they are really happy just being together. He thought, only an existence like the Injustice Alliance is worthy of his own identity. If it weren't for the very certainty of this point, I'm afraid things would be another possibility. Captain Cold thought he had been thinking about this matter for a long time, but in fact it was not the case at all. He didn't think deeply about this matter. When thinking about this matter, it was only a short period of 1 or 2 minutes, and soon he came back to his senses. Injustice, he muttered and repeated the words. Then he let out a chuckle, and quickly left the Arkham Asylum. This time, he came easily, and when he left, his footsteps became very light. When he left, someone had actually been watching him. He is observed by Clark Kent, who happens to be sending his own parents back to town. When seeing a stranger appearing here, Clark Kent was a little curious. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Clark Kent did not approach, but just watched from a distance. He didn't come back to his senses until the strange man's expression changed and he finally decided to leave. After the man left, he stood where the man had been standing. I want to keep the same angle with the other person, and I want to make sure that I can see everything the other person sees. However, standing at the position where the opponent was standing, he still saw nothing. Not only did he see nothing, but it made him feel very puzzled. What the hell is that man looking at? Did he stop directly at the gate of Arkham Asylum, or did he come out of Arkham Asylum? Clark Kent has been thinking about this very seriously, but he finds that he has not figured it out. Finally he exhaled lightly. At the same time, he shook his head. He stopped thinking about this meaningless matter, because there is no need to think about this matter at all. Obviously, as long as you ask other people about the situation at will, you can know. Who was that man who just walked out of the Arkham Asylum? After entering, Clark Kent directly asked the gatekeeper, Master Clark, so you are back? The person being questioned was very happy to see Clark Kent, and besides being happy, he couldn't help answering his question very seriously. I don't know the name of that person, but he seems to be looking for the leader. Ask for flowers. It turned out that I came here specially to find my brother. That looks like a patient. If you said that you didn't understand it before, but you must understand it now. Clark Kent looked at the back, who was away from there again, and didn't say anything more. He walked directly in the direction of the house. When walking towards the direction of the house here, he couldn't help but cast his eyes on the others. He found that Gwen and Wanda, who usually walked around here, didn't show up today, and he didn't know where they went. People can't help but feel surprised when they look at it. And the other colleagues are not here at all, and they don't know where they went. It feels quiet except for the outside. There was a feeling that he was the only one here. Definitely. Clark Kent knew that these were just his own illusions, and in fact it was not the case at all. He just hesitated a little, then he walked directly towards Su Yi's office. He knocked lightly on all the office doors. Then he pushed the door open, and when he pushed it open, he happened to meet Su Yi's eyes. When he saw Su Yi, his expression was somewhat uncomfortable. Brother, I'm back, and I brought you a special product from the town. My parents asked me to bring them here for you. Originally, I wanted to hand it directly to Wanda and Gwen sisters, but they don't seem to be there. Not only were they not there, others were not there at all. The two of them went shopping. As for other people, there are various things that need to be busy, and it is impossible for them to stay in the Arkham mental hospital all the time. There are some words that Su Yi understands naturally as soon as the other party speaks, and some words that the other party does not say. In fact, he also understands. Hearing that was the case, Clark Kent nodded. I understand what that brother means, so I will leave it to you. 480. The Injustice Alliance's money-growing behavior. Injustice on the other side. After Captain Cold told these team members about the news, he inquired from the Arkham mental hospital. They all looked thoughtful. They don't fear death, but they don't want to make meaningless sacrifices. Each of their members is a treasure, which also allows them to commit more crimes in the future. They think it's all worth it. Well, now is not the time to think about this matter at all. What we need to do now is to get money. A lot of money. After all, if we need to support our activities, many places need such tacky things as money. It's true, the sum of money I got last time has already been spent. For things like money, definitely the more the better. 777. To be honest, if the Wayne family can be looted, it will definitely be the biggest good thing for our organization. Looting the Wayne family? Don't be kidding. To be able to exist in Gotham City for such a long time, even as the richest one, I think it is definitely the most stupid thing to do to the other party. I actually don't. It is recommended to do so. Well, I'm just joking. I've already locked down a few targets. It should be a good decision to wipe out all their money. Don't worry. The place I chose this time is far away from Gotham City. As long as we don't fight against these forces in Gotham City, we are almost invincible. And there is no possibility of failure. When the Injustice League moves to other cities, Gotham City is still the same. They are lively and lively. Those who should commit crimes are still committing crimes, and those who should uphold justice are still upholding justice, without the slightest idea that the external situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Injustice Alliance acted wantonly, plundering the wealth of various cities, and they even directly extended their hands abroad. The situation abroad is now full of complaints. Now even if someone knows that Luthor, whom they have always wanted to capture, is actually in the League of Justice, they have no way to deal with it empty-handed. The United Nations called an emergency meeting. The faces of a group of politicians looked very bad. Where did this power come from? I'm just a small country, but our treasury has been looted. Me too. Our people didn't even see what the attacker looked like, and then just fainted. Hasn't any of us here seen what the attacker looked like? Even if you really didn't see them, didn't the satellites take pictures of them? They are very cunning. They are all in full disguise, and even every time they appear and disappear, they leave inexplicably. We absolutely cannot allow this situation to continue to happen. We must find a way to solve this situation. What can we think of? There is no way to find people, whether online or otherwise. Even there are no rules for their behavior, and they don't know when they will appear and when they will leave. The only thing that can be judged is that these people must be some ability. If that's the case, then we can only let ability users do this. In short, we must come up with a good chart now, and we cannot let the situation continue to develop. After all, not only our country is seriously threatened, but even some families with slightly better conditions have suffered great losses. This made them couldn't help but wonder if some very just alliance appeared, planning to rob the rich and benefit the love. Definitely, they are just talking like this, but it shouldn't really be such a situation. Does this need to be kept secret? Suddenly someone raised it. If they keep concealing it, then they will act in secret. If they don't keep concealing it, then they will make this matter boil up. If you do this, it's actually not very good. This has two effects. A very likely impact is that the people feel that these countries are useless at all, and there is no way to protect the lives of ordinary people, and even their property. Another possibility is that the world will be in chaos, and some people will follow suit and start to rob and so on. Such things are absolutely strictly prohibited. The message has to get out, and we even have to have someone give a leading statement to try to keep the worst of it under control. In the next time, we have to observe other forces to see what changes those forces have. If there are any changes, then it is very likely that those organizations we already know have done. If there are no changes, if not, then we have to consider other, even directly reach cooperation with these organizations. Although not very willing, it seems that they have cooperated with other organizations more and more. Who exactly can be trusted in these organizations? What else can we cooperate with? When someone asked these words, they almost thought of two organizations in their minds. One was the Justice League, and the other was the Arkham Mental Hospital. At least they can be sure that these guys will not do such a thing. Why is it possible for other organizations to do such a thing, but they can't? Because the wealth of the Wayne family is so rich that even the entire country is incomparable to him at 2.4, so they will never do things to rob other wealth. If they really want to do it, there's no defense at all. As for that man named Suyi, I have had someone check it out. He looks like an ordinary psychiatrist, but he can easily buy land and even villas in the best parts of Gotham City. Still got more. This shows that this man is not short of money at all, and his money should not be less than that of the Wayne family. It's just that he doesn't bother to spend it at all, so it's like this. That's right, I've heard that two of his women have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of jewelry. Another person added seriously. 481. The injustice against the League of Justice. Being able to spend tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, on jewelry at will, the Su family really has a lot of money. These politicians in meetings from various countries couldn't help sighing in their hearts. That man named Suyi easily eliminated Superman Clark Kent. Being able to solve it so easily shows that this Suyi is very strong. When they were discussing these issues, they couldn't help feeling a little jealous of Suyi. Until this time, someone suddenly said something. Actually, We don't need to worry at all. Because Su-Yi obviously has a good relationship with the Justice League, and through our observations during this period, we can conclude that those in the Arkham mental hospital are all neutral. They will do good things, but they will not blindly do good things. They will do bad things, but those bad things cannot be said to be bad. Someone couldn't help but say such a sentence, although the other party's tone was obviously very convoluted when he said these words, but what he said happened to be very reasonable. At least it couldn't be found in people's ears a place to refute. Politicians from various countries have talked together for a long time, but in the end they did not come to a better conclusion. So reluctantly, I decided to arrange it as I said before. They decided to reveal the behavior of a mysterious force collecting money in various countries and even some wealthy families. For many people, even some superheroes, money is very important. If some things don't involve them, I'm afraid they won't care. But this matter will obviously become more and more serious in the future, and the scope of its influence will only become larger and larger. I believe that many people will discover this matter by then, and find that this mysterious force is spreading all over the world. How serious is the erosion? When the people from the United Nations spread the matter, it did cause a panic, but fortunately, they controlled everything in an orderly manner afterwards. Although it is a bit chaotic, it is not too chaotic under the control of local forces. And after this incident spread, it really aroused some strange views from other people in Gotham City. I briefly checked other countries and even other cities, and sure enough there were more or less problems everywhere, but after checking everything, I found that something was wrong. Some of the small forces in Gotham City couldn't help but say these words from their mouths. And even some small forces can discover things. How could those big forces fail to find out? Bruce Wayne came to Su-Yi almost as soon as he received the news. His hands landed on the table with a snap. Seeing Bruce Wayne's actions, Su-Yi felt a little speechless. You suddenly found me here at this time? Why exactly? There's been a lot of noise recently in the news. Don't you know anything about it? Was it for this matter? Su-Yi's eyes flickered twice. I know, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. After Su-Yi said this, he smiled directly at Bruce Wayne, and even shrugged his shoulders. This look showed that he didn't take this matter to heart. Bruce Wayne had already expected that he would see this scene. He raised his hand helplessly and scratched the back of his head. He simply found a seat and sat down on his own, and said in a somewhat frustrated tone, Su-Yi, I know you don't care about certain things at all, but if the conspiracy in this matter is very big, and it will also affect your organization and your team members, is it possible that under such circumstances, you still do not intend to help or do something at this time? You were willing to intervene in Clark Kent's affairs before. Why do you suddenly not want to intervene at this time? Or Su-Yi, it is possible that there is something I don't know about it. Which force do you know very well? Or have you ever had contact with some people here? I'm talking about people in that force. Originally, when Bruce Wayne said this, it was just a little speculation, but the more he talked about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. Even when looking at Su-Yi, there was a bit of suspicion in his eyes. Su-Yi still had a smile on her face, as if she didn't take anything to heart at all. Su-Yi, what's going on? Even if you decide not to interfere in this matter, then there shouldn't be any problem if you tell me. I don't really want to get involved in this matter. Su-Yi intends to observe for a while. No, it was obviously just 2 words. But Bruce Wayne's voice contained obvious prayers. His eyes looked at Su-Yi without blinking. I really want to know. After the last animal riot, we brought Grodd back to Arkham Asylum and disposed of him. When Su-Yi talked about disposal, his tone was downplaying. Bruce Wayne was very clear about the fact that Grodd had already died, and he even knew who killed it. 893 And it is very clear how they disposed of the corpse in the end. When recalling this incident, the expression on Bruce's face couldn't keep calm. His expression changed back and forth. He sighed heavily, and then motioned for Su-Yi to continue, saying, judging by your attitude, it seems that you plan to continue talking, but in fact, it is right for you to make such a decision. Yes, because even if you keep concealing some things and don't tell us, we will still know, but it's just a matter of time. Bruce Wayne just had a sudden emotional change. Can Su-Yi not know what happened? Wasn't it because of Grodd being killed? He glanced at Bruce Wayne a few more times, but he didn't care, but continued, after that, a man found me. He called himself Captain Cold. He was a member of an evil force. I heard him introduce himself. The evil force he called is called the Injustice Alliance. The Injustice League? This is exactly the same as our Justice League. And this Captain Cold. Bruce Wayne always felt as if he had heard each other's names somewhere. If it is under unexpected circumstances, then forget it. But soon, he remembered it. 482. At the end of the world in Keystone City, looking for the Mirror Master. Oh, it's the guy who robbed the bank. Before the Flash and others went to deal with the guy, and then put him directly in the prison, and later heard that the other party escaped from the prison. Su-Yi, do you think that the person who messed up the whole world and even amassed money should be the Injustice Alliance? Bruce Wayne looked thoughtful. but I think it's very strange. Why don't these guys attack Gotham City? The last time Captain Ice appeared in the Arkham Mental Hospital, it should be to find out about me. As for the Justice League, I guess they already know your details, and the other forces in Gotham City are not. What's the trouble? I'm afraid they don't want to match up. Yi said these lightly here, and what he said was very reasonable. That is to say, the so-called Injustice Alliance has not intended to have anything to do with us so far. If this is the case, then they seem to have made a pretty good choice. This situation is considered good, but it is also not good. What's the meaning? While the two were discussing, they didn't know where Damian Wayne came from, so they suddenly asked such a sentence. Bruce Wayne looked at Damian Wayne, who suddenly appeared in the room, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to touch his stupid son so far. Raising his hand, he couldn't help rubbing the center of his brow. He opened his mouth. Originally he wanted to say something, but he was really worried that he would not be able to help spit out some unpleasant words from his mouth. So he quickly shut his mouth again. Yi's eyes fell on Bruce Wayne all at once, and then on Damian Wayne all at once. For this pair of father and son, he sometimes doesn't know what to say. He smiled. In fact, if you want to talk about how to do it, this matter is really very simple. Because the Injustice Alliance is deliberately avoiding us, they did this on purpose. So if we consciously track them down, it is estimated that it will be very difficult to catch up, and it can even be said that we cannot catch up at all. Superior. So to speak, it is very difficult to find the Injustice Alliance. So what should we do? It can't be good at everything. If you really want to do it, you can find it. You can go to a bar. People from that organization have been operating in that bar all the time. But even if you go, if they don't admit it, they won't be there at all. Nothing works. So what should I do now? Damian Wayne felt that there was a cloud of doubts in his mind now. The whole world is in chaos right now. Even if they find someone at this time, what is the use? You have to think about it carefully. What do you think is the ability of such a person who can steal a large amount of wealth without anyone discovering it from the beginning to the end? Yi asked slowly. Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne, the father and son, were very confused. Although Yi seemed to have given them a very obvious answer, they still didn't quite understand it, so they could only helplessly staring at Yi. Hope Yi can be more clear on this point. You go to a mirror master, and when you find him, you will know what's going on. Even if the other party doesn't admit it, it doesn't matter, just control it first, and there will be no mistakes. After hearing the 4 words master mirror image, he could literally understand what was going on. It doesn't even need Yi to explain too much in this regard. I didn't expect to use a mirror, no wonder I couldn't find anyone. Damian Wayne and Bruce Wayne couldn't help but looked at each other, and walked towards the outside of the office almost in unison. After Yi told them the exact location of the bar, he acted immediately. Together they walked towards the door. Damian Wayne said impatiently, "Old man, you are quite old. Let us young people do this kind of thing." "Oh, what else can you do besides violence?" "Do you know how important that mirror image master is? Only by catching him can he tell where the stolen wealth is. After all, his ability is extraordinary. Do you think I don't know about this?" "Stop talking nonsense with me here. I don't want to tell you. Can you stay away from me?" Yi saw that the father and son were arguing even when they went out, and it really gave them a headache. He snapped his fingers directly. In an instant, the door widened at least 5 or 6 times. Come to think of it, so that the two of them won't quarrel. However, it was clear that what he was thinking was all wrong. They didn't continue to argue at the door, but they did argue on another one. Seeing that the father and son always looked noisy, Yi couldn't help but shook his head. While he was thinking this way, Gwen and Wanda came over with big and small bags, and they looked very happy. "Sue, when we were shopping in the street, we picked out very good clothes, some for home use, some for outings, and some for formal clothes." Yi knows that her 2 women like shopping, and this is not the first time they have bought clothes for themselves. Yi smiled lightly, then stood up from her seat. "Okay, I'll give it a try." After saying this, he began to try on clothes under the expectant eyes of the 2 women. Good money, every piece of clothing fits very well, and the fabrics on his body are also extremely comfortable, even at the request of the 2 women, Wanda and Gwen. He even wears non-prescribing glasses. Yi found it very interesting during this process, and even some thoughts appeared in his mind. He suddenly wanted to know, if he let the 2 women wear the clothes he personally selected, would such a happy mood also emerge? Sometimes dress-up games are not only liked by women, but also by men. A few days later, Damian Wayne and his party arrived at a bar called World's End in Keystone City. There are noisy people here, and the people inside look very unusually dressed. There is even a bit of evil in them. Sure enough, as the leader Yi said, the people here looked very difficult to mess with one by one. 483. An impulsive father and son cause chaos in a bar. They noticed these people, and they knew what was going on almost immediately in their hearts. How many guys who are not the same as us are here? Know what these guys are here for? Who knows? If they dare to find fault here, just chop them up. What is the nature of our place? Is there anyone who doesn't know? I hope they can do it at this time, so that we have a chance to do it. Isn't something like an opportunity something you create yourself? One after another, vicious gazes were cast in their direction. This sight fell on Catwoman, making Catwoman feel uncomfortable for a while. Clark Kent also found the sight of him uncomfortable. Damian Wayne adapted very well, and he didn't care about those gazes at all. They don't care, but it doesn't prevent others from deliberately making trouble. A man who dangled a wine glass and looked a little drunk directly blocked their way. Hey, this is not a place for children and women. If you are sensible, get out of here. When the drunk man said these words, other people couldn't help booing. That's right, 137 is not the place you should be here. Get out of here quickly. Get out, get out. The sound of yelling at the moment was so obvious that it made people feel uncomfortable in their ears. Both Catwoman and Clark Kent couldn't help frowning, but they still didn't say anything at this moment. They didn't say anything, but Damian Wayne suddenly cracked his mouth, and the smiles he showed were similar to those of these villains, all with malicious smiles. What? If you want to drive us out, then you have to see if you have the ability. It was obviously a small body, but it lifted the drunk man in front of him all at once. The drunk man didn't expect this little man to have such great strength, so he woke up instantly. However, when he was sober, and Damian Wayne's actions made him even more angry. What an arrogant brat. Today I will let you come in. Standing up and go out sideways. The man who had already woken up suddenly smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground. It was like a signal, and suddenly many people appeared from all corners. They didn't even give the three of Damian Wayne a chance to react, and rushed in their direction. And when they were fighting, Bruce Wayne was sitting at the bar of the bar. He came earlier than Damian Wayne and the others, and when he sat here, his expression was very subtle. When Damian Wayne and the others came in, he had already spotted them. He sighed helplessly, and said to Suyi beside him, "When you let this guy stay in your team, I always thought that you would train his temper well, but I didn't expect him to become more and more calm. More impulsive." Bruce Wayne is really worried that Damian's impulsive character will cause big problems. When he said this, his tone was very serious. Suyi drank the wine in the glass slowly, with a casual tone in his tone. Damian is impulsive, but he won't miss what he is doing now. I think he is so good. Okay, is that good? It may be that although Bruce Wayne loves Damian Wayne very much in his heart, he is also very picky about this son, which is why he looks like this now. Bruce Wayne has always been critical of his son. He has never hidden anything on this point. Suyi shook his wine glass. Bruce, calm down a little bit sometimes, and take a look at Damian's good places. Maybe there won't be any disputes between you and him. Maybe it's like this, but I really can't change the way I deal with him. Bruce Wayne also drank the wine in his glass, and he decided not to continue to have cag. Any thoughts on this matter? Do you think we should go over and help now? Bruce Wayne obviously wanted not to pay attention, but at this moment he couldn't help but say something again. So you looked at him, wondering why Bruce Wayne had such an awkward personality. Just worry about it. What's so awkward about it? Obviously, he didn't look like this when facing anyone other than Damian Wayne. So he clicked his tongue, and didn't even look at Bruce anymore, but after taking another sip of his drink, his eyes fell on the bartender at the bar. He had noticed from the moment that the bartender at the bar had been eavesdropping on the conversation between him and Bruce. Even he will do some very strange behavior. If it was someone else, they might not have noticed Jabao's movements at all, but Suyi did. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Sir, to whom exactly are you delivering the message?" Suyi asked directly. This question immediately caused the bartender on the bar to show a look of panic on his face. "Guest, you really like to joke. Where did I pass the news to others? You must have misunderstood somewhere." "Misunderstanding? I never say something that is misleading. If I say you are delivering a message, then you must be delivering a message." Although there is a smile on Suyi's face, but that look makes people know that it is not simple. Even when looking at the bartender, the pressure in the invisible made the sweat on the bartender's forehead constantly drip down his forehead. The bartender opened his mouth, obviously wanting to say something, but he just couldn't say it at the moment. Bruce Wayne was bewildered at this time, and realized that something was wrong, so he also looked at the bartender. "Suyi, does this mean that the bartender actually knows Master Mirror? He is now tipping off the news?" After hearing Bruce Wayne's words, Suyi nodded slightly. At that second, the expression on Bruce Wayne's face suddenly sank. He even ignored the distance between him and the bar, directly across the bar, grabbing the bartender's skirt. This look is exactly the same as Damian Wayne's before. Seeing Bruce Wayne's appearance, Suyi couldn't help shaking his head again. So he said that the reason why Damian Wayne is very irritable is really due to genetic factors in a certain way. If Damian Wayne becomes very docile, like a sheep, I'm afraid Bruce Wayne will have another kind of trouble. From this point of view, Damian Wayne might as well be better as he is now. 484. The bartender knows where the Mirror Master is. Inside the bar, the bartender's expression looked extremely terrified at this moment. "Hey, boy, who did you eavesdrop on our words just now? Tell me the truth now, otherwise, I will never let you go." Bruce Wayne's expression was particularly gloomy at this moment. "I really don't kill people, but I have thousands of ways to make you suffer. I believe that you won't want to try it." Bruce Wayne showed a sinister smile, which still looks like a villain. "I don't know anything. You are mistaken." The bartender waved his hands in horror, as if Bruce Wayne had really wronged him. And over there, when the bartender was confronting Bruce Wayne, Suyi was drinking while observing the direction the bartender was gesturing. Suyi knows the general plot, but he doesn't know the details, so he has to make his own judgment. His eyes quickly locked on two places. After estimating the time in his heart for a while, he drank the last bit of wine in the glass, put down a banknote in his hand, and stood up. At the same time, when she was about to leave the range of the bar, Suyi spoke. "Bruce, I already know where the Mirror Master is, and I can let that guy go." When Suyi said this, his tone was light and light. Bruce Wayne was obviously stunned when he heard Suyi's words, but he was only slightly stunned for a moment, and soon he pushed the bartender away. Although I don't know where Suyi got the news, but in this matter, he is not so calm, because he is very sure. Suyi is not the type to talk empty words. If he said that he really knew where the Mirror Master's location was, then he must have known it. "I am coming." Bruce Wayne quickly returned to Suyi's side. The movement on their side was very small from beginning to end. After all, the people who made a lot of noise on the other side couldn't feel anything else at this moment. That's it. Bruce Wayne and Suyi soon came to a darker corner. Here, a man is drinking, and in his small area, there are quite a few mirrors. It looked weird. However, this also brought smiles to the corners of Suyi and Bruce Wayne's mouths, because they are very sure now that the person in front of them is the mirror image master they have been looking for. "Sir, don't mind if we sit down here." Suyi smiled and looked at the man in the dark. Even in the dark, the man's expression can still feel that he is very upset at the moment. He didn't make a sound. Suyi and the others tacitly agreed that the other party agreed. Looking at the two people in front of him completely ignoring him, they just sat down like this. The man's mood was originally somewhat unhappy, but now, this feeling of unhappiness seemed to become more intense all of a sudden. "I didn't invite you to sit down." The man's voice was low and hoarse. It's not hard to hear that he's in a really bad mood right now. "You didn't invite. But you didn't refuse either. Did you?" When Suyi said these words to the other party, there was still a slight smile in his voice. When the man heard Suyi's reply like this, he felt that the other party was very shameless. He pursed his lips and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything more at this time, but said in a very calm tone, "What exactly are you looking for me for?" The other party came to find him on purpose, and it is estimated that even if he concealed it, it would not have any effect. The man didn't beat around the bush with Suyi and the others, but said such words very bluntly. Hearing what the other party said, Suyi raised his eyebrows slightly. "What is the reason why I appear here is actually very simple to understand. We would like to invite you to visit Gotham City." When Suyi said such a sentence, the sweat on the man's forehead seemed to be falling down at this moment. He didn't make a sound, but he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. "What are you talking about as a guest?" If he really left with Suyi and the others, it is estimated that he will never have the chance to leave again. Who knows what these guys really think in their hearts. Ask for flowers. When Master Mirror Image looked at them, the look of vigilance in his eyes was very strong, and he didn't dare to let his mood show too much outside. The expression on his at the moment face is still very calm. From the looks of it, he still wanted to maintain that unfathomable picture. Seeing that Master Mirror Image is obviously very nervous now, but the whole person still shows a very calm look. Seeing the other person's appearance, Suyi felt very funny. Those eyes couldn't help but bend at this moment. "Where did you hide all the wealth you took away?" The expression on Bruce Wayne's face is also difficult to guarantee to be too good-looking at this time. His gaze was fixed on Master Mirror Image. "I just want to see some clues from the expression on his face. I don't know why you found me, but the things that have been raging recently have nothing to do with me at all. I know that if you choose me to say this, you will definitely not believe it, but the fact is like this." Master Mirror Image spread his hands. His whole body was already tense, but he didn't dare to relax his mouth at all. "Stop lying. Since we have come to you, it means that we have already figured out many things about you. Are you sure you want to lie at this time?" The expression on Bruce Wayne's face looked obviously disbelieving, and even his voice was tinged with a little impatience. You can really see from the other party that he is in a bad mood. Master Mirror Image originally focused all his attention on Suyi, because the other party's attitude and unfathomable made him a little concerned. It was hard for him not to pay attention to it. However, Suyi's attitude gave him a feeling of not being aggressive, but the other Bruce Wayne beside him gave him the feeling that he was very aggressive. He couldn't help taking a deep breath. The vigilance against Bruce Wayne in my heart was also raised to a very deep level at this moment. It's not that they stopped being vigilant against Suyi just because they were vigilant against Bruce Wayne. 485. Catwoman finally discovered Bruce Wayne's existence. Both of them felt very dangerous to him. "I don't think there is anything we can talk about, and I am very serious about this, whether you are willing to accept this or not." Master Mirror Image suddenly said such a sentence from his mouth, and everyone who heard it felt baffled. Suyi immediately put his hand on the shoulder of Master Mirror Image. "Sir, it seems that we haven't had time to chat yet, so what were you talking about just now?" I feel like I don't understand what you're saying at all. Suyi smiled, obviously smiling, but the feeling of pressure is really not missing at all. When Master Mirror was looking at Suyi, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his mood also revealed a bit of a not very good 393 feeling at this moment. I really don't understand what you are saying, so please don't force me to do things that have nothing to do with me. This is really outrageous. Mirror Master looked very anxious. Even seriously, he showed a somewhat confused look. Suyi looked at each other, and the amused look in his eyes became more and more intense at the moment. This guy is really funny. They all clearly knew what he was doing, and they still wanted to hide it from him. In the past, he didn't hide too much about this aspect. Do you really think that if you are patient now, nothing will happen? This kind of thing is impossible to happen in a lifetime. Since you're still messing around with me here, then we won't be polite to you anymore, so let's leave here immediately. Bruce Wayne had already talked to Suyi before he came here. Suyi means courtesy first and soldiers later. In Bruce Wayne's eyes, it is naturally the best thing if things can be resolved quickly, but things are not that simple. Who would have thought that this Mirror Image Master would be so shameless? Mirror Master has been arguing with them here. The intensity of the dispute is not great. On the other side, Catwoman and others in the bar finally noticed Suyi and Bruce Wayne. Isn't that your father and leader? Catwoman suddenly looked at Damian Wayne, whose blood was already welling up in his head, and spoke in a very calm tone. It can be seen that their very impulsive behavior just now should have been seen by the rest of the people. It's okay when you don't know, but once you know, you will find that they were really doing a very stupid thing just now. The expressions on their faces were very disturbed at this moment. I didn't expect that old man to appear here with a leader. I didn't even know about such a thing. The thoughts in Damian Wayne's heart are very complicated, and even in the face of the current situation, he doesn't even know how to react. Let's end the matter here quickly. Let's go over there and have a look. I don't know if the leader and Mr. Bruce Wayne need a help, and they seem to have found the Mirror Image Master. Catwoman spoke again about her latest observation. He felt that what he said was very reasonable. Okay, I will get rid of all these guys as soon as possible. When he said these words, Damian Wayne's aura became more and more murderous. It was difficult for others to calm down now. But now when they found out that they were causing trouble, they had been seen by their very important people all the time, so it was difficult to regain their composure. Why did my brother see it all of a sudden? I hope my brother won't blame me. Clark Kent felt like a naive child who was always making trouble for his parents, and even made them displeased. While he was thinking wildly, Damian Wayne had already beaten all the guys in front of him who were deliberately finding fault on the ground. One by one, they fell to the ground and sighed, and they could feel that their current emotions were very restless. I didn't take these guys seriously at all, but I didn't expect their strength to be not bad. You have to figure out that some people are not something you can easily defeat. Some people are not something you can provoke at will. Remember my face. If you see me again next time, you will walk around directly for me. Damian Wayne's expression is very arrogant now. The eyes of the rest of the people who watched couldn't help showing a feeling of heartache, especially those who were lying on the ground by Damian Wayne felt this way. Okay, Damian, since the matter has been resolved, don't continue to entangle in this matter. Clark Kent couldn't help letting out a light cough from his mouth, and then pulled Damian and Wayne's wrist went sideways. Their goal is to locate where Suyi and Bruce Wayne are, and they are talking to a man right now. Judging by their expressions, they didn't know whether the chat was good or bad, and they didn't know if the man they were chatting with was the person they were looking for. Mirror Master's complexion was very bad. He still hadn't gotten rid of Suyi and Bruce Wayne beside him, but he didn't expect that 3 people would surround him after a while. The abilities of these 3 people also look extraordinary. At least Master Mirror Image saw the appearance of the other party, and knew that they were not easy to mess with. Keep calm sometimes, it helps your future. Bruce Wayne looked at Damian Wayne who was beside him angrily, being provoked by other people to fight with each other in just a few words. I didn't expect my son to be so stupid. Just a few words made Damian Vice beside him suddenly lose his temper. Clark Kent couldn't help showing a bit of resentment with a 4.0 head in his heart. Can't Mr. Bruce Wayne say a few words less? He clearly knew that Damian Wayne's temper was not very good, and he deliberately provoked him. Bruce Wayne finished that sentence, but he didn't realize how long it was. Damian Wayne looked at the 5 people in front of him. He didn't expect that his charm would be so great, and he would attract so many people all at once. Master Mirror Image, who was still in a hurry to leave, originally had a nervous expression on his face, but now all those emotions have disappeared. He would arrange so many mirrors next to his seat, just to prevent a quick escape. And that's clearly the case now. The time had clearly come. 486. Each other is acting, the Mirror Master is bound. A voice told him in his ear that the next place to collect wealth has been sent, and the Mirror Master can now go into action. After feeling this, Master Mirror Image was very happy. The reason why he appeared here today was to get a piece of news, and now that the news had obviously arrived, it was time for him to leave. The expression on Mirror Master's face changed very quickly, so fast that Suyi and Bruce Wayne, who had been paying attention to him all the time, felt that something was wrong. They all realized that Master Mirror had said so much before, and even showed a lot of fear in his eyes, which was probably just pretending. "What's the matter with you?" Damian Wayne grabbed the Mirror Master's shoulder almost immediately. Master Mirror Image was like a slippery loach. He dodged in a flash. Even he didn't say much, just looked at them with very dark eyes. The sarcasm in his eyes was so obvious that people couldn't help feeling very angry just looking at it. "Actually, I was acting with you just now. Now that you know it, you are very angry, but no matter how angry you are, it will have no effect." Ha. After saying this, the Mirror Master smiled, and then swished directly into one of the mirrors. And he obviously got into the mirror, but he didn't run away in a hurry, and even laughed at the group of people outside the mirror naturally. "Since you know what my ability is, you dare to be so stupid. Don't look at it." On the surface, I pretended to be very scared, but in fact, I almost died laughing in my heart. What a bloody guy. Damian Wayne didn't expect the Mirror Master to be so irritating. He gritted his teeth. He stretched out his hand to catch the Mirror Master, but what he touched was a cold glass surface. The cold mirror seemed to freeze his heart completely. He was very angry. He couldn't even bear what he had encountered in front of him. Damn it! Damian Wayne slammed his fist hard at the mirror. He didn't believe that he smashed the mirror and couldn't get people out. However, the mirror was broken, but the Mirror Master inside was not affected at all. His sneering face appeared on the shattered glass. You can also see Damian Wayne's ridiculous face. "You look so stupid, can't you keep calm a little bit?" Seeing his son like this, Bruce Wayne grabbed his arm and pushed back violently. Damian Wayne was unprepared at all, and fell on the sofa all at once. And when he fell on the sofa, he still maintained his original state. Obviously, he was really stimulated just now and has not fully recovered yet. "You can't catch me at all, even if you want to achieve this in your heart." The pride in Master Mirror's eyes became even stronger. "Now it is time to complete the task and leave here." Even at this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the mirror with his legs crossed in a serious manner. "That's right. All the treasures in the world are hidden with me, and I was the one who stole them. I know your identities, and the identities of each of you. I have been to the League of Justice through the mirror, and I have also been to Arkham Mental Hospital. What's ridiculous is that you didn't realize my existence from beginning to end." The Mirror Master seemed to feel very happy when he thought of the series of things he had done before. He was also very sure that no one could catch him at all, so he told them all the things they were very curious about, even things that Suyi and the others didn't know at all. At this time they directly said it out. "It seems that you are really powerful. Just like what you said before, I, and even other people in the Arkham Mental Hospital, have indeed not found any traces of your presence." Even though it was like this, Suyi didn't care about it at all when he said it. Even though Master Mirror Image had already hid in the mirror, he was still very calm. Master Mirror Image frowned fiercely. He realized that he really couldn't understand the man in front of him. This man seemed to have only one expression from the beginning to the end, and he didn't take himself seriously at all. Obviously he has been hiding in the mirror, but this guy looks like he still has a backhand. But how is it possible? As long as he hides in the mirror, everything in the mirror belongs to his world. No one can catch him. Master Mirror Image is very sure and believes in this point, and is sure that there will be no other choice. Although he thought this way in his heart and was very sure of it, when he saw Suyi's expression, he still felt that staying here was not a good thing. Thinking of this, he already had the idea to leave quickly instead of continuing to tease them here. Master Mirror Image had already thought about leaving, but his guess was obviously correct. Really? How could Bruce Wayne and Suyi, the two leaders of the team, appear here if they were not fully prepared? Suyi is clearly aware of Master Mirror's ability, so how could he not be prepared? They will appear here, and they will constantly tease and procrastinate with the Mirror Master, just because the last process has been finished. Mirror Master may not have noticed it before, but now he fully notices it. Normally, he can walk naturally between the mirrors, but now he is completely trapped on one of the mirrors, and it's a broken mirror. The mirror used to be a place where the Mirror Master walked freely as if he was at home, but now it has directly turned into a prison for the Mirror Master. No, absolutely impossible. It's all fake. I'm hallucinating. Obviously things happened in front of him like this, but Master Mirror Image was unwilling to accept everything in front of him. He felt that he had been deceived. He continued to activate his ability, wanting to escape from the trapped mirror. However, Suyi walked up to the mirror and waved his hand lightly on it. The shattered glass returned to normal. The appearance of Mirror Master gave me a new idea. Suyi couldn't help smiling at this moment. Maybe it's a very good idea to make the mirror a prison. Let's put it in the corridor of Arkham Mental Hospital. The solution is what you thought of, and you also did it to restrain the Mirror Master. I have no objection to your proposal. Bruce Wayne didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and he was surprised. 487. The Mirror Master in the corridor is hanging to watch. No matter how arrogant the Mirror Image Master was before, the final result still hasn't changed. With Suyi's final decision, he directly became a landscape of Arkham Mental Hospital. It's a landscape that always makes people in Arkham Asylum stop. Therefore, Master Mirror Image had no way of escaping from the beginning, but in the end he could only see someone appearing in front of the mirror, and he couldn't help but yell at him. It can be seen from his increasingly irritable mood that he can't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Suyi didn't react at all. Even every time he passed by, Master Mirror cursed harder than when he faced anyone before. But he still didn't care much. He lived his life as he wanted. However, it is only a period of time to put the Mirror Master in the Arkham Mental Hospital. Soon, they will send the Mirror Master to another place. Regarding the fact that the Mirror Image Master who stole the world's money was found out by the Arkham Mental Hospital and the Justice League, they did not deliberately conceal it. So in a short period of time, many people have already known about this matter. But they knew that they knew it, but they didn't dare to come up and ask what was going on. Not only did they dare not, they even secretly thought of various ways. That look made Suyi and the others find it funny. These politicians have always used the greatest malice to figure out other people's minds, which is really ridiculous. They have a habit of using some dirty thinking that other people are just like them. I really don't know where they have the face to think about this. Damian Wayne couldn't help but feel very funny after talking about the things that the United Nations politicians discussed. When the people over there are paying attention to their situation, they are actually also paying attention to some situations in the United Nations. In order to force them to hand over their people, someone at the United Nations has already started to seriously think of a way. Suyi had already revealed to his subordinates and the League of Justice before that he would hand over Master Mirror Image to the people of the United Nations. After all, Master Mirror Image has stolen too much wealth. If the Mirror Image Master is handed over directly, it will be much better and more convenient for the people of the Justice League and the Arkham Mental Hospital in the future. Yes, from the beginning to the end, Suyi and the others had no intention of keeping the Mirror Master in their Arkham Asylum. In other words, those people in the United Nations have been discussing for so long, but in fact, it is entirely because they think too much. And until now, those people in the United Nations don't know that Suyi and others are secretly laughing at the United Nations. They see those in the Justice League and Arkham Asylum as enemies to deal with. But they didn't know at all that the existence they regarded as enemies didn't take them to heart at all. There is a lot of pressure on us from all over the world now. We must find a way to get people from Arkham and the Justice League to hand over the Mirror Master. Mirror Master stole the wealth of the whole country. Such an existence is estimated that no one will hand it over. They asked themselves, if they had the ability to capture the Mirror Master, they would probably make the other party hand over all their wealth. However, they have a high chance of ignoring the next part directly. In this matter, it is obvious that they all have the same idea. They have no way to guarantee others. But for those here, they are almost certain. Their eyes are constantly roving back and forth on the faces of these people in the conference room. Those pairs of eyes are wandering around. It can be seen that they are all thinking of various ideas. No matter how much we discuss now, it won't work at all. Yes, the most important thing right now is to get Master Mirror Image over from the Justice League and Arkham as soon as possible. Someone raised it at this time. So, one by one, they pulled back their wandering thoughts, and at the same time, they once again set their sights on the beautiful country. Gotham City is located in your country, and people want to come here, and I think only you are in the best position to make this point. Definitely, we will also give you corresponding support. I believe everything will be fine. They spoke very seriously on this matter, and their eyes were still full of calculations when they looked at the beautiful country. The representative of the beautiful country sneered. Such thankless things are actually placed on their country one by one. Although the beautiful country representative had a smile on his face, it could be seen that he was not in a good mood. Since you've already said that, let's make things like this. The embarrassment was only maintained for a while, and then disappeared. The representatives of the beautiful country think that they still have a lot of things to pay attention to in the future. If their own country becomes the main doer, then they will put themselves in a very good situation. Even if many things are said by the Yeoman themselves, they can be dealt with immediately. For example, if they ask the Mirror Master to come over, they will be able to tell where the wealth they got from the Mirror Master earlier than others. He believed that other people must have had plans in mind when they handed over to him. However, even under such circumstances, they still decided to hand over the matter to him. It may be because it is obviously much better to find the Mirror Master than the one who came before. Under the current situation, do people in the beautiful country have any other ideas? Definitely not anymore. Wang Zhao. This time the meeting ended quickly. They packed up some materials in their hands. One by one stood up and wanted to leave. But the chance of them leaving is simply not there. Because just when they were still surprised, a person suddenly appeared in this conference room. They were a little surprised when they saw each other's identities, but in fact they weren't very surprised. This person turned out to be Suyi from Arkham Asylum. It was also the person they had been thinking about looking for during the meeting before, and even asked the people in the beautiful country to look for the person. But I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to send it to my door. So why is he here? Do you want to discuss terms with them, or something else? They looked at each other with apprehension in their hearts. Taking a deep breath, a representative of a small country spoke. 488. The Mirror Master sent to the United Nations. Xiogo's representative grabbed the table with his fingers firmly, and then asked with a very serious expression, "Why are you here? What do you want to do? We have already known that Master Mirror Image was captured by you. If you are willing to, if people hand it over, then we will definitely not have any problems here. Not only will there not be any problems, we will even take the initiative." The representative of this small country was interrupted by Suyi before he could finish speaking. "I came here originally for this matter, Master Mirror Image. I sent it to you." When saying this, Suyi's voice was always light and light. It sounds like there is no emotion at all. The rest of the people in the conference room all stared at him with very vigilant eyes. Even if Suyi said that they had sent the Mirror Master over, they were still very vigilant and did not dare to reveal too much emotion at this time. They always felt that there must be a big conspiracy in Suyi's appearance at this time. "You said that Master Mirror Image was sent here, so where exactly is Master Mirror Image?" Except for seeing Suyi put a mirror on the table in the meeting room, he did not see any other operations. "Didn't I already tell you to send people here?" Suyi tilted his head, and then 367 tapped his finger on the table lightly. "Master Mirror Image is in this table. It has already reached this point. I don't think you have anything to doubt, right?" Mirror Master, thinking of the other party's ability, doubts instantly appeared in the eyes of the onlookers. Those who are a little more courageous have already strode towards the table and approached it at this time. Then they saw what was going on in the mirror. "I saw a person lying quietly in the mirror that Suyi put on the table. This person looked very embarrassed. It must have been a long time since I took care of myself. Even from all aspects, the mental state of the other party is very bad now. This person is the Mirror Image Master you have been looking for. We have caught him for a long time. This guy is in a very bad state. I think as long as you press him a little bit, he will give away the wealth he got before. I told you everything." Seeing everyone still looking at me with very vigilant eyes, Suyi wasn't angry, nor did he have any other thoughts. He, was always smiling. "I know that you are still very skeptical now, thinking that there must be some other purpose for me to send people here, and you can't even help wondering whether we have reached an agreement, or you are suspecting that the wealth is ours. People from Arkham and the Justice League have snatched it, right?" Suyi is worthy of being a psychiatrist. At this moment he spoke all the thoughts of everyone in a steady manner. Let the politicians feel very scared and fearful. These politicians also did not expect that the other party would be able to express some of their true thoughts so accurately. It made them feel very uneasy. "We didn't think about it that way, we just thought it was a little bit weird depending," they retorted. "If this is the case, you still have doubts, then I really have nothing to say." Suyi's tone was still calm. "Actually, we are all very grateful for you being able to send Master Mirror Image here, but he is in the mirror now. How should we contact him, and what should we do if he doesn't cooperate at all?" Some people couldn't help but raise it again, even with a strange gleam in their eyes. They need to know how to control the mirror, the way to control the Mirror Master. They feel that this is something that needs to be verified so far. Hearing what the other party said, Suyi didn't feel angry, and even said bluntly, "Since I have sent people here, then I have to tell you the method. It is impossible to make your eyes go dark. Don't know what's going on, right?" When Suyi said this, his voice was always smiling. He explained all the things that should be explained, and then left. As for other things, trust these politicians to figure it out on their own. As for whether they would quarrel or make other moves because of the Mirror Image Master he sent to the United Nations, all of these were out of Suyi's control. He doesn't care about it at all. After Suyi finished explaining all the things he had just explained in the conference room, he got up and left. Only a group of politicians were left making noise. Originally, they planned to hand over the matter to the people of the beautiful country, but now a great opportunity has been given to them. Let them leave at this time, and even hand over the matter to the people of the beautiful country. How could they be willing? So, without anyone else saying anything, they immediately started making a noise. The argument was thrown directly behind Suyi's head. In the next second, Suyi went straight back to the Arkham Asylum. Also returned to the garden. In the garden, Gwen is watering with a watering can. When Suyi appeared, she tilted her head and smiled slightly. "Sue, is the matter settled?" Gwen asked softly. Suyi nodded lightly. "The matter has indeed been dealt with, and I will go to the Justice League later to explain the matter to the Justice League, and then I will come back to accompany you and Wanda." Recently, although I will accompany Gwen and Wanda to play nearby as usual, in fact, there are still many things that cannot be dealt with in a short time. So that even when they are playing, they have no way to play to their heart's content. They can only wait patiently. When Gwen heard Suyi say this, the smile on his face suddenly became brighter than before. Suyi and Gwen spoke briefly, and then went to the League of Justice. Seeing Suyi, Bruce Wayne knew that he had settled the matter. He nodded. "Master Mirror matter is over. But I don't know if the Injustice Alliance will have any new methods." 5. So far, they have never appeared. I don't even know what to think. Bruce Wayne couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead when he thought of this. He felt that this was a very strange thing, and he had no way to solve this very strange thing for a while. 489. Ares, the god of war, is disgusting. "You want to find the injustice?" Seeing Bruce Wayne's attitude, Suyi asked. "That's right. What is the real purpose of this organization? I haven't figured it out so far. Before I figure it out, I think it is the most correct to completely control the other party, and even achieve the attitude of knowing yourself and the enemy. Bruce Wayne doesn't want any accidents to happen around him. He is very serious about this matter. Hearing what Bruce Wayne said, Suyi didn't say anything about taking the initiative to help, but thought about it, and then smiled. Okay, then I wish you the ability to find the Injustice League soon. After Suyi said this, he was about to leave again, but at this time Bruce Wayne's office door was knocked, and Diana walked in from the door. When she saw Suyi, that beautiful face was obviously different, but soon, the surprise and joy disappeared instantly and turned into deep disappointment. Suyi thought that there was no relationship between him and Diana now, and he was not curious why Bruce Wayne would call back someone who had betrayed the team. No matter what the other party is thinking in his heart, it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, after Diana chose the former between the team and him, there was no longer any possibility between them. Although Diana's behavior is not actually a betrayal of their feelings. However, there was no strong relationship between them. It was just the difference between giving up early and giving up later. Suyi doesn't care about these at all. He didn't look at Diana again, but quickly disappeared in front of everyone. He returns to Arkham Asylum. When he came back, Luowa had already handled all the things he had explained. Everyone in the Arkham Asylum knew that he had finished the matter perfectly. They didn't have any surprises about it, and Suyi could easily solve such a simple matter in their view. On a peaceful day, a new guest appeared in the Arkham Asylum. This is a man whose clothes are not in line with modern times. When he appeared, those people who were originally only in the dark appeared in front of people involuntarily at this time. They couldn't help but cast their eyes on each other, their eyes full of vigilance. It's just because this person has a very strong blood. All of this shows that this person either spends a lot of time with dead man, or has killed a lot of people with his own hands, or it wouldn't be like this at all. And from the expression on the other party's face, it can be seen that he is a very arrogant guy who doesn't even take other people seriously. I heard that you have a man named Suyi who abandoned my sister. When the man spoke these words, his voice was with a smile. But even with a smile, there was still a strong murderous look. Did you have some misunderstanding? Sue will never be irresponsible, and is your sister Hugh? Looking at the other person's outfit, Wanda felt very familiar, as if she had seen something similar before. She couldn't help thinking like this in her heart, with a hint of vigilance on her face. The other party obviously seemed to have bad intentions. He wouldn't let this guy meet Suyi, although she was sure that even if the other party really saw Suyi could easily solve it. But if this kind of thing can be avoided, try to avoid it as much as possible. Wanda clenched her fists. She felt that if the other party moved a little bit in the future, then he would attack immediately. Absolutely will not allow any possibility to attack Suyi. All the onlookers were thinking like this in their hearts. However, in the eyes of men, their behavior is extraordinarily funny. Even men don't take their actions seriously at all. Not only that, but he even said in an extremely arrogant tone, "You are just a bunch of ants. You really think you can do nothing to get me? Get out of here, or take me to see that man." The man's tone is very arrogant. "I heard you want to find me?" Suyi spoke in a very calm voice. Feeling the fluctuation here, Suyi has already walked over from afar. The man sees Suyi and sees him calling himself Suyi. For a moment, when he looked at Suyi, his eyes were obviously picky, asking for flowers. "Haha, you're Suyi? You look like a pretty boy. I really don't know how that guy Diana would like someone like you. If I didn't find out by accident, I'm afraid this guy would just hide it to death." A mocking tone came from the man. "Diana? Are you Diana's brother?" Suyi was a little surprised, then chuckled. "Sorry, it doesn't look like that at all." The man snorted coldly. "I forgot to make a simple self-introduction. My name is Ares, and I am the son of Zeus and Hera. This time I am here just to say hello to you, not I came here specifically for you." When he caused a sensation, Wonder Woman Diana arrived late. Her complexion was very ugly, and that pretty face was even more tinged with anger. "Ares, why are you here?" When Diana said this, her voice was obviously sharp. "I just want to say hello to the person you like." "Why are you so nervous? You have to let me know what the person who can make the princess of our Protoss looks like." 17. Ares opened his mouth, grinning slightly, with full malice. "It is said that they are brothers and sisters, but they are actually just half-brothers. Normally, their relationship is not good. And Ares doesn't even know how unpopular he is. This is a bloodthirsty murderer who only bases his own happiness on the pain of others. For Ares, there are hardly many people who really like him. He has a completely different existence from Diana, who is loved by everyone. To be honest, Diana hated him. Definitely, Diana doesn't like him, and Ares also doesn't like her sister who is popular everywhere. When he came to this world and knew that this popular younger sister was actually rejected by others, he couldn't help but ran to watch the fun. However, to watch the excitement is to watch the excitement. When he saw Suyi, to be honest, he was actually very disappointed. Just an ordinary person. Even if it is an ability user, it is nothing more than an ability user with a little ability. 490. Cooperation with Ares, the god of war, is dangerous. Originally, I thought that if Diana had someone she liked, This person must have extraordinary status and extraordinary ability. Although he won't be able to attack his sister, he can make things difficult for someone his sister likes. However, looking at the man named Suyi in front of him again, the disappointment in his eyes became more obvious at this moment. It's really boring. Ares, the god of war, felt that it was a waste of time for him to come here. When he came, he was aggressive, and when he left, the expression on his face was full of contempt. Diana's face was about to turn red with embarrassment. Although she had always had a bad relationship with the other party, it was true that the other party was her brother. At the moment, she wished that the other party had nothing to do with her at all. Sorry, Suyi, I apologize to 740 on his behalf. Diana apologized to Suyi very seriously. If in the past, she still had a little bit of hidden thoughts, then now she doesn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, that guy Ares is simply crazy. There is no relationship between you, so you don't need to apologize to me on this matter. Suyi didn't involve Diana in this matter at all, and what he said was very serious. Diana obviously got Suyi's forgiveness, but she was not happy about this matter in her heart. She glanced at Suyi, then apologized to the others, and then left quickly. On the other side, Ares, the god of war, observed many places after leaving the Arkham mental hospital. He likes war, likes the desperate eyes of people after the darkness falls. He finally set his sights on the beautiful president of the country, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a playful smile. When he told the president of the beautiful country whether he wanted to cooperate, the president of the beautiful country sweated on his forehead. When this man appeared, he was defenseless, and he didn't even know what the other party's intention for appearing here was. It wasn't until the other party expressed his intention of coming that he was slightly dazed. You mean you can help me rule the world? This is simply the best thing for the ambitious beautiful country. But how could he trust a person who appeared for no reason? But what if everything the other party said is true? He asked nervously. If I am willing to cooperate with you, what price will I have to pay? The price, by the way, it seems like this in the eyes of you humans. But for our gods, a mere earth is not enough to make people care about it. I like fighting wars because his name is Ares. Regarding ancient myths and stories, what else is unclear about the president of the beautiful country? You said you were Ares, the god of war? Is that really the case? When the president of the beautiful country said this, his voice was very hesitant. If not, why should I help you? Will help you, because in my opinion our ideas are very similar. You want to rule the world, and I need war. War is power to me source. The more powerful the war, the more help it will be to me. But why do you want to find me? Other countries can also. The president of the beautiful country was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Definitely if you don't want to, I'll go find people from other countries now. Ares, the god of war, was still in high spirits, but at the moment's expression became obviously cold. It seems that you didn't. If you want to cooperate with me, then I will leave. No, Mr. Ares, please stay. The president of the beautiful country originally wanted to continue to test, but he didn't expect that Ares, the god of war, had no intention of beating around the bush at all. Seeing that Ares, the god of war, was about to leave, he was extremely nervous. If everything that god of war Ares said is true, then he will become the strongest weapon in his hand, but he must not be allowed to leave. It seems that it was my misunderstanding just now. You should really want to cooperate with me. That's really great. The god of war Ares' face changed very quickly. Just now he was ruthless, even full of impatience, but now he suddenly turned into a smiling face. The two discussed it again, and then they were very satisfied with each other. Ares, the god of war, left. Before leaving, he gave the president of the beautiful country a way to contact him. Not long after Ares, the god of war, left, Diana followed the trail of Ares and appeared in the office of the president of the beautiful country. Although the president of the beautiful country has just experienced Ares, the god of war, he should not be frightened logically. But when Diana reappeared, he was still frightened. Diana didn't look at the president of the beautiful country for a few more times, but directly asked angrily, "That guy was here just now. The man in the clothes that is very similar to mine." When the president of the beautiful country heard Diana's words, he immediately took a serious look at her clothes, and then thought of Ares, the god of war. At first he thought they were together, but the woman in front of him, he was still very impressed with her. She appears to be a member of the Justice League. In the past, he once cooperated with Superman Clark Kent to betray the League of Justice. Although he went back at the end, he was still very impressed by this. Such a person doesn't look like the arrogant man who said that he likes war very much, full of evil spirits. If they are really gods, then that male 3.4 is not a god of war but an evil god. Miss, I don't know what you mean. Apart from you, there is no other person who is very similar to you. Don't lie to me. He's been here, I can feel that. I really don't know what you're talking about. The president of the beautiful country responded seriously. Diana's beautiful eyes stared at the president of the beautiful country, looking extraordinarily fierce. No matter what expression Diana's beautiful face makes, she is beautiful. Even if it is a threat, at the moment will not bring too much oppression. The president of the beautiful country has seen many women, beautiful women. He won't be confused by the other person's appearance, and he doesn't even take the other person seriously at all. 491. The president will not be threatened. After all, power and the like are the most important things to him. At this time, his eyes showed a bit of indifference, and at the same time, he raised his hands high, showing a bit of embarrassment and fear on his face just right. But it's not like that at all in my heart. He knew that the other party had nothing to do with him. Not only was there no other way, but no matter how eager the other party was, he would never choose to kill her. After all, even as the president, as the most powerful man in this country, he cannot deny that he is actually an ordinary person. And the Justice League, and even Superman Clark Kent have rules that don't involve ordinary people. Since the other party is one of them, they are at least the same in terms of three views. Really, when Diana clearly knew what the other party was thinking, she was still helpless. She let go. Even if you don't want to admit it, I still know exactly what's going on. There is only one situation I want to say now. Cooperating with the other party will not do you any good. You and this country will fall into a very serious situation. In a big crisis, you will regret it sooner or later. When Diana said this, she didn't bring any threats, but no one would question how correct she was in what she said. For the president of the beautiful country, danger always comes with opportunity. If you don't take a risk once, how can you know that the final result will be like this? Maybe it's the good side. The president of the beautiful country will only believe in his own judgment, and at the same time he is very sure that there is no problem with the things he is doing now. Now, no matter who shows up to talk to him about this matter, he will not change his mind. At the moment, no matter how much Diana said, his response was still just one sentence. I do not know what you're talking about. Diana took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, otherwise she wouldn't be able to bear it, and would directly crush the other party's stupid brain. I know that no matter how much I tell you now, it won't have any effect. If this is the case, then I won't say anything more to you in the future. I hope you won't regret it. After saying this, Diana turned and left. Several days passed by again. The appearance of Ares, the god of war, actually did not have any impact on most people. But gradually, when they noticed the actions of the beautiful country's army, it attracted the attention of other people, and made them realize that something might be wrong. Arkham Asylum. Soo was surrounded by Clark's parents very enthusiastically. Sue, you really have to accept these things. They are all good things. We have spent a lot of effort to get them. Yeah, if it weren't for Clark's being an ability user, so many things wouldn't be so good. Clark's parents sound very warm. In such a chaotic city, they knew that if Soo hadn't been sheltering Clark Kent, some situations might not be as they are now. They are all too aware of this. Therefore, I have always thought that if there is a chance, I must repay Soo well. I couldn't find a better way before, but now when I returned to my hometown, I told my good sisters about such a worry. They all scrambled to give ideas. When I heard some things, I found that it was really the same thing. This is what their neighbors and friends said. For Sue, it is easier to get anything. We have been neighbors for several years, and we found that Sue usually doesn't care about some material things at all. A person who is not lacking in both material and spiritual needs, no matter what you give at this time, it will not make much difference to him. So in this situation, when you go out shopping or do other things, remember to prepare a copy for Soo and that's enough. These are some of the ideas that the residents of the town gave Clark's parents. Hearing what Clark's parents said, the corners of Soo's mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. They were so nice. They actually said some things directly, but they didn't worry about what he would think at the moment. Then thank you, uncle and aunt. I will put this thing away. In fact, it is not a very precious thing. It is about 10 catties of fruits and vegetables. Soo was a little surprised that Arkham Mental Hospital was mentioned directly. After all the things that should be dealt with were dealt with, Soo asked others to take Clark's parents to a nearby place to hang out, and then asked Clark Kent to stay. You find a time to let your parents move to the Arkham Mental Hospital, and I arranged a room nearby. It is said that Soo made the preparations, but in fact, if Gwen and Wanda hadn't mentioned it suddenly, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. Hearing what Soo said, Clark Kent nodded. I see, brother. When I go back, I will tell my parents and let them prepare for the 373 move immediately. I believe they will be very happy. After all, living in Arkham Mental Hospital means that their father and son, mother and son can meet regularly. And he didn't need to go back and forth between Arkham Asylum and his home location. You know, most of the time, he will actually stay outside for a long time, but he will always go back to the Arkham Mental Hospital, but he may not return to his home. When talking about this incident, Clark Kent actually felt very sorry for his parents. He should spend more time with his parents. Definitely, when he accompanied his parents back to the small town this time, he had the same thoughts in his heart. Even at that time, he thought that his parents would stay in the small town for a long time. After all, it was safe for them now, but he never thought that his parents would just stay there for a few days, and then urged him to go back to the town. Arrived in Gotham City, he is really very grateful to his parents. Okay, I told you to stop only because of these 10 things. Oh, that's right. Then brother, I'll go out first. Clark Kent is now in a hurry to find his parents and explain the good news to them. Seeing Clark's hastily leaving footsteps, Yi finally took his eyes back at this moment. 492. What exactly did war bring to mankind? Although life is still peaceful now, but it's impossible to keep calm like this forever. Yi is very sure about this matter, and because of the god of war Ares, the world is waging wars and robbing resources. Some countries that originally planned to remain neutral, under such circumstances, have no way to maintain a neutral attitude at all. After all, they have no way to forgive the guy who deliberately provokes them at the gate of their country. The world is in chaos. But this situation can also be controlled. The big country is working very hard, but the rat shit of the beautiful country happened. He is eager for the world to become more chaotic. Yi held the remote control in his hand, and he stared at the scene on the TV indifferently. Now TV news is all about international wars. The pain, despair and empty eyes of ordinary human beings seem very empathetic to those who have some empathy, but Yi looks at this situation from the perspective of a bystander. Yi is not a holy father. He will not intervene to do certain things because others are suffering too much. He felt that this was an unnecessary situation. How many soldiers are there? How many ordinary people are there? The common people in these countries are more than a little bit worse than the countries he once loved and even now love. Yet now he's in the DC world, and even in the Marvel world before that. Even if you have been to the country you love, that country is not the country in your memory. That is a different existence. Yi understood these things very clearly, so she never thought about going back to her own country from the beginning to the end. He just wants to live his own life in peace now. Yi held the remote control and changed channels one after another. When the cartoon of the cat catching the mouse was shown, he stopped. His eyes were a little erratic, and his thoughts had already drifted far away at this moment, and he was not in this studio at all. When Gwen and Wanda walked in, they saw the picture of the cat catching the mouse on TV, only to be retaliated by the mouse. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but let out a slight laugh from their mouths. Sue really likes cartoons very much. Isn't there a saying in Huaxia that a man is a teenager until he dies? So it's very understandable to like watching cartoons. When two women walked in talking and laughing, Fang Yang looked up at them. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Usually, during his working hours, Gwen and Wanda would hardly enter his studio, except for food and fruit deliveries. But it's not lunchtime today, and they didn't have afternoon tea and fruit on their hands. Obviously, they had something else to do, and it should be a very important thing. When it came to the next thing to be discussed, the smile on Gwen Wangta's face quickly faded away. Sue, something happened a little bit, and we came here for this matter, because it is very urgent and we need to let you know. Now more than a dozen countries have gathered to attack the beautiful country. When Gwen and Wanda mentioned this matter, they were a little silent. Wanda even said directly at this time, I hate war very much. I don't know what war has brought to mankind. If it is for resources, we can exchange resources. Even if it is for other things, then there is always a way. Why pay for something you can get for free? Sui leaned her back on the chair behind her, and then slowly spit out this sentence. Those who engage in politics, what they want to do most is to exchange small things for big things, and it is best not to spend anything. Wanda, don't think about things you don't understand. After all, everyone's thinking is different. If you have to understand everything, then life is really hard. When Suyi said these words, her tone was always calm. Gwen knew that what Suyi said was serious. He raised his hand and gently patted Wanda beside him. Sorry, I just couldn't help thinking about the past all of a sudden. After saying this, Wanda patted her cheek vigorously, letting those miscellaneous thoughts completely disappear from her mind. She smiled and looked at Gwen beside her, and Suyi who was sitting next to Gwen. Although we can ignore these things, we live in a beautiful country after all. If something happens in a beautiful country, it will also affect us. Everyone else in Gotham City is already on the move. Has the action already started? The other forces you mentioned should actually refer to the Justice League. Only Bruce Wayne can't help being impulsive when encountering dangerous things. Then, well, he took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the doctor. Although Gwen and Wanda didn't reply, judging from the reactions on their faces, Suyi should be right. When he noticed the other person's expression, Suyi shook his head helplessly. Let's take another look. Suyi still wants to know what the next development will be like. And in the office of the president of the beautiful country, the president is losing his temper at a man who is dressed very differently from modern people. Why did this happen? You caused all this, right? Ares. When the president of the beautiful country thought of the situation he was facing now, and this situation could have been completely avoided, or even impossible, it just happened. God of War Ares sat on a rocking chair and said casually, yes, I did this. But is it not good? Ares didn't think there was any problem with doing this at all. Not only did he not feel that there was any problem, He even felt that what he was doing was correct. It's too much trouble and a waste of time to fight one country at a time. It's better to gather them together and wipe them all out. So what you mean by gathering together to wipe out everything in one go is to have the military forces of more than a dozen countries surround our country's gates? What did you tell them? Why did they gather and attack my country? While the president of the beautiful country was angry, he was also tinged with curiosity. Since being a god, there will always be such a way, and you don't need to know about it at all. Ares, the god of war, still looks like an old god, and he doesn't mean to explain at all. If we don't have the ability to be honest with each other when we talk, then our relationship can only go so far. Clearly knowing that even threats would have no effect at all, but the president of the beautiful country couldn't help but say such a sentence. 493. Mr. President, you will realize your wish. The tense appearance of the president of the beautiful country made Ares, the god of war, find it funny. I don't think that everything I have done needs to be explained to others. Now that people from other countries have united to fight at the gate of your country, don't you plan to do it at this time? Ares, the god of war, spoke lightly, and he didn't explain any solution at all. The president of the beautiful country stared at the god of war Ares without blinking. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Even if you don't want to give an explanation, shouldn't you help me a little at this time? You are the god of war. Even if it is a dozen countries, it should be easy for you to solve it. I hope you can remember one thing. I am not your thug. We are just a partnership, and I am the dominant player in this partnership. You just need to do what I say. No need to ask. The current situation is that the president of the beautiful country and Ares, the god of war, are staying in the same place. As long as Ares, the god of war, thinks, it is estimated that he can kill him just by moving his fingers. Sweat dripped down from the forehead constantly. The face of the president of the beautiful country changed back and forth, and finally he sat back to his original position. He no longer dared to say a word at this time. Seeing that the president of the beautiful country has returned to a calm state now, and even understands his strength, Ares, the god of war, raised his horn slightly, and the whole person seemed much happier. Even at this time, when he spoke, his voice became very light. It can be felt that Ares, the god of war, is very satisfied with the obedience of the president of the beautiful country. Even when the president of the beautiful country was still obedient, he spoke at this time. Know what position you are in now, so that you won't make me angry. After lightly warning the president of the beautiful country, Ares, the god of war, continued to speak at this time. Don't worry, I bet the god of war, when your army makes a move, I guarantee that your soldiers will become extremely mighty one by one, with 1 equal to 10. This can also be regarded as a guarantee from Ares, the god of war, to the president of the beautiful country. However, this matter was completely different from what the president of the beautiful country had imagined before, and he felt that he had been deceived. However, fairness with Ares, the god of war, is of no use at all. Who knows what the other party will do next if he really offends the other party. At this time, the president of the beautiful country couldn't help but think of another thing. In this office before, Diana once told him that Ares, the god of war, is not easy to provoke, and cooperating with him will only bring bad luck to him. Although I can't remember the specific content, but the general meaning is like this. The president of the beautiful country feels that his luck will not be too bad. Who would have thought that the other party would be like this? The eyes of the president of the beautiful country showed a few traces of hatred. If he is not an ordinary person, but his identity is not only the president of the beautiful country, but also a nobility, then he would not be in such a passive position now. I will directly choose to fight as you think. I just hope that you can help my country and my army more. Knowing that the god of war Ares is not so easy to provoke, the president of the beautiful country can only do his best to seek greater power for his country, his army, and even himself. The little thought of the president of the beautiful country. How could Ares not understand this? He fully understood this matter, but he didn't care at all. President, as long as you do what I say, everything you want will come true. Ares, the god of war, walked directly to the president of the beautiful country. I know you have doubts about me. There wasn't much trust at all. But then you find out that trusting me was the right thing to do. The president of the beautiful country opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth after all. Now the president of the beautiful country does not believe a word that comes out of the mouth of Ares, the god of war. But no matter how much you don't believe it, you will still do what you should do. War is imminent. In the League of Justice, Bruce Wayne wandered around in a hurry. This kind of thing has happened. What should I do? Is there no movement in Arkham? Bruce Wayne couldn't help but ask his subordinates. Billy, can't you go and see what's going on in Arkham? Bruce Wayne looks at Billy Batson. Now he wants some people he already knew very well to go to the Arkham mental hospital to inquire about the news, and he doesn't believe that Sui is still unwilling to do it at this point. Anyway, they also live in this city. If more than a dozen countries besiege their beautiful country, then even if their country has a strong military force, it is estimated that it will be difficult to resist. Billy Batson scratched the back of his head helplessly. Boss, you've already asked the same question before. and I've already inquired about it from Arkham. So Yi didn't take any action at all. So Yi is really not in a hurry. Bruce Wayne felt extremely helpless when he thought of Su Yi's very calm appearance every time he met him. What is the current situation at the customs? What about the situation at the border? Bruce Wayne went to ask Green Lantern and Diana and others. They have been monitoring the situation over there. What is going on over there now? They must be the clearest. The dozen or so countries are very strange. They seem to be ordered by someone, and they are very neat. This is actually a very incredible thing, because no one can gather the military power of more than a dozen countries in such a short period of time. But they did it. I thought they had planned for a long time, but I found out that it was actually organized temporarily. They reported little by little, and then Bruce Wayne noticed something wrong with Diana's face at this time. Since he saw that the other party's expression was not right, he immediately asked, "Diana, what's going on? Do you have something to say or something to hide?" When Bruce Wayne said this, his tone was very serious. 494. Past betrayals can never be erased. If the other party is really hiding something, then Bruce Wayne must get the truth from the other party's mouth. After all, the situation is too urgent now. Diana still didn't speak, and at this time Bruce Wayne's voice became much harsher. "Diana, don't forget what you promised me before. You said that you would never betray the Justice League again. If you still hide it now, or even cause our Justice League to suffer huge losses, then I can't prevent you from leaving this place forever." Although Bruce Wayne allows these people who used to follow Superman Clark Kent to return to the Justice League, that's because he knows their properties. But what if they suddenly regretted it again? In fact, in the final analysis, Bruce Wayne did not fully believe them at all. In the process of this contact, in fact, they have been considering them all the time. As soon as Diana talked about the past, the expression on her face suddenly became very ashamed. Even Green Lantern and others next to him also had a bad face, and they were a little embarrassed. They didn't regret what they had done, but they came back to the Justice League and were even accepted. In fact, they have always been very grateful to Bruce Wayne, and they also found that Bruce Wayne was very different from the past after contacting people from Arkham. At least, he will no longer restrain his subordinates, what things can be done, and what things cannot be done. Although he himself is still very determined not to kill people, but such a behavior will not affect other people. It will only affect oneself. The problem is not that big. Ares, the god of war, appeared in Su Yi's Arkham before, and I suspect that this time's incident must have his handwriting. He is a guy who likes war very much. When Diana talked about this, she felt her head start to hurt. I have been looking forward to this matter very much. It is best not to have anything to do with him, but the more I observe, the more I find that there is no other possibility for this matter other than him. I really don't know what to say. Diana really didn't want to talk about this matter, and her mood seemed extraordinarily complicated at this moment. Ares, god of war? Bruce Wayne muttered the name. Is his ability very strong? Having never dealt with each other before, it is not clear at all how powerful Bruce Wayne is against the god of war. Bruce Wayne's ability, since he is called the god of war, his ability is naturally extraordinary. In short, as long as the god of war Ares is mentioned now, Diana has a special headache. I don't know what he plans to do next, but the president of the beautiful country is now cooperating with him, and the dozen or so countries seem to be cooperating with him. Which side he is on and what he plans to do. Diana frowned. She couldn't see through this at all. After she finished talking about this matter, she set her eyes on Bruce Wayne again, and expressed her meaning very seriously. "Boss, everything I said this time is true, and I don't mean to betray you." Listening to the meaning of the other party's words, Bruce Wayne naturally knew that the other party did not intend to betray, and the words she said were also extremely sincere. He also believes that the other party has no need to lie. After all, some things can be found out with a little research. "I believe everything you said." Bruce Wayne's voice was noticeably softer. "I was too anxious just now, that's why I said that to you." Diana is really sorry. Bruce Wayne didn't beat around the bush either, and apologized directly to Diana. Diana's expression suddenly became embarrassing. She felt that Bruce Wayne didn't need to apologize to herself at all. To be honest, she felt that not only did the other party not need to apologize to herself, but she should even apologize to Bruce Wayne in some respects. If Bruce Wayne hadn't pressed her to ask just now, she might still be hiding it, and she didn't make up her mind to tell the other party about this matter at all. Although she didn't tell anyone else about this matter, she felt a little bad when she thought that she had such an idea. Ask for flowers. The matter has come to this point. It's over for a while. I'll go out for a while. Bruce Wayne stood up at this point. From his appearance, you can actually tell where he wants to go now. Diana took a step forward, wanting to follow her. When she realized that such a thought had popped up in her mind, she felt embarrassed again. All of this happened very quickly, and no one except Diana herself noticed her abnormality. And Bruce Wayne, who was about to go to the Arkham mental hospital, had already left in a hurry, and he didn't notice Diana's abnormality. The gatekeepers of the Arkham mental hospital were already very familiar with Bruce Wayne. After seeing him, they put him in without even asking. 0. The first place Bruce Wayne went to was the office, but there was no one in the office. Only then did he suddenly realize that today is actually the weekend. On weekends, Soo-Yi is not in the office at all, which is very normal. However, for Bruce Wayne who came to look for Soo-Yi, it was simply a very big torture. Why did people suddenly disappear? He had no way to relieve the expectation deep in his heart. So he walked out of the office quickly, and directly caught a person who was patrolling. "Where did your chief say he went?" "The leader and the two wives have already gone out for a date early in the morning," the man answered in a panic. Bruce Wayne heard the other party's answer, let go of the other party, and couldn't help sighing at the same time. In fact, it is also conceivable that such a situation will happen. After all, Soo-Yi really likes her two women very much. Those two women named Gwen and Wanda. If you don't think about it, Bruce Wayne can easily ignore these two people. And do you know where they went on a date? How dare we ask where the chief and the two ladies have gone? They wish they could stay in Arkham for a longer period of time. After all, the wages and benefits here were high, and there was even a two-shift system. 495 Father and son talk about work. Originally, they lived in Arkham without enough food and clothing. Since they worked in Arkham Mental Hospital, many people envied them. On the contrary, the man who had worked in the Arkham Mental Hospital before had a bad life since he was kicked out of Arkham. It is said that a riot broke out on another street in Arkham some time ago, and the man was stabbed more than a dozen times before he died. Thinking of that person's miserable situation, they couldn't help shaking their heads. If he hadn't done anything impulsive, then he probably wouldn't have been stabbed right now just to get a bite. The experience of the predecessors is a possibility for their future, and they absolutely do not allow such tragic and bad things to happen to themselves. What these people think about Bruce Wayne doesn't know at all, nor is he curious. The only thing he wants 187 to know now is where Soo-Yi and his two wives went. He caught anyone he could in Arkham Asylum. However, there is just no clue. "Old man, what are you doing?" Damian Wayne was lying on the edge of the window, staring at each other with a pair of eyes, and seemed to think that what the other party was doing was very funny. So he really laughed out of his mouth. "Damian, you bastard." As soon as Bruce Wayne saw his son with a lazy look, he knew that he might not come out with any nice words. There was a bit of a bad look in his expression. Wayne was still constantly teasing as if he didn't know what was going on in his mind at all. "Old man, you are asking about the whereabouts of the leader and the two sisters. What are you going to do? You must have encountered some problem that cannot be solved, so you want to ask the leader." "I said that you are the leader of an organization anyway." Why do you like to rant towards us so much?" "Stinky boy. Do you know what you are talking to me? You don't even have the slightest respect for your own father." "Hey, why is there no more?" "I know you are my father." Damian Wayne looked at Bruce Wayne, still laughing from his mouth. Seeing the other party's appearance, Bruce Wayne only felt that he had a headache at first, and it seemed to be even more headache now. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party, so he asked, "Do you know where Soo-Yi has gone? Where is the leader going?" "We people definitely know." Damian Wayne nodded very positively. "After all, we are his most trusted subordinates, and in order for us to find him, our mobile phones are always available for contact." "How could this be? If so, why can't I get through?" "Oh, except for the members of our team, everyone else has been blocked by the leader during the break time." "We all know this kind of thing. After all, the leader doesn't like to be disturbed when dating." I believe you should be able to understand, old man." Damian Wayne is still smiling. He simply cannot understand. "If you have anything to do, just come to us, and you don't need to go to the leader. You should be here today because of the strength of those dozens of countries, right?" Bruce Wayne has no intention of talking to Damian Wayne about this at all. Moreover, they are father and son, so suddenly talking about work matters. "I always feel that there is something weird, and they represent two forces." That feeling is even more strange. What's more, when talking about work matters, shouldn't it be avoided under normal circumstances? The more he talked about this matter, the more weird he felt in his heart. But Damian Wayne suddenly grabbed the window and jumped down. Soon, he landed directly in front of Bruce Wayne. "There's a wooden chair over there. Let's go over there and talk." When talking about this matter, the smile on the corner of Damian Wayne's mouth became more intense. "Although what you just said is indeed one of the things, what I want to ask is something more important." Bruce Wayne didn't want such a strange picture to happen, so he added another sentence. "I know what you're talking about. Are you referring to the god of war Ares?" Damian Wayne opened his mouth lazily, and this opening directly swallowed what Bruce Wayne originally wanted to say. Bruce Wayne frowned slightly. If there was anything he didn't understand before, now he is almost sure that Damian Wayne will appear inside the Arkham Mental Hospital, most likely because Sue instigated by Yi. If it wasn't for this reason, then why was Damian Wayne able to guess the reason why he came here so accurately? On the other hand, Gwen and Wanda are still a little worried that Damian Wayne will mess up. "You said that Damian is going to face Mr. Bruce Wayne who may appear alone. Is there really no problem?" Gwen felt that the relationship between the father and son did not look very good. If they quarreled directly before saying a few words, the situation might not be so good. She was most worried that something like this would happen. After all, she often saw the father and son quarreling. Almost every time Bruce Wayne arrives at Arkham Asylum, or they go to the Justice League, the father and son always fight. and if they don't fight, they say things that are not friendly to each other. After all, they are also father and son. Even if they really quarrel, it will not have much impact on them. When Suyi said this, there was still a bit of envy in his eyes. Sometimes the relationship between father and son 2.4 is not that I treat you well, you treat me well, it's really good, they are so noisy, rather, it fits better. Seeing what Suyi said, Wanda and Gwen just looked at each other, and didn't continue talking. Perhaps what you said, Sue, is right. There is not just one way for fathers and sons to express friendship in the world. Although they often quarrel, or sometimes confront each other after a few words, it can be felt that they are a very loving father and son. If any one of the two of them is in danger suddenly, the other will definitely go crazy to rescue them. Hearing the two women's words, Suyi nodded. It's not wrong to say that, and it won't do us any harm to have a good relationship with the Justice League. 496. Is the country's military power #1 in the world? Suyi actually said that there is no harm in having a good relationship with the Justice League. Gwen and Wanda were very surprised when they heard Suyi say this, because it didn't seem like what Suyi would say normally. Under Gwen and Wanda's surprised eyes, Suyi spoke again. As we have already appeared in front of people, troubles will come to us one after another. With the Justice League, we can naturally push those troublesome things to them, and I believe they will not only feel angry, and even very happy. Suyi said calmly. Wanda and Gwen were very surprised when they heard what Suyi said. After the surprise was over, Wanda and Gwen couldn't help smiling again. As expected of Suyi, only he can say such words calmly. They thought it was a very funny thing, so a little smile couldn't help but overflow from the corner of his mouth. But after all, they didn't talk too much or think too much about this matter. It has always been treated very calmly. They continued shopping while chatting. 19 But the situation in the whole beautiful country is not good now. Not only are the upper classes under a lot of pressure, but even the ordinary people feel a wave of uneasiness. What on earth do these officials do? We usually pay taxes but have never been in arrears. What if our country is really destroyed? Our military strength can directly rank among the top 3. It would be more accurate to say that our country's military power is definitely ranked 3rd. Ha, don't be kidding. If the other big powers unite, our country will be powerless. Among the people discussing, some feel that their country is very powerful, but some are still very rational and can judge the current situation in a rational way. Anyway, this time, the people above must protect us. If it doesn't work, I will go outside to fight by myself. After all, this is Gotham City, and most people are still arrogant enough. They all grinned and looked like they just wanted to have a big fight. However, these big and small criminals in Gotham City are not qualified to go to the battlefield, and those real criminals hope that the world can become more chaotic. Even knowing that when more than a dozen countries came to attack the beautiful country, they almost danced a carnival dance. This is what Suyi and the others saw when they were wandering on the street. When they noticed this, they were very calm. On the other side, the father and son Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne decided to go to the border to see the situation after talking. Although Bruce Wayne had already known the general situation from his subordinates, it was far less shocking than witnessing it with his own eyes. Do you know what's going on here? They really didn't move. They seem to be waiting for something. Where is the God of War, Ares? I think it is necessary for us to find him, and then talk to his child. Bruce Wayne thought about it, and the only thing he could do to change the current situation was to quickly find Ares, the God of War. If Ares, the God of War, is willing to stop, the current situation may be completely avoided. However, if you want to do this, you must first find Ares, the God of War. However, even Diana, the younger sister of Ares, the God of War, couldn't find him, let alone them. If the other party doesn't want to appear at all, it will be too difficult. Isn't the news that the president of the beautiful country is cooperating with him? Then we will directly monitor the president of the beautiful country. It is not very appropriate to find him, or we will simply appear on the battlefield. When Damian Wayne talked about this matter, his tone was very calm. After all, Bruce Wayne has experienced a lot more than Damian Wayne. He didn't think things could be done so easily. Damian, let's go to the presidential palace of the beautiful country first. If we don't find the God of War Ares there, then it means that the other party has no plans to meet us at all. Is it like this? Damian Wayne frowned. If I were him, it would be impossible not to know that someone is looking for me. When Bruce Wayne said this, his tone obviously paused. If I don't know about this matter at all, then it can only mean that I don't take other things to heart at all. To win a war, or to achieve one's own goals, it's okay when you don't know. But when it comes to this matter, even Bruce Wayne's face starts to change. Damian Wayne has been watching his father Bruce Wayne. When I saw him say this, when I saw his expression change, my whole person also began to become unnatural. Now that you've made up your mind, do what you say. Bruce Wayne has no opinion on this matter. In this way, the father and son quickly reached an agreement after a few simple conversations. They quickly appeared in the 410 palace of the president of the beautiful country, and found the president's office, but it was empty. There was also a cup of hot coffee on the table. The coffee was piping hot. Obviously there were still people in the room, but they left first when they came. It is very likely to be a coincidence, but it is possible that it is not a coincidence at all, but the other party deliberately did it. Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne walked back and forth twice in this seemingly very spacious office, observing the surrounding situation. If there was any doubt before, then there is almost certainly no doubt now. I think the other party obviously knew we would come, so they left early. Damian Wayne leaned against a cold wall angrily. Although I only met once last time and didn't even say a word, it can be seen that this guy is a very arrogant and cunning guy. Damian Wayne didn't have a good impression of this kind of guy who would always cause them trouble. Now let's go back to the border to see the situation. If war is imminent, then Ares will definitely appear as the god of war. They quickly returned to the border, and at this time a young version of Clark Kent suddenly appeared. 497. The long-lost Jokers is back in action. They were very curious that Clark Kent would appear here. Clark, didn't you stay with your parents today? Why did you come here suddenly? Damian Wayne couldn't help asking when he saw Clark Kent, and he was also very curious about this. I will appear here because there is one thing that I feel is very necessary to tell you. Clark Kent was originally with his parents in the Arkham Asylum. If it wasn't for something that happened suddenly, he wouldn't be like this at all. What the hell is it? Looking at the other party's appearance, others knew that things might not be as simple as it seemed. Damian Wayne and Bruce Wayne stared at Clark Kent without blinking, just wanting to hear something they hoped for from Clark Kent, and Clark Kent originally wanted to inform them about the content. The people of Jokers suddenly made a move. When Clark Kent said this sentence from his mouth, the other people were a little stunned, and they didn't remember what Jokers was all about. After all, this is what happened a long time ago, and it has been almost forgotten by them. What's the matter with Clark? Please explain in detail. Bruce Wayne has a very serious attitude towards this matter. He knows that the Jokers are a very troublesome group. After all, he has had a lot of troubles with this team before. The Joker in that team is very bad, and even always it is rumored that Odar will be resurrected. Thinking of this, Bruce Wayne couldn't help but wrinkled his brows forcefully. Is it possible that Joker has really been resurrected as they have been rumored before? Damn it. Can't you avoid some things after troublesome things come and go? Bruce Wayne couldn't help but say something from his mouth, and from these words, it can be clearly seen that he is very unhappy at the moment. He doesn't want to deal with Jokers anymore. Originally thought that the other party hadn't appeared all this time, or even acted in Gotham City, because the group had no leader. But now it was brought up by Clark Kent again. All those bad memories flooded my brain in an instant. Besides knowing that the Jokers people have started to take action. Do you know what exactly they are doing? Bruce Wayne doesn't know whether the war will be intervened by Joker, but if they really intervene, then things will not be so simple this time. They have a deep understanding of this matter. It's already been checked. Harvey is back. He said he would look into this matter more seriously. When Clark Kent said this, his voice couldn't help but pause, and then continued. He said, I believe that if Harvey goes to investigate, it shouldn't take long to get the results. It's great that Uncle Harvey is back. If things are handed over to other people, it may not be that simple. Originally, Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne were a little worried about Joker's possible action, but now, this kind of worry disappeared in an instant. What else is there to worry about Harvey Dente's work? Both Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne couldn't help thinking like this in their hearts. They didn't care about this matter, and the situation over there seemed to be a little different, so they couldn't help but cast all their eyes on it. It seems that someone has dived into the bottom of the sea. What are they going to do? Batman Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne are standing very high up looking down. Although the distance was very far away, they still saw the situation of those people clearly. After seeing these situations, they were very puzzled at first. Maybe they wanted to do it from underwater. Maybe that would make them feel a little bit different. If they act from the water, it means they may want to sneak attack. However, this is definitely a very stupid decision. At least that's how it looked on their side. I'll have to go down there and see what they're going to do. After Bruce Wayne finished speaking, he quickly fell down and got into the sea directly. Damian Wayne watched the other party's actions, and did not do anything. To go to the bottom of the sea to see the situation, you only need Bruce Wayne to go alone, and you don't need to go to him at all. Has the leader returned to Arkham? Damian Wayne has been following Bruce Wayne for a while. Counting the time, the leader should have come back from shopping with the two sisters. I was already rushing over here when I heard about Jokers. I'm not very clear about whether the leader will come back. Clark Kent carefully recalled the general situation, and then realized that he didn't know anything. He couldn't help but raised his hand and scratched his cheek. After learning about the attack on the beautiful country by more than a dozen countries, my brother has been telling me that if there is anything that needs to be done, I will do it, and I have not explained anything else. Clark Kent felt that the matter of Jokers was very serious, so when he knew that the father and son Bruce Wayne and Damian Wayne had been paying attention to the situation on the border, he felt it was necessary to inform them of this matter, so he hurriedly rushed over. And just as Clark Kent and Damian Wayne were talking in midair, suddenly there was movement on the sea. Nuolizao, it's not an ordinary movement, but a very big movement. Aquaman Arthur Curry directly threw the people in the sea out, and at the same time his tone was very violent. Don't just throw garbage into the sea. Aquaman Arthur Curry's voice is terrible when he says this, and his handsome face was also stained with anger. He didn't want to take care of the actions on the sea, but these guys dared to put some very dangerous items in the sea. This is likely to involve his ethnic group, and he will not allow this kind of thing to happen within the scope of his rule. While thinking this way, Aquaman Arthur Curry waved his hand directly, and a wave suddenly surged up. The huge amounts of waves give people an infinite sense of crisis. Everyone is in control of the situation on the sea surface, but no one knows what is going on under the water. 498. Insignificant people, why save them? This time it was fun. They actually forgot that there was an Aquaman under the water. They actually regarded other people's territory as their own. It would be terrible to see it now. It was already obvious that the other party had already started to act, and even they could already imagine what kind of vicious battle would be next. They have already thought a lot about this aspect, but they never thought that the final result would be like this. It's outrageous. Damian Wayne grinned and couldn't help laughing. He thought this scene was really interesting. Definitely, Damian Wayne just looked at this aspect a little bit, and then looked away. Although he didn't want to admit it, he did have a little bit of worry at this moment. His father, Bruce Wayne, hasn't returned yet. Is there anything wrong with the old man? Damian Wayne at the moment frowned very deeply. His fists were clenched tightly at this moment, and he really wanted to rush down to see what happened next. But at this time, he wasn't sure whether he should do it or not. He didn't even know what his father was planning to do when he went down there. Is he interviewing something down there, or does he want to do something else? 230. Why almost everyone has been overturned by Aquaman Arthur Curry, but there is no trace of him. Damian Wayne has been enduring, but he found that he couldn't bear it anymore. He silently took a deep breath. He took some action just now, but he was suddenly patted on the back. He subconsciously turned his head to look. Then I saw my father Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne always had a smile on his face at the moment, and he seemed to be very happy. You look very happy? I'm really very happy now. Bruce Wayne was very straightforward. I didn't expect you, this guy, to care about me very seriously. I thought you wanted me to have an accident right away. The expression on Damian Wayne's face was very embarrassing at first, but after hearing Bruce Wayne actually say that he wanted something to happen to his father, the expression on his face suddenly became much uglier. Even when he spoke next, he didn't look much better. Old man, don't think too badly, of me. I never hoped that any accident would happen to you. If he wanted his father to have an accident, what did he count? It's even worse than the scum in Gotham City. Seeing how angry Damian Wayne was, Bruce Wayne instantly realized that something was wrong with what he just said. It was too much for him to say that. If he didn't realize where the problem was before, then at this moment, he can be said to be fully aware of it. When there was a dispute between the father and son, a very big situation happened below, and this situation almost made it impossible for everyone to endure. Is Aquaman crazy? Is he trying to drown all the people in these dozen countries? All the ships on the sea were directly overturned by the waves. When seeing this scene, Damian Wayne and the others looked very bad. You can't just watch these people drowned. I can only save people. Some people on the sea who have not sunk are holding on to the boards and calling for help loudly. Bruce Wayne almost didn't have any hesitation, so he rushed down and went to save people. This kind of thing should have nothing to do with us. We are not members of the Justice League, and there is no reason to save each other. Although they are father and son, Damian Wayne did the exact opposite of Bruce Wayne at this time. Although these people want to do bad things, they haven't had time to do it yet. After all, Clark Kent still couldn't bear it, and after hesitation for less than a second, he also followed to save people. Damian Wayne crossed his arms, feeling a little impatient. It's just some insignificant people. Why do you want to save people? Damian Wayne really thinks this is completely unnecessary. He has been watching everything under here very indifferently. He is unwilling to intervene in anything, and he doesn't even feel that he should do anything at this time. And at this time, he found that someone he knew very well went to the bottom to save people. Those were two women, one was Gwen and the other was Wanda. When Damian Wayne saw this scene, he couldn't help being stunned, and then he looked aside constantly, and at this time Su-Yi had already appeared beside him. Leader, you are here too. Do you also want to save them? When seeing Su-Yi, Damian Wayne couldn't help saying this. Su-Yi shook his head slightly. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Since they were destined to die here, why should I intervene? Su-Yi was so light, there was no way to tell whether he wanted to save people or had no intention of saving people at all. Damian Wayne kept observing Su-Yi with his head sideways, and found that Su-Yi was standing here watching the situation below like him, and he didn't intend to intervene, so he breathed a sigh of relief for a while. Originally, I thought it was too much for me to stand here and do nothing, but now I feel that I should help. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease. However, rest assured, in fact, at this moment, Damian Wayne is still somewhat curious about Su-Yi. Boss, since you have no intention of saving people, why did you appear here? This is really a very curious thing. Su-Yi lazily raised her finger and pointed to Gwen and Wanda who were standing on the sea and were in full swing to save people. The words just said are just my personal thoughts. Gwen and Wanda obviously don't agree with me. Similarly, they feel that if Aquaman is really allowed to act this time, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people will die. They think that these people who come out to fight are out of their own hands. It doesn't matter if you die because of the war, but if you die because of some small actions of Aquaman, it may matter a lot. So when Suyi said this, she actually appeared here just to be with her own woman. Chief, you really dote on your own woman too much. My own woman is definitely spoiled. When talking about this, Suyi was still very calm. 499. Do you know how many dead souls these cruel soldiers have? There are more and more capsized ships on the sea. More and more people went to sea for rescue. I don't know how Bruce Wayne contacted his men. All the members of the Justice League rushed over. They rescued those who fell into the water one after another. Suyi looked at her two women, Gwen and Wanda, who were also busy, with a very calm expression all the time. He didn't stop, but he didn't help either. He had asked Gwen and Wanda before, if they go to help others, not only will they not get a voice of thanks, but they may even be stabbed in the back by them. Even under such circumstances, are they unwilling to save them? Suyi is always very calm when he says these things. He has seen many malicious things, and he knows that some people are grateful to you at this moment, but at the next moment, he may do something unexpected. Suyi thinks that he is not a kind person, so he will not help the other party at all. The others didn't say anything after hearing what Suyi said. Time passed little by little like this, and most of the people on the sea calmed down. They were rescued. However, before they had time to really exhale, there was a new movement on the sea surface. Aquaman Arthur Curry came out of the water aggressively with his shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He looked at this large group of people floating on the sea, and was ashamed. Bruce Wayne is at the front. He raised his hand to stop. These are unarmed and innocent people. Can't you let them go? Innocent people? Are you sure they are all innocent people? Do you know how many dead souls there are at the hands of these brutal soldiers? Even when you know this, you still want to save them, right? When Aquaman Arthur Curry said these words, his tone was very calm, and he even felt that what Bruce Wayne said was very funny. He is no longer willing to say anything more. He didn't want to say more, so he directly issued an order to everyone, let them attack the people on the shore and the sea with all their strength. Those subordinates all listened to what Aquaman Arthur Curry said very much. After listening to his orders, they almost stopped making any hesitation, and directly launched an attack on the people on the sea and on the cliff. The person who managed to catch his breath on the surface of the sea was knocked down again and re-entered the sea. Bruce Wayne didn't expect such a scene to happen. He was very shocked and very angry at the same time. Are you crazy? Are you really going to be my enemy? So you watched Bruce Wayne talking nonsense from a high altitude, and couldn't help but sighed. Are you really not going to help? Help? Who do you think I should help? Although Suyi seems to have a cooperative relationship with the League of Justice on the surface, it has not actually established a cooperative relationship. It's just that Suyi felt that there were some things she didn't want to do, so she handed over all those troublesome things to the Justice League. As for Aquaman Arthur, he had talked with him for a while, and they almost reached a cooperation on something. One of the things that came together was that they, Arkham, will never be enemies of the sea people of Aquaman Arthur Curry. Suyi never dodges at high altitude. With the sharp eyesight of Aquaman, Arthur Curry probably already discovered his existence. The reason why he didn't say anything even if he found out is probably because he knew that Suyi would never interfere in this matter, so he didn't at all care. The war is about to break out. Suddenly another person appeared not far from Suyi, and this person was Ares, the god of war who caused the impact of today's situation. Seeing the current situation, Ares not only didn't feel anything, but even had a bright smile on his face. So didn't I tell the guy not to worry? Look, it's really interesting how things are going. After muttering these words in his mouth, his eyes fell on Suyi and Damian Wayne again, and he raised his hand and greeted them directly. Suyi's expression was very calm, but his eyes flickered a little at this moment, and after that, the feeling that something was wrong disappeared. Ask for flowers. He is calm. However, he was very calm, but Damian Wayne was not at all calm. Not only was he unable to maintain a calm state at this time, he even yelled directly from his mouth, Ares, all this it's all your fault, right? Apart from such an explanation, there is no other possibility. Ares smiled, as if he felt that Damian Wayne was saying something very funny, and he really laughed like this. Isn't this an obvious thing? Why do you still ask such stupid things? It seems that you humans are really funny, all of you. Ares' mocking voice constantly reached Damian Wayne's ears, which made Damian Wayne tremble with anger. He never thought about how there could be such a despicable and shameless person in this world. He originally thought that his character was not good, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so bad. Just when Damian Wayne felt that something in his brain rushed straight up, when Damian Wayne felt that his temper was a little out of control, just when Ares, the god of war, was also looking forward to it, hoping that the other party when she was able to give herself a surprise, so he lightly scolded the other party. Not only that, but even signaled the other party to shut up and not to say anything more. Although it was just scolding the other party's name, even if it was just like this, It still made Damian Wayne really calm down at this moment. "Sorry, Chief, I almost lost control." When Damian Wayne talked about this matter, his expression was obviously guilty, and he really felt very embarrassed. However, he felt very embarrassed in his heart, but others didn't think so. God of War Ares frowned slightly. Before that, he really didn't take Suyi to heart at all. He even felt that the other party had a lot of problems, but now, the situation seemed a little different. Ares, God of War, looked at Suyi seriously for the first time. To be able to make a boy who doesn't look simple willing to obey the other party's words with one sentence, such an ability originally is not ordinary. 500. Diana, instead of further God and Mother God, teach you a meal. Originally, Ares, the God of War, thought Suyi was an ordinary human being. But when he saw the other party floating in midair with ease, he knew that this was obviously impossible. Unexpectedly, one day, it's really unbelievable that he would sometimes go astray. The corner of Suyi's mouth raised slightly. Even if he was constantly being sized up and down by Ares, the God of War, he still didn't care. Ares frowned. Soon, he made a decision for himself in his heart. Even if this person is really powerful, so what? The other party is still a very ordinary person. Isn't that very clear? Just an ordinary ability user. You seem to know that guy in the sea. I noticed Chi-Yi-san so that he has seen you several times. Ares, God of War, suddenly said to Suyi. Suyi narrowed his eyes. It is not very surprising that Ares, the God of War, would ask this question. Not only will there be no surprises, but he even smiled and said, "Yes, I know Aquaman a little bit. Is it because it ruined your plan, so you are a little dissatisfied?" When Suyi said this, his tone was always light and light. When he didn't hear these words, he could keep calm a little bit, but when he heard these words, the smile on the face of Ares, the God of War, suddenly disappeared. It is indeed a bit of a miscalculation. I have calculated other things, but completely forgot that there are other guys in the sea. When I think that such a thing happened to me, I can't help but feel angry. But even so, what if it's like this? Now that things have happened, and indeed some unexpected things have happened, under such circumstances, there is no other way but to accept. Ares, the God of War, was only in a subtle mood at the beginning, and even a little bit unhappy. But soon, that unpleasant feeling disappeared in an instant, and nothing existed anymore. They were talking among themselves, but they didn't talk for too long, and soon another change occurred. Another person suddenly appeared at this time, and it was Diana who appeared. Diana did not enter the situation of helping others, but rushed directly in the direction of Ares, the God of War. Even, at this moment, she didn't set her eyes on Suyi for too long. You did a very stupid thing. When Diana looked at Ares, the God of War, it was as if she was facing a madman. Ares, the God of War, looked at Diana and said coldly, "No matter what I do, the purpose has been achieved. At this moment, I feel that no matter what I do, it is worth it. Damn it. Today, I must take the place of Father God and Mother God to teach you a good lesson." On the exquisite and beautiful face, at the moment was tainted with some other expressions. Although her combat effectiveness may not be as good as her brother Ares, the God of War, her strength is not very bad. As long as I work hard at this time, everything will be very smooth. Diana didn't think about anything else now, or some more situations. She just wanted to give God Ares a good meal. Regardless of winning or losing, as long as the final result is good, that's enough. In this regard, she is really thinking very seriously. The two quickly fought together. Even, there is no possibility of people intervening in the struggle between them. Boss. Damian Wayne felt that everything was happening too fast. He didn't even have time to think too much just now, but he didn't expect that everything had become a foregone conclusion. Really amazing. The gods of the Amazon fight, and we ordinary people don't want to try to get involved. When Suyi said these words, his tone was always calm. Damian Wayne actually saw that the other party was really powerful. I just know that I know, but when things really happen in front of my eyes, I still feel incredible. He couldn't even catch the fight between the two with his eyes. The dangerous situation on the sea was still going on, but the different changes overhead made it impossible for the rest of the people to keep calm at this moment. If they didn't take these things seriously before, then now, they felt the crisis above their heads and unconsciously stopped what they were doing now. Because the situation is just so wrong. What's going on up there? The movement was so loud that it attracted many people to look at the top of their heads. Ordinary people or people with low ability can't see through what's going on here, but people like Aquaman, Arthur Curry and Bruce Wayne can clearly see who is fighting. Aquaman Arthur Curry holds a weapon in his hand, looking at the sky. The expression on his face is not so good looking. God of War Ares, thinking of the situation when I saw the sea surface before, if I still cared a little bit before, then the situation is obviously not right now. Aquaman Arthur Curry always felt that there seemed to be bursts of inappropriate behavior hidden in the whole thing. In short, it was strange no matter where you looked. If you didn't care much about it before, then now. Wang, shall we still fight? The deputy next to him stepped forward and whispered in Aquaman Arthur Curry's ear. Aquaman Arthur Curry let out a cold snort almost subconsciously. The current situation is obviously not right. Perhaps in 3.2, We will appear here clearly because we have entered into other people's calculations. When talking about this matter, Aquaman Arthur Curry could no longer keep calm, and he took a deep breath silently. In the end, as soon as he raised his hand, he immediately ordered the rest of the people, under the current situation, don't worry about too many things and let our people retreat directly. Aquaman Arthur Curry knows very well that it is no good to fight against the gods on the Amazon side. No matter how powerful those guys are in the civil strife, once the rest of the people involve them, they will be very consistent with the outside world, even in a state of immortality. Thinking of this, Aquaman Arthur Curry originally wanted to kill all these guys, but now, that idea has completely disappeared. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.